the vileness and ingratitude of Manso, and bade restore the jewel to Yeiah, saying, Whatso we have given it befitteth us not to take again. After that Salih returned to Yeiah and acquainted him with the tale of Mansur and his ill conduct, whereupon replied he, O Salih, when a man is in want, sick at heart and sad of thought, he is not to be blamed for aught that falleth from him, for it cometh not from the heart, and on this wise he took to seeking excuse for Mansur. But Salih wept and exclaimed, Never shall the revolving heavens bring forth into being the like of thee, O Yeiah. Alas, and well away, that one of the such noble nature and generosity should be laid in the dust. And he repeated these two couplets. Haste to do kindness thou cost intend, thou canst not always on boons expend, how many from bounty themselves withheld, till means of bounty had come to end. And men tell another tale of the generous dealing of Yeiah son of Khalid with a man who forged a letter in his name. There was between Yeiah bin Khalid and Abdullah bin Malik al-Qusay, FN number 248, an enmity which they kept secret, the reason of the hatred being that Harun al-Rashid loved Abdullah with exceeding love, so that Yeiah and his sons were wont to say that he had bewitched the commander of the faithful. And thus they abode a long while, with rancour in their hearts, till it fell out that the Caliph invested Abdullah with the government of Armenia FN number 249, and dispatched him thither. Now soon after he had settled himself in his seat of government, there came to him one of the people of Iraq, a man of good breeding and excellent parts and abundant cleverness, but he had lost his money and wasted his wealth, and his estate was come to ill case. So he forged a letter to Abdullah bin Malik in the name of Yeiah bin Khalid and set out therewith for Armenia. Now when he came to the governor's gate, he gave the letter to one of the chamberlains, who took it and carried it to his master. Abdullah opened it and read it and, considering it attentively, knew it to be forged, so he sent for the man, who presented himself before him and called down blessings upon him and praised him and those of his court. Quoth Abdullah to him, What moved thee to weary thyself on this wise and bring me a forged letter? But be of good heart, for we will not disappoint thy travail. Replied the other, Allah prolong the life of our Lord the Wazir. If my coming annoy thee, cast not about for a pretext to repel me, for Allah's earth is wide and he who giveth daily bread still liveth. Indeed, the letter I bring thee from Yeiah bin Khalid is true and no forgery. Quoth Abdullah, I will write a letter to my agent FN number 250, at Baghdad and command him inquire concerning this same letter. If it be true, as thou sayest, and genuine and not forged by thee, I will bestow on thee the emirship of one of my cities, or, if thou prefer a present, I will give thee 200,000 dirhams, besides horses and camels of price and a robe of honor. But, if the letter prove a forgery, I will order thou be beaten with 200 blows of a stick and thy beard be shaven. So Abdullah bade confine him in a chamber and furnish him therein with all he needed, till his case should be made manifest. Then he dispatched a letter to his agent at Baghdad, to the following effect, There is come to me a man with a letter purporting to be from Yeiah bin Khalid. Now I have my suspicions of this letter, therefore delay thou not in the matter, but go thyself and look carefully into the case and let me have an answer with all speed, in order that we may know what is true and what is untrue. When the letter reached Baghdad, the agent mounted at once, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 307th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the agent of Abdullah, son of Malik al-Qusay, on receipt of the letter at Baghdad, mounted at once and repaired to the house of Yeiah bin Khalid, whom he found sitting with his officers and boon companions. After the usual salute he gave him the letter and Yeiah read it and said to the agent, Come back to me tomorrow for my written answer. Now when the agent had gone away, Yeiah turned to his companions and said, What doth he deserve who forgeth a letter in my name and carrieth it to my foe? They answered all and each, saying this and that, and every one proposing some kind of punishment. But yea, I said, ye err in that ye say, and this your counsel is of the baseness of your spirits and the meanness of your minds. Ye all know the close favour of Abdullah with the Caliph, and ye weet of what is between him and us of anger and enmity. And now Almighty Allah hath made this man the means of reconciliation between us, and hath fitted him for such purpose, and hath appointed him to quench the fire of ire in our hearts, which hath been growing these 20 years, and by his means our differences shall be adjusted. Wherefore it behoveth me to requite such man by verifying his assertion and amending his estate. So I will write him a letter to Abdullah son of Malik, praying that he may use him with increase of honour and continue to him his liberality. Now when his companions heard what he said, they called down blessings on him and marvelled at his generosity and the greatness of his magnanimity. Then he called for paper and ink and wrote Abdullah a letter in his own hand, to the following effect: In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. Of a truth thy letter hath reached me. Allah give thee long life, and I am glad to hear of thy safety and am pleased to be assured of thine immunity and prosperity. It was thy thought that a certain worthy man had forged a letter in my name, and that he was not the bearer of any message from the same, but the case is not so, for the letter I myself wrote, and it was no forgery, and I hope, of thy courtesy and consideration and the nobility of thy nature, that thou wilt gratify this generous and excellent man of his hope and wish, and honour him with the honour he deserveth, and bring him to his desire, and make him the special object of thy favour and munificence. Whatso thou dost with him, it is to me that thou dost the kindness, and I am thankful to thee accordingly. Then he superscribed the letter, and after sealing it, delivered it to the agent, who dispatched it to Abdullah. Now when the governor read it, he was charmed with its contents, and sending for the man, said to him, Whichever of the two promised boons is the more acceptable to thee, that will I give thee. The man replied, The money gift were more acceptable to me than aught else, whereupon Abdullah ordered him 200,000 dirhams and 10 Arab horses, 5 with housings of silk and other 5 with richly ornamented saddles, used in state processions, besides 20 chests of clothes and 10 mounted white slaves and a proportionate quantity of jewels of price. Moreover, he bestowed on him a dress of honour and sent him to Baghdad in great splendour. So when he came thither, he repaired to the door of Yahya's house, before he went to his own folk, and craved permission to enter and have audience. The chamberlain went into Yahya and said to him, O my lord, there is one at the door who craveth speech of thee, and he is a man of apparent wealth, courteous in manner, comely of aspect, and attended by many servants. Then Yahya bade admit him, and, when he entered and kissed the ground before him, Yahya asked him, Who art thou? He answered, Hear me, O my lord, I am he who was done dead by the tyranny of fortune, but thou didst raise me to life again from the grave of calamities and exalt me to the paradise of my desires. I am the man who forged a letter in thy name and carried it to Abdullah bin Malik al-Khuzai. Yahya asked, How hath he dealt with thee, and what did he give thee? And the man answered, He hath given me, thanks to thy hand and thy great liberality and benevolence, and to thy comprehensive kindness and lofty magnanimity and thine all-embracing generosity, that which hath made me a wealthy man, and he hath distinguished me with his gifts and favours. And now I have brought all that he gave me, and here it is at thy door, for it is thine to decide, and the command is in thy hand. Rejoin Yahya, Thou hast done me better service than I did thee, and I owe thee a heavy debt of gratitude, and every gift the white hand FN number 251 can give, for that thou hast changed into love and amity the hate and enmity that were between me and a man whom I respect and esteem. Wherefore I will give thee the like of what Abdullah bin Malik gave thee. Then he ordered him money and horses and chests of apparel, such as Abdullah had given him, and thus that man's fortune was restored to him by the munificence of these two generous ones. And folk also relate the tale of their Caliph Al-Mamun and the strange scholar. It is said of Al-Mamun that, among the caliphs of the house of Abbas, there was none more accomplished in all branches of knowledge than he. Now on 2 days in each week, he was wont to preside at conferences of the learned, when the lawyers and theologians disputed in his presence, each sitting in his several rank and room. One day as he sat thus, there came into the assembly a stranger, clad in ragged white clothes, who took seat in an obscure place behind the doctors of the law. Then the assembly began to speak and debate difficult questions, it being the custom that the various propositions should be submitted to each in turn, and that whoso bethought him of some subtle addition or rare conceit, should make mention of it. So the question went round till it came to the strange man, who spake in his turn and made a goodlier answer than any of the doctor's replies, and the Caliph approved his speech. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 308th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph Al-Mamun approved his speech and ordered him to come up from his low place to a high stead. Now when the second question came to him, he made a still more notable answer, and Al-Mamun ordered him to be preferred to a yet higher seat, and when the third question reached him, he made answer more justly and appropriately than on the 2 previous occasions, and Al-Mamun bade him come up and sit near himself. Presently the discussion ended when water was brought and they washed their hands, after which food was set on and they ate, and the doctors arose and withdrew, but Al-Mamun forbade the stranger to depart with them and, calling him to himself, treated him with especial favour and promised him honour and profit. Thereupon they made ready the seance of wassail. The fair-faced cup companions came and the pure wine FN number 252 went round amongst them, till the cup came to the stranger, who rose to his feet and spake thus, If the commander of the faithful permit me, I will say one word. Answered the Caliph, Say what thou wilt. Quoth the man, Verily the exalted intelligence, whose eminence Allah increase, knoweth that his slave was this day, in the august assembly, one of the unknown folk and of the meanest of the company, and the commander of the faithful raised his rank and brought him near to himself, little as with the wit and wisdom he displayed, preferring him above the rest and advancing him to a station and a degree where to his thought aspired not. But now he is minded to part him from that small portion of intellect which raised him high from his lowness and made him great after his littleness. Heaven forfend and forbid that the commander of the faithful should envy his slave what little he hath of understanding and worth and renown. Now, if his slave should drink wine, his reason would depart far from him and ignorance draw near to him and steal away his good breeding, so would he revert to that low and contemptible degree whence he sprang, and become ridiculous and despicable in the eyes of the folk. I hope, therefore, that the august intelligence of his power and bounty and royal generosity and magnanimity will not despoil his slave of this jewel. When the Caliph Al-Mamun heard his speech, he praised him and thanked him, and making him sit down again in his place, showed him high honour and ordered him a present of 100,000 silver pieces. Moreover, he mounted him upon a horse and gave him rich apparel, and in every assembly he was wont to exalt him and show him favour over all the other doctors of law and religion till he became the highest of them all in rank. And Allah is all-knowing. FN number 253, men also tell a tale of Ali Shah FN number 254, and Zumarad. There lived once in the days of yore and the good old times long gone before, in the land of Khorasan, a merchant called Majd al-Din, who had great wealth and many slaves and servants, white and black, young and old, but he had not been blessed with a child until he reached the age of 60, when Almighty Allah vouchsafed him a son, whom he named Ali Shah. The boy grew up like the moon on the night of fullness, And when he came to man's estate and was endowed with all kinds of perfections, his father fell sick of a death malady and, calling his son to him, said, O my son, the fated hour of my decease is at hand, and I desire to give thee my last injunctions. He asked, And what are they, O my father? And he answered, O my son, I charge thee, be not over-familiar with any FN number 255, and eschew what leadeth to evil and mischief. Beware lest thou sit in company with the wicked, for he is like the blacksmith, if his fire burn thee not, his smoke shall bother thee. And how excellent is the saying of the poet, FN number 256. In thy whole world there is not one, whose friendship thou mayst count upon, nor plighted faith that will stand true, when times go hard, and hopes are few. Then live apart and dwell alone, nor make a prop of any one. I've given a gift in that I've said, will stand thy friend in every stead. And what another saith? Men are a hidden malady, rely not on the sham in them, for perfidy and treachery thou'lt find, if thou examine them. And yet a third saith, Converse with men hath scanty weal, except to while away the time in chat and prate, then shun their intimacy, save it be to win thee law, or better thine estate. And a fourth saith, If a sharp-witted wight e'er tried mankind, I've eaten that which only tasted he. FN number 257, their amity proved naught but wile and guile, their faith I found was but hypocrisy. Quoth Ali, O my father, I have heard thee and I will obey thee, what more shall I do? Quoth he, Do good whereas thou art able, be ever kind and courteous to men, and regard as riches every occasion of doing a good turn, for a design is not always easily carried out, and how well saith the poet, 'Tis not at every time and tide and stable, we can do kindly acts and charitable, when thou art able hasten thee to act, lest thine endeavour prove none unable. Said Ali, I have heard thee and I will obey thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 309th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth replied, I have heard thee and I will obey thee, what more? And his sire continued, Be thou, O my son, mindful of valour, so shall he be mindful of thee. Ward thy wealth and waste it not, for an thou do, thou wilt come to want the least of mankind. Know that the measure of a man's worth is according to that which his right hand tendeth, and how well saith the poet, FN number 258. When fails my wealth no friend will deign befriend, and when it waxeth all men friendship show, how many a foe for wealth became my friend, wealth lost, how many a friend became a foe. Asked Ali, what more? And Majd al-Din answered, O my son, take counsel of those who are older than thou and hasten not to do thy heart's desire. Have compassion on those who are below thee, so shall those who are above thee have compassion on thee, and oppress none, lest Allah empower one who shall oppress thee. How well saith the poet, Add other wit to thy wit, counsel craving, for man's true course hides not from minds of two. Man is a mirror which but shows his face, and by two mirrors he his back shall view. And as saith another, FN number 259. Act on sure grounds, nor hurry fast, to gain the purpose that thou hast, and be thou kindly to all men, so kindly thou'lt be called again, for not a deed the hand can try, save neath the hand of God on high, nor tyrant harsh work tyranny, uncrushed by tyrant harsh as he. And as saith yet another, FN number 260. Tyrannize not, if thou hast the power to do so, for the tyrannical is in danger of revenges. Thine eye will sleep while the oppressed, wakeful, will call down curses on thee, and God's eye sleepeth not. Beware of wine bibbing, for drink is the root of all evil, it doeth away the reason and bringeth to contempt whoso useth it, and how well saith the poet, By Allah, wine shall not disturb me, while my soul join body, nor while speech the words of me explain, no day will I be thrall to wineskin cooled by breeze. FN number 261, nor choose a friend save those who are of cups and fair. This, then, is my charge to thee, bear it before thine eyes, and Allah stand to thee in my stead. Then he swooned away and kept silent a while, and, when he came to himself, he besought pardon of Allah and pronounced the profession of the faith, and was admitted to the mercy of the Almighty. So his son wept and lamented for him, and presently made proper preparation for his burial. Great and small walked in his funeral procession, and Quran readers recited Holy Writ about his bier, nor did Ali Shah omit aught of what was due to the dead. Then they prayed over him and committed him to the dust, and wrote these two couplets upon his tomb. Thou west create of dust and camest to life, and learnedst in eloquence to place thy trust, anon, to dust returning, thou becamest a corpse, as though ne'er taken from the dust. Now his son Ali Shah grieved for him with sore grief, and mourned him with the ceremonies usual among men of note, nor did he cease to weep the loss of his father till his mother died also, not long afterwards, when he did with her as he had done with his sire. Then he sat in the shop, selling and buying and consorting with none of Almighty Allah's creatures, in accordance with his father's injunction. This wise he continued to do for a year, at the end of which time there came into him by craft certain whoreson fellows and consorted with him, till he turned after their example to lewdness and swerved from the way of righteousness, drinking wine in flowing bowls and frequenting fair women night and day. For he said to himself, of a truth my father amassed this wealth for me, and if I spend it not, to whom shall I leave it? By Allah, I will not do save as saith the poet. And through the whole of life thou gett'st and gainst for self, say, when shalt thou enjoy thy gains and gotten health? And Ali Shah ceased not to waste his wealth all whiles of the day and all watches of the night, till he had made away with the whole of his riches and abode in pauper case and troubled at heart. So he sold his shop and lands and so forth, and after this he sold the clothes off his body, leaving himself but one suit, and, as drunkenness quitted him and thoughtfulness came to him, he fell into grief and sore care. One day, when he had sat from daybreak to mid-afternoon without breaking his fast, he said in his mind, I will go round to those on whom I spent my monies, perchance one of them will feed me this day. So he went the round of them all, but, as often as he knocked at any one's door of them, the man denied himself and hid from him, till his stomach ached with hunger. Then he betook himself to the bazaar of the merchants, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 310th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ali Shah, feeling his stomach ache with hunger, betook himself to the merchants' bazaar, where he found a crowd of people assembled in ring, and said to himself, I wonder what causeth these folk to crowd together thus? By Allah, I will not budge hence till I see what is within yonder ring. So he made his way into the ring and found therein a damsel exposed for sale who was 5 feet tall, FN number 262, beautifully proportioned, rosy of cheek and high of breast, and who surpassed all the people of her time in beauty and loveliness and elegance and grace, even as saith one, describing her. As she willed she was made, and in such a way that when she was cast in nature's mould neither short nor long was she. Beauty woke to fall in love with the beauties of her form, where combine with all her coyness her pride and pudency. The full moon is her face, FN number 263, and the branchlet is her shape, and the musk bud is her scent. What like her can there be? 'Tis as though she were moulded from water of the pearl, and in every lovely limblet another moon we see. And her name was Zumarad fair Smaragdine. So when Ali Shah saw her, he marvelled at her beauty and grace, and said, By Allah, I will not stir hence till I see how much this girl fetcheth, and know who doth her. So he took standing place amongst the merchants, and they thought he had a mind to buy her, knowing the wealth he had inherited from his parents. Then the broker stood at the damsel's head and said, Ho, merchants! Ho, ye men of money! Who will open the gate of biddings for this damsel, the mistress of moons, the union pearl, Zumaride the curtain maker, the sought of the seeker and the delight of the desirous? Open the biddings door, and on the opener be nor blame nor reproach for evermore. Thereupon quoth one merchant, Mine for 500 dinars, and 10, quoth another. 600, cried an old man named Rashid al-Din, blue of eye FN number 264, and foul of face. And 10, cried another. I bid 1,000, rejoined Rashid al-Din, whereupon the rival merchants were tongue-tied, and held their peace, and the broker took counsel with the girl's owner, who said, I have sworn not to sell her save to whom she shall choose, so consult her. Thereupon the broker went up to Zumaride and said to her, O mistress of moons, this merchant hath a mind to buy thee. She looked at Rashid al-Din, and finding him as we have said, replied, I will not be sold to a greybeard, whom decrepitude hath brought to such evil plight. Allah inspired his saying, who saith, I craved of her a kiss one day, but soon as she beheld my hoary hairs, though I my luxuries and wealth displayed, she proudly turned away from me, showed shoulders, cried aloud, No, no, by him, whose hest mankind from nothingness hath made for hoary head and grizzled chin, I've no especial love. What? Stuff my mouth with cotton FN number 265, ere in sepulchre I'm laid? Now when the broker heard her words, he said, By Allah, thou art excusable, and thy price is 10,000 gold pieces. So he told her owner that she would not accept of old man Rashid al-Din, and he said, Consult her concerning another. Thereupon a second man came forward and said, Be she mine? For what price was offered by the oldester she would have none of. But she looked at him, and seeing that his beard was dyed, said, What be this fashion lewd and base, and the blackening of the hoary face? And she made a great show of wonderment, and repeated these couplets. Showed me, sir, such an one a sight, and what a frightful sight! A neck by Allah, only made for slipper sole to smite, FN number 266, a beard the meetest racing ground where gnats and lice contend, a brow fit only for the ropes thy temples chafe and bite. FN number 267, O thou enravished by my cheek and beauties of my form, why so translate thyself to youth and think I deem it right? Dyeing disgracefully that white of reverend aged hairs, and hiding for foul purposes their venerable white. Thou goest with one beard and comest back with quite another, like Punch and Judy man who works the Chinese shades by night. FN number 268. And how well saith another. Quoth she, I see thee dye thy hoariness, FN number 269, to hide, O ears and eyes. From thee, quoth I, she roared with laugh and said, Right funny this, thou art so lying in. Now when the broker heard her verse, he exclaimed, By Allah, thou hast spoken sooth. The merchant asked what she said, so the broker repeated the verses to him, and he knew that she was in the right while he was wrong, and desisted from buying her. Then another came forward and said, Ask her if she will be mine at the same price. But, when he did so, she looked at him, and seeing that he had but one eye, said, This man is one-eyed, and it is of such as he that the poet saith, FN number 270. Consort not with a cyclops seen a day, beware his falsehood and his mischief fly. Had this monocular a jot of good, Allah had ne'er brought blindness to his eye. Then said the broker, pointing to another bidder, Wilt thou be sold to this man? She looked at him, and seeing that he was short of stature, FN number 271, and had a beard that reached to his navel, cried, This is he of whom the poet speaketh. I have a friend who hath a beard a useless length enrolled, 'tis like a certain FN number 272, winter night, longsome and darksome, drear and cold. Said the broker, O my lady, look who pleaseth thee of these that are present, and point him out, that I may sell thee to him. So she looked round the ring of merchants, examining one by one their physiognomies, till her glance fell on Ali Shah, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 311th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the girl's glance fell on Ali Shah, she cast at him a look with longing eyes, which cost her 1,000 sighs, and her heart was taken with him, for that he was of favour passing fair and pleasanter than zephyr or northern air, and she said, O broker, I will be sold to none but to this my lord, owner of the handsome face and slender form, whom the poet thus describeth. Displaying that fair face that tempted they assailed, who, had they wished me safe, that lovely face had veiled. For none shall own me but he, because his cheek is smooth and the water of his mouth sweet as salsable. FN number 273. His spittle is a cure for the sick, and his charms daze and dazzle poet and priser, even as saith one of him. His honey-dew of lips is wine, his breath musk, and those teeth, smile shown, for camphor's hue. Rizwan FN number 274, hath turned him out o' doors, for fear there is lapse from virtue after the men blame his bearing for its pride, but when in pride the full moon sails, excuse is due. Lord of the curling locks and rose-red cheeks and ravishing look, of whom saith the poet, The fawn-like one a meeting promised me, and I expectant waxed, and heart unstirred, his eyelids bade me hold his word as true, but, in their languish, FN number 275, can he keep his word? And as saith another, quoth they, black letters on his cheek are writ, How canst thou love him, and a side beard see? Quoth I, see splame and cut your chiding short, if those be letters 'tis a forgery. Gather his charms all growths of Eden Garth, where to those cause FN number 276 lips bear testimony. When the broker heard the verses she repeated on the charms of Ali Shah, he marvelled at her eloquence, no less than at the brightness of her beauty, but her owner said to him, Marvel not at her splendour which shameth the noonday sun, nor that her memory is stored with the choicest verses of the poets, for besides this, she can repeat the glorious Quran, according to the 7 readings, FN number 277, and the august traditions, after ascription and authentic transmission, and she writeth the 7 modes of handwriting, FN number 278. And she knoweth more learning and knowledge than the most learned. Moreover, her hands are better than gold and silver, for she maketh silken curtains and selleth them for 50 gold pieces each, and it taketh her but 8 days to make a curtain. Exclaimed the broker, O happy the man who hath her in his house and maketh her of his choicest treasures. And her owner said to him, Sell her to whom she will. So the broker went up to Ali Shah and, kissing his hands, said to him, O my lord, buy thou this damsel, for she hath made choice of thee. FN number 279. Then he set forth to him all her charms and accomplishments, and added, I give thee joy if thou buy her, for this be a gift from him who is no niggard of his giving. Whereupon Ali bowed his head groundwards a while, laughing at himself and secretly saying, Up to this hour I have not broken my fast, yet I am ashamed before the merchants to own that I have no money wherewith to buy her. The damsel, seeing him hang down his head, said to the broker, Take my hand and lead me to him, that I may show my beauty to him and tempt him to buy me, for I will not be sold to any but to him. So the broker took her hand and stationed her before Ali Shah, saying, What is thy good pleasure, O my lord? But he made him no answer, and the girl said to him, O my lord and darling of my heart, what aileth thee that thou wilt not bid for me? Buy me for what thou wilt, and I will bring thee good fortune. So he raised his eyes to her and said, Is buying perforce? Thou art dear at 1,000 dinars. Said she, Then buy me, O my lord, for 900. He cried, No, and she rejoined, Then for 800. And though he again said, Nay, she ceased not to abate the price, till she came to 100 dinars. Quoth he, I have not by me a full 100. So she laughed and asked, "How much dost thou lack of 100? He answered, "By Allah, I have neither 100 dinars, nor any other sum, for I own neither white coin nor red cash, neither dinar nor dirham. So look out thou for another and a better customer." And when she knew that he had nothing, she said to him, "Take me by the hand and carry me aside into a by-lane, as if thou wouldest examine me privily." He did so, and she drew from her bosom a purse containing 1,000 dinars, which she gave him, saying, "Pay down 900 to my price and let the 100 remain with thee by way of provision." He did as she bid him and, buying her for 900 dinars, paid down the price from her own purse and carried her to his house. When she entered it, she found a dreary desolate saloon without carpets or vessels, so she gave him other 1,000 dinars, saying, "Go to the bazaar and buy 300 dinars worth of furniture and vessels for the house and 3 dinars worth of meat and drink." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 312th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the slave girl, Bring us meat and drink for 3 dinars, furthermore piece of silk, the size of a curtain, and bring golden and silvern thread and sewing silk of 7 colors. Thus he did, and she furnished the house and they sat down to eat and drink, after which they went to bed and took their pleasure one of the other. And they lay the night embraced behind the curtain and were even as saith the poet, FN number 280. Cleave fast to her thou lovest and let the envious rail amain, for calumny and envy ere to favour love were fain. Lo, whilst I slept, in dreams I saw thee lying by my side and, from thy lips the sweetest, shore, of limpid springs did drain. Yea, true and certain all I saw is, as I will avouch, and spite the envier, thereto I surely will attain. There is no goodlier sight, indeed, for eyes to look upon, than when one couch in its embrace enfoldeth lovers twain, each to the other's bosom clasped, clad in their twin delight, whilst hand with hand and arm with arm about their necks in chain lo, when 2 hearts are straitly knit in passion and desire, but on cold iron smite the folk who chide at them in vain. Thou, that for loving sensuous the votaries of love, canst thou assain a heart diseased or heal a cankered brain? If in thy time thou kind but one to love thee and be true, I rede thee cast the world away and with that one remain. So they lay together till the morning and love for the other wax firmly fixed in the heart of each. And on rising, Zumarad took the curtain and embroidered it with coloured silks and purpled it with silver and gold thread, and she added thereto a border depicting round about it all manner of birds and beasts, nor is there in the world a fairer that she wrought his semblance. This she worked in 8 days, till she had made an end of it, when she trimmed it and glazed and ironed it and gave it to her lord, saying, "Carry it to the bazaar and sell it to one of the merchants at 50 dinars, but beware lest thou sell it to a passer-by, as this would cause a separation between me and thee, for we have foes who are not unthoughtful of us." "I hear and I obey," answered he, and, repairing to the bazaar, sold the curtain to a merchant, as she bade him, after which he bought a piece of silk for another curtain and gold and silver and silken thread as before and what they needed of food, and brought all this to her, giving her the rest of the money. Now every 8 days she made a curtain, which he sold for 50 dinars, and on this wise passed a whole year. At the end of that time, he went as usual to the bazaar with a curtain, which he gave to the broker, and there came up to him a Nazarene who bid him 60 dinars for it, but he refused, and the Christian continued binding higher and higher, till he came to 100 dinars and bribed the broker with 10 ducats. So the man returned to Ali Shah and told him of the proffered price and urged him to accept the offer and sell the article at the Nazarene's valuation, saying, "O my lord, be not afraid of this Christian, for that he can do thee no hurt." The merchants also were urgent with him, so he sold the curtain to the Christian, albeit his heart misgave him, and, taking the money, set off to return home. Presently, as he walked, he found the Christian walking behind him, so he said to him, "O Nazarene, FN number 281. Why dost thou follow in my footsteps? Answered the other, O my lord, I want something at the end of the street. Allah never bring thee to want. But Ali Shah had barely reached his place before the Christian overtook him. So he said to him, O accursed, what aileth thee to follow me wherever I go? Replied the other, O my lord, give me a draught of water, for I am athirst, and with Allah be thy reward. FN number 282. Quoth Ali Shah to himself, Verily, this man is an infidel who payeth tribute and claimeth our protection. FN number 283. And he asketh me for a draught of water. By Allah, I will not balk him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 313th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Ali Shah to himself, This man is a tributary unbeliever, and he asked me for a draught of water. By Allah, I will not balk him. So he entered the house and took a gugglet of water, but the slave girl Zumarad saw him and said to him, O my love, hast thou sold the curtain? He replied, Yes, and she asked, To a merchant or to a passerby? For my heart presseth a parting. And he answered, To whom but to a merchant? Thereupon she rejoined, Tell me the truth of the case, that I may order my affair, and why take the gugglet of water? And he, to give the broker to drink, upon which she exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. And she repeated these two couplets, FN number 284. O thou who seekest separation, act leisurely, and let not the embrace of the beloved deceive thee. Act leisurely, for the nature of fortune is treacherous, and the end of every union is disjunction. Then he took the gugglet and, going out, found the Christian within the vestibule and said to him, How comest thou here, and how darest thou, O dog, enter my house without my leave? Answered he, O my lord, there is no difference between the door and the vestibule, and I never intended to stir hence, save to go out, and my thanks are due to thee for thy kindness and favour, thy bounty and generosity. Then he took the mug and emptying it, returned it to Ali Shah, who received it and waited for him to rise up and to go, but he did not move. So Ali said to him, Why dost thou not rise and wend thy way? And he answered, O my lord, be not of those who do a kindness and then make it a reproach, nor of those of whom saith the poet, FN number 285. They're gone who when thou stoodst at their door would for thy wants so generously cater, but stand at door of churls who followed them, they'd make high favour of a draught of water. And he continued, O my lord, I have drunk, and now I would have thee give me to eat of whatever is in the house, though it be but a bit of bread or a biscuit with an onion. Replied Ali Shah, Begone, without more chaffer and chatter, there is nothing in the house. He persisted, O my lord, if there be nothing in the house, take these 100 dinars and bring us something from the market, if but a single scone, that bread and salt may pass between us. FN number 286. With this, quoth Ali Shah to himself, This Christian is surely mad. I will take his 100 dinars and bring him somewhat worth a couple of dirhams and laugh at him. And the Nazarene added, O my lord, I want but a small matter to stay my hunger, were it but a dry scone and an onion, for the best food is that which doeth away appetite, not rich viands, and how well saith the poet, Hunger is sated with a bone-dry scone. How is it then, FN number 287, in woes of want I wone? Death is all justice, lacking aught regard for caliph king and beggar woe begone. Then quoth Ali Shah, Wait here, while I lock the saloon and fetch thee somewhat from the market. And quoth the Christian, To hear is to obey. So Ali Shah shut up the saloon and, locking the door with a padlock, put the key in his pocket, after which he went to market and bought fried cheese and virgin honey and bananas FN number 288, and bread, with which he returned to the house. Now when the Christian saw the provision, he said, "O my lord, this is overmuch. 'Tis enough for half a score of men, and I am alone, but belike thou wilt eat with me." Replied Ali, "Eat by thyself, I am full." And the Christian rejoined, "O my lord, the wise say, whoso eateth not with his guest is a son of a whore." Now when Ali Shah heard these words from the Nazarene, he sat down and ate a little with him, after which he would have held his hand and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 314th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ali Shah sat down and ate a little with him, after which he would have held his hand, but the Nazarene privily took a banana and peeled it, then, splitting it in twain, put into 1/2 concentrated bang, mixed with opium, a dram whereof would overthrow an elephant, and he dipped it in the honey and gave it to Ali Shah, saying, "O my lord, by the truth of thy religion, I adjure thee to take this." So Ali Shah, being ashamed to make him forsworn, took it and swallowed it, but hardly had it settled well in his stomach, when his head forwent both his feet and he was as though he had been a year asleep. As soon as the Nazarene saw this, rose to his feet as he had been a scald wolf or a cat mount FN number 289, at bay and, taking the saloon key, left Ali Shah prostrate and ran off to rejoin his brother. And the cause of his so doing was that the Nazarene's brother was the same decrepit old man who purposed to buy Zumarrad for 1,000 dinars, but she would none of him and jeered him in verse. He was an unbeliever inwardly, though a Muslim outwardly, and had called himself Rashid al-Din, FN number 290, and when Zumarrad mocked him and would not accept of him, he complained to his brother the aforesaid Christian who played this sleight to take her from her master Ali Shah, whereupon his brother, Basim by name, said to him, "Fret not thyself about the business, for I will make shift to seize her for thee, without expending either dinar or dirham." Now he was a skilful wizard, crafty and wicked, so he watched his time and ceased not his practices till he played Ali Shah the trick before related. Then, taking the key, he went to his brother and acquainted him with what had passed. Thereupon Rashid al-Din mounted his she-mule and repaired with his brother and his servants to the house of Ali Shah, taking with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, wherewith to bribe the chief of police, should he meet him. He opened the saloon door and the men who were with him rushed in upon Zumarrad and forcibly seized her, threatening her with death if she spoke, but they left the place as it was and took nothing therefrom. Lastly they left Ali Shah lying in the vestibule after they had shut the door on him and laid the saloon key by his side. Then the Christian carried the girl to his own house and setting her amongst his handmaids and concubines, said to her, "O strumpet, I am the old man whom thou didst reject and lampoon, but now I have thee, without paying dinar or dirham." Replied she, and her eyes streamed with tears, "Allah requite thee, O wicked old man, for sundering me and my lord." He rejoined, "Wanton minx and whore that thou art, thou shalt see how I will punish thee. By the truth of the Messiah and the Virgin, except thou obey me and embrace my faith, I will torture thee with all manner of torture." She replied, "By Allah, though thou cut my flesh to bits I will not forswear the faith of Al-Islam. It may be Almighty Allah will bring me speedy relief, for he cloth even as he is fief, and the wise say, better body to scathe than a fellow in faith." Thereupon the old man called his eunuchs and women, saying, "Throw her down." So they threw her down and he ceased not to beat her with grievous beating, whilst she cried for help and no help came. Then she no longer implored aid but fell to saying, "Allah is my sufficiency, and he is indeed all-sufficient," till her groans ceased and her breath failed her and she fell into a fainting fit. Now when his heart was soothed by bashing her, he said to the eunuchs, "Drag her forth by the feet and cast her down in the kitchen, and give her nothing to eat." And after quietly sleeping that night, on the morrow the accursed old man sent for her and beat her again, after which he bade the castrator return her to her place. When the burning of the blows had cooled, she said, There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. Allah is my sufficiency and excellent is my guardian. And she called for succor upon our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 315th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Zumarad called for succor upon our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. Such was her case, but as regards Ali Shah, he ceased not sleeping till next day, when the bank quitted his brain and he opened his eyes and cried out, O Zumarad, but no one answered him. So he entered the saloon and found the empty air and the fane afar, FN number 291, whereby he knew that it was the Nazarene who had played him this trick. And he groaned and wept and lamented and again shed tears, repeating these couplets. O love, thou right instant in thy cruelest guise, here is my heart twixt fears and miseries, pity, O lords, a thrall who, felt on way of love, erst wealthy now a beggar lies. What profits Shah's art if, when the foe draw near, his bowstring snap her arrow, lies, and when griefs multiply on generous man and urge, what fort can fend from destinies? How much and much I warded parting, but when destiny descends she blinds her eyes. And when he had ended his verse, he sobbed with loud sobs and repeated also these couplets. In robes with honor sons of camp her footstep wandering lone, pines the poor mourner as she wins the stead where wont to wane she turns to resting place of tribe, and yearns thereon to view the spring camp lying desolate with ruins overstrown she stands and questions of the sight, but with a tongue of case the mount replies, there is no path that leads to union, none. 'Tis as the lightning flashy while bright glittered o'er the camp and died in darkling in no more to be forever shown. And he repented when repentance availed him naught, and wept and rent his raiment. Then he hent in hand 2 stones and went round about the city, beating his breast with the stones and crying O Zumarad, whilst the small boys flocked round him, calling out, a madman, a madman. And all who knew him wept for him, saying, This is such an one, what evil hath befallen him? Thus he continued doing all that day, and, when night darkens on him, he lay down in one of the city lanes and sleep till morning on the morrow. He went round about town with the stones till eventide, when he returned to his saloon to pass therein the night. Presently, one of his neighbours saw him, and this worthy old woman said to him, O my son, heaven give thee healing. How long hast thou been mad? And he answered her with these 2 couplets, FN number 292. They said, Thou ravest upon the person thou lovest. And I replied, the sweets of life are only from the mad. Drop the subject of my madness, and bring her upon whom I rave. If she cue my madness, do not blame me. So his old neighbour knew him for a lover who had lost his beloved, and said, There is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. O my son, I wish thou wouldest acquaint me with the tale of thine affliction. Peradventure Allah may enable me to help thee against it, if it so please him. So he told her all that had befallen him with Basim the Nazarene and his brother the wizard who had named himself Rashid al-Din, and, when she understood the whole case, she said, O my son, indeed thou hast excuse. And her eyes railed tears, and she repeated these 2 couplets. Enough for lovers in this world their ban and bane, by Allah, love and air in fire of sacrifice, for, sure, they died of love desire they never told chastely, and to this truth tradition testifies. FN number 293. And after she had finished her verse, she said, O my son, rise at once and buy me a crate, such as the jewel peddlers carry. Buy also bangles and seal rings and bracelets and earrings and other gewgaws wherein women delight, and grudge not the cash. Put all the stock into the crate and bring it to me, and I will set it on my head and go round about, in the guise of a huckstress, and make search for her in all the houses, till I happen on news of her, inshallah. So Ali Shah rejoiced in her words and kissed her hands. Then, going out, speedily brought her all she required, whereupon she rose and donned a patched gown and threw over her head a honey yellow veil, and took staff in hand and, with a basket on her head, began wandering about the passages and the houses. She ceased not to go from house to house and street to street and quarter to quarter, till Allah Almighty led her to the house of the accursed Rashid al-Din the Nazarene where, hearing groans within, she knocked at the door, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 316th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old woman heard groans within the house, she knocked at the door, whereupon a slave girl came down and opening to her, saluted her. Quoth the old woman, I have these trifles for sale, is there any one with you who will buy aught of them? Yes, answered the damsel and, carrying her indoors, made her sit down, whereupon all the slave girls came round her and each brought something of her. And as the old woman spoke them fair and was easy with them as to price, all rejoiced in her, because of her kind ways and pleasant speech. Meanwhile, she looked narrowly at the ins and outs of the place to see who it was she had heard groaning, till her glance fell on Zumurrud, when she knew her and she began to show her customers yet more kindness. At last she made sure that Zumurrud was laid prostrate, so she wept and said to the girls, O my children, how cometh yonder young lady in this plight? Then the slave girls told her all what had passed, adding, Indeed this matter is not of our choice, but our master commanded us to do thus, and he is now on the journey. She said, O my children, I have a favor to ask of you, and it is that you loose this unhappy damsel of her bonds, till you know of your lord's return, when do ye bind her again as she was, and you shall earn reward from the Lord of all creatures. We hear and obey, answered they, and at once loosing Zumurrud, gave her to eat and drink. Thereupon quoth the old woman, Would my leg had been broken, ere I entered your house. And she went up to Zumurrud and said to her, O my daughter, heaven keep thee safe, soon shall Allah bring thee relief. Then she privily told her that she came from her lord, Ali Shah, and agreed with her to be on the watch for sounds that night, saying, Thy lord will come and stand by the pavilion bench and whistle FN number 294 to thee, and when thou hearest him, do thou whistle back to him and let thyself down to him by a rope from the window, and he will take thee and go away with thee. So Zumurrud thanked the old woman, who went forth and returned to Ali Shah and told him what she had done, saying, Go this night, at midnight, to such a quarter, for the accursed Carl's house is there and its fashion is thus and thus. Stand under the window of the upper chamber and whistle, whereupon she will let herself down to thee, then do thou take her and carry her whither thou wilt. He thanked her for her good offices and with flowing tears repeated these couplets. Now with essays and saids FN number 295, no more vex me the chiding race, my heart is weary and I'm worn to bone by the disgrace, and tears a truthful legend FN number 296, with a long ascription chain of my desertion and distress the lineage can trace. O thou heart toll and free from dole and dolors I endure, cut short thy long persistency nor question of my case, a sweet-lipped one and soft of sides and cast in shapeliest mould hath stormed my heart with honeyed lure and honeyed words of grace. No rest my heart hath known since thou art gone, nor ever closed these eyes, nor patient sallow scape the hopes I dare to trace. Ye have abandoned me to be the pawn of vain desire, in squalid state twixt envies and thee who blame to face. As for forgetting you all of 'tis thing I never knew, nor in my thought shall ever pass a living thing but you. And when he ended his verses, he sighed and shed tears and repeated also these couplets. Divinely were inspired his words who brought me news of you, for brought he unto me a gift was music in mine ear, take he for gift, if him content, this sworn-out threadbare robe, my heart, which was in pieces torn when parting from my fate. He waited till night darkened and, when came the appointed time, He went to the quarter she had described to him and saw and recognized the Christian's house, so he sat down on the bench under the gallery. Presently drowsiness overcame him and he slept. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. For it was long since he had tasted sleep, by reason of the violence of his passion, and he became as one drunken with slumber. And while he was on this wise, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 317th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that while he lay asleep, behold, a certain thief, who had come out that night and prowled about the skirts of the city to steal somewhat, happened by the decree of destiny, on the Nazarene's house. He went round about it, but found no way of climbing up into it, and presently on his circuit he came to the bench, where he saw Ali Shah asleep, and stole his turband, and, as he was taking it suddenly Zumurrud looked out and seeing the thief standing in the darkness, shook him for her lord, whereupon she let herself down to him by the rope with a pair of saddle bags full of gold. Now when the robber saw that, he said to himself, This is a wondrous thing, and there must needs be some marvellous cause to it. Then he snatched up the saddle bags, and threw Zumurrud over his shoulders, and made off with both like the blinding lightning. Quoth she, Verily, the old woman told me that thou wast weak with illness on my account, and here thou art, stronger than a horse. He made her no reply, so she put her hand to his face and felt a beard like the broom of palm frond used for the hammam, FN number 297, as if he were a hog which had swallowed feathers and they had come out of his gullet, whereat she took fright and said to him, What art thou? O strumpet, answered he, I am the sharper Juan FN number 298, the Kurd, of the band of Al-Madal-Danaf. We are 40 sharpers, who will all piss our tallow into thy womb this night, from dusk to dawn. When she heard his words, she wept and beat her face, knowing that fate had gotten the better of her and that she had no resource but resignation and to put her trust in Allah Almighty. So she took patience and submitted herself to the ordinance of the Lord, saying, There is no God but the God. As often as we escape from one woe, we fall into a worse. Now the cause of Juan's coming thither was this. He had said to Calamity Ahmad, O sharper captain, FN number 299, I have been in this city before and know a cavern without the walls which will hold 40 souls. So I will go before you thither and set my mother therein. Then will I return to the city and steal somewhat for the luck of all of you and keep it till you come. So shall you be my guests and I will show you hospitality this day. Replied Ahmad al-Danaf, Do what thou wilt. So Juan went forth to the place before them and set his mother in the cave, but, as he came out he found a trooper lying asleep, with his horse picketed beside him, so he cut his throat and, taking his clothes and his charger and his arms, hid them with his mother in the cave, where also he tethered the horse. Then he betook himself to the city and prowled about, till he happened on the Christian's house and did with Ali Shah's turband and Zumurrud and her saddle bags as we have said. He ceased not to run, with Zumurrud on his back, till he came to the cavern, where he gave her in charge of his mother, saying, Keep thou watch over her till I return to thee at first dawn of day, and went his ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 318th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Kurdish Juan to his mother, Keep thou watch over her till I come back to thee at first dawn of day, and went his ways. Now Zumurrud said to herself, Why am I so heedless about saving my life, and wherefore I wait till these 40 men come? They will take their turns to board me, till they make me like a waterlogged ship at sea. Then she turned to the old woman, Juan's mother, and said to her, O my aunt, wilt thou not rise up and come without the cave, that I may louse thee in the sun? FN number 300, replied the old woman, By Allah, O my daughter, this long time have I been out of reach of the bath, for these hogs cease not to carry me from place to place. So they went without the coven, and Zumaride combed out her head hair and killed the lice on her locks, till the tickling soothed her and she fell asleep, whereupon Zumaride arose and, donning the clothes of the murdered trooper, girt her waist with his sword and covered her head with his turban, so that she became as she were a man. Then, mounting the horse after she had taken the saddle bags full of gold, she breathed a prayer, "O good protector, protect me, I adjure thee by the glory of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve," adding these words in thought, "If I return to the city belike one of the troopers folk will see me, and no good will befall me." So she turned her back on the town and rode forth into the wild and the waste. And she ceased not faring forth with her saddle-bags and the steed, eating of the growth of the earth and drinking of its waters, she and her horse, for 10 days, and, on the 11th, she came in sight of a city pleasant and secure from dread, and established in happy stead. Winter had gone from it with his cold showers, and Prime had come to it with his roses and orange blossoms and varied flowers, and its blooms were brightly blowing, its streams were merrily flowing, and its birds warbled coming and going. And she drew near the dwellings and would have entered the gate when she saw the troops and emirs and grandees of the place drawn up, whereat she marvelled seeing them in such unusual case, and said to herself, "The people of the city are all gathered at its gate, needs must there be a reason for this." Then she made towards them, but, as she drew near, the soldiery dashed forward to meet her and, dismounting all, kissed the ground between her hands and said, "Aid thee Allah, O our Lord the Sultan." Then the notables and dignitaries ranged themselves before her in double line, whilst the troops ordered the people in, saying, "Allah aid thee and make thy coming a blessing to the Muslims, O Sultan of all creatures. Allah establish thee, O King of the time and union pearl of the day and the tide." Asked Zumaride, "What aileth you, O people of this city?" And the head chamberlain answered, "Verily, he hath given to thee who is no niggard in his giving, and he hath been bountiful to thee and hath made thee Sultan of this city and ruler over the necks of all who are therein. For know thou it is the custom of the citizens, when their king deceaseth leaving no son, that the troops should sally forth to the suburbs and sojourn there 3 days, and whoever cometh from the quarter whence thou hast come, him they make king over them. So praised be Allah who hath sent us of the sons of the Turks a well-favoured man, for had a lesser than thou presented himself, he had been Sultan." Now Zumaride was clever and well advised in all she did, so she said, "Think not that I am of the common folk of the Turks. Nay, I am of the sons of the great, a man of condition, but I was wroth with my family, so I went forth and left them. See these saddle-bags full of gold which I have brought under me, that, by the way, I might give alms thereof to the poor and the needy." So they called down blessings upon her and rejoiced in her with exceeding joy, and she also joyed in them and said in herself, "Now that I have attained to this," and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 319th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth Zumaride to herself, now that I have attained to this case, haply Allah will reunite me with my Lord in this place, for he can do whatso he willeth." Then the troops escorted her to the city and, all dismounting, walked before her to the palace. Here she alighted, and the emirs and grandees, taking her under both armpits, FN number 301, carried her into the palace and seated her on the throne, after which they all kissed ground before her. And when duly enthroned she bade them open the treasuries and gave largesse to all the troops, who offered up prayers for the continuance of her reign, and all the townsfolk accepted her rule and all the lieges of the realm. Thus she abode a while bidding and forbinding, and all the people came to hold her in exceeding reverence and heartily to love her, by reason of her continence and generosity. For taxes she remitted, and prisoners she released, and grievances she redressed. But, as often as she bethought her of her Lord, she wept and besought Allah to reunite her and him, and one night, as she chanced to be thinking of him and calling to mind the days she had passed with him, her eyes ran over with tears, and she versified in these two couplets. My yearning for thee though long is fresh, and the tears which chafe these eyelids increase when I weep from the burn of love, for to love a severance is decease. FN number 302. And when she had ended her verse, she wiped away her tears, and repairing to the palace, betook herself to the harem, where she appointed to the slave girls and concubines separate lodgings and assigned them pensions and allowances, giving out that she was minded to live apart and devote herself to works of piety. So she applied herself to fasting and praying, till the emirs said, Verily this sultan is eminently devout, nor would she suffer any male attendants about her, save 2 little eunuchs to serve her. And on this wise she held the throne a whole year, during which time she heard no news of her lord, and failed to hit upon his traces, which was exceeding grievous to her. So, when her distress became excessive, she summoned her wazirs and chamberlains and bid them fetch architects and builders and make her in front of the palace a horse course, 1 parasan long and the like broad. They hastened to do her bidding, and lay out the place to her liking, and, when it was completed, she went down into it, and they pitched her there a great pavilion, wherein the chairs of the emirs were ranged in due order. Moreover, she bade them spread on the racing plain tables with all manners of rich meats, and when this was done she ordered the grandees to eat. So they ate, and she said to them, It is my will that, on seeing the new moon of each month, we do on this wise and proclaim in the city that no man shall open his shop, but that all our lieges shall come and eat of the king's banquet, and that whoso disobeyeth shall be hanged over his own door. FN number 303. So they did as she bade them, and ceased not so to do till the first new moon of the 2nd year appeared, when Zumarrad went down into the horse course, and the crier proclaimed aloud, saying, Ho, ye lieges and people one and all, whoso openeth store or shop or house shall straightway be hanged over his own door, for it behoveth you to come in a body and eat of the king's banquet. And when the proclamation became known, they laid the tables and the subjects came in hosts, so she bade them sit down at the trays and eat their fill of all the dishes. Accordingly they sat down, and she took place on her chair of state, watching them, whilst each who was at meat said to himself, Verily the king looketh at none save me. Then they fell to eating, and the emirs said to them, Eat and be not ashamed, for this pleaseth the king. So they ate their fill and went away, blessing the sovereign and saying, one to the other, Never in our days saw we a sultan who loved the poor as doth this sultan. And they wished him length of life. Upon this Zumarrad returned to her palace, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 320th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Queen Zumarrad returned to her palace, rejoicing in her device and saying to herself, Inshallah, I shall surely by this means happen on news of my lord Ali Shah. When the first day of the 2nd month came round, she did as before, and when they had spread the tables she came down from her palace and took place on her throne and commanded the lieges to sit down and fall to. Now as she sat on her throne, at the head of the tables, watching the people take their places company by company and one by one, behold, her eye fell on Basim, the Nazarene, who had bought the curtain of her lord, and she knew him and said in her mind, This is the first of my joy and the winning of my wish. Then Basim came up to the table and, sitting down with the rest to eat, espied a dish of sweet rice, sprinkled with sugar, but it was far from him, so he pushed up to it through the crowd and, putting out his hand to it, seized it and set it before himself. His next neighbor said to him, Why dost thou not eat of what is before thee? Is not this a disgrace to thee? How canst thou reach over for a dish which is distant from thee? Art thou not ashamed? Quoth Basim, I will eat of none save this same. Rejoined the other, Eat then, and Allah give thee no good of it. But another man, A hashish eater said, "Let him eat of it, that I may eat with him." Replied his neighbor, "O unluckiest of hashish eaters, this is no meat for thee, it is eating for emirs. Let it be, that it may return to those for whom it is meant and they eat it." But Basim heeded him not and took a mouthful of the rice and put it in his mouth, and was about to take a second mouthful when the queen, who was watching him, cried out to certain of her guards, saying, "Bring me yonder man with a dish of sweet rice before him, and let him not eat the mouthful he hath freed, but throw it from his hand." FN number 304. So 4 of the guards went up to Basim and hailed him along on his face, after throwing the mouthful of rice from his hand, and set him standing before Zumurrud, whilst all the people left eating and said to one another, "By Allah, he did wrong in not eating of the food meant for the likes of him." Quoth one, "For me I was content with this porridge." FN number 305, which is before me. And the hashish eater said, "Praised be Allah who hindered me from eating of the dish of sugared rice, for I expected it to stand before him and was waiting only for him to have his enjoyment of it, to eat with him, when the befell him what we see." And the general said, one to other, "Wait till we see what shall befall him." Now as they brought him before Queen Zumurrud, she cried, "Woe to thee, O Blue Eyes! What is thy name and why comest thou to our country?" But the accursed called himself out of his name, having a white turban. FN number 306, on, and answered, "O king, my name is Ali, I work as a weaver and I came hither to trade." Quoth Zumurrud, "Bring me a table of sand and a pen of brass." And when they brought her what she sought, she took the sand and the pen, and struck a geomantic figure in the likeness of a baboon. Then, raising her head, she looked hard at Basim for an hour or so and said to him, "O dog, how darest thou lie to kings? Art thou not a Nazarene, Basim by name, and comest thou not hither in quest of somewhat? Speak the truth, or by the glory of the Godhead, I will strike off thy head." At this Basim was confounded, and the emirs and bystanders said, "Verily, this king understandeth geomancy, blessed be he who hath gifted him." Then she cried out upon the Christian and said, "Tell me the truth, or I will make an end of thee." Basim replied, "Pardon, O king of the age, thou art right as regards the table, for the far one FN number 307. Is indeed a Nazarene, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 321st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king," that Basim replied, "Pardon, O king of the age, thou art right as regards the table, for thy slave is indeed a Nazarene." Whereupon all present, gentle and simple, wondered at the king's skill in hitting upon the truth by geomancy, and said, "Verily this king is a diviner, whose like there is not in the world." Thereupon Queen Zumurrud bade flay the Nazarene and stuff his skin with straw and hang it over the gate of the racecourse. Moreover, she commanded to dig a pit without the city and burn therein his flesh and bones and throw over his ashes offal and order. "We hear and obey," answered they, and did with him all she bade. And, when the folk saw what had befallen the Christian, they said, "Serve him right, but what an unlucky mouthful was that for him." And another said, "Be the far one's wife divorced. If this vow be broken, never again to the end of my days will I eat of sugared rice." And the hashish eater cried, "Praised be Allah, who spared me this fellow's fate by saving me from eating of that same rice." Then they all went out, holding it henceforth unlawful to sit over against the dish of sweet rice as the Nazarene had sat. Now when the first day of the 3rd month came, they laid the tables according to custom, and covered them with dishes and chargers, and Queen Zumurrud came down and sat on her throne, with her guards in attendance, as of wont, in awe of her dignity and majesty. Then the townsfolk entered as before and went round about the tables, looking for the place of the dish of sweet rice, and quoth one to another, "Hark ye, O Haji FN number 308, Caliph," and the other answered, "At thy service, O Haji Khalid." Said Khalid, "Avoid the dish of sweet rice and look thou eat not thereof, for, if thou do, by early morning thou will be hanged." FN number 309. Then they sat down to meat around the table, and, as they were eating, Queen Zumarrid chanced to look from her throne and saw a man come running in through the gate of the horse course, and having considered him attentively, she knew him for Joan, the Kurdish thief who murdered the trooper. Now the cause of his coming was this: when he left his mother, he went to his comrades and said to them, "I did good business yesterday, for I slew a trooper and took his horse. Moreover, there fell to me last night a pair of saddle bags, full of gold, and a young lady worth more than the money in pouch, and I have left all that with my mother in the cave." At this they rejoiced and repaired to the cavern at nightfall, whilst Joan the Kurd walked in front and the rest behind, he wishing to bring them the booty of which he had boasted. But he found the place clean empty and questioned his mother, who told him all that had befallen her, whereupon he bit his hands for regret and exclaimed, "By Allah, I will assuredly make search for the harlot and take her, wherever she is, though it be in the shell of a pistachio nut." FN number 310, and quench my malice on her. So he went forth in quest of her and ceased not journeying from place to place, till he came to Queen Zumarrid's city. On entering he found the town deserted and, inquiring of some women whom he saw looking from the windows, they told him that it was the Sultan's custom to make a banquet for the people on the first of each month, and that all the lieges were bound to go and eat of it. Furthermore, the women directed him to the racing ground, where the feast was spread. So he entered at a shuffling trot, and, finding no place empty, save that before the dish of sweet rice already noticed, shook his seat right opposite it and stretched out his hand towards the dish, whereupon the folk cried out to him, saying, "O a brother, what wouldst thou do?" Quoth he, "I would eat my fill of this dish." Rejoined one of the people, "If thou eat of it thou wilt assuredly find thyself hanged tomorrow morning." But Joan said, "Hold thy tongue and talk not so unpleasantly." Then he stretched out his hand to the dish and drew it to him, but it so chanced that the hashish eater of whom we have spoken was sitting by him, and when he saw him take the dish, the fumes of the hashish left his head and he fled from his place and sat down afar off, saying, "I will have nothing to do with yonder dish." Then Joan the Kurd put out his hand, which was very like a raven's claws, FN number 311, scooped up therewith half the dishful and drew out his nieve as it were a camel's hoof, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 322nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Joan the Kurd drew his nieve from the dish as it were a camel's hoof and rolled the lump of rice in the palm of his hand, till it was like a big orange, and threw it ravenously into his mouth, and it rolled down his gullet, with a rumble like thunder, and the bottom of the deep dish appeared where said mouthful had been. Thereupon quoth to him one sitting by his side, "Praise be Allah for not making me meat between thy hands, for thou hast cleared the dish at a single mouthful." And quoth the hashish eater, "Let him eat, methinks he hath a hanging face." Then, turning to Joan, he added, "Eat and Allah give thee small good of it." So Joan put out his hand again and taking another mouthful, was rolling it in his palm like the first, when behold, the queen cried out to the guards saying, "Bring me yonder man in haste and let him not eat the mouthful in his hand." So they ran and seizing him as he hung over the dish, brought him to her, and set him in her presence, whilst the people exulted over his mishap, and said one to the other, "Serve him right, for we warned him, but he would not take warning. Verily, this place is bound to be the death of whoso sitteth therein, and yonder rice bringeth doom to all who eat of it." Then said Queen Zumarrid to Joan, "What is thy name and trade, and wherefore comest thou to our city?" Answered he, "O our lord the Sultan, my name is Uthman, I work as a gardener and am come hither in quest of somewhat I have lost." Quoth Zumarrid, "Here with a table of sand." So they brought it, and she took the pen and drawing a geomantic scheme, considered it a while, then raising her head, exclaimed, Woe to thee, thou loser! How darest thou lie to kings? This sound telleth me that of a truth thy name is Joan the Curd, and that thou art by trade a robber, taking men's goods in the way of unright, and slaying those whom Allah hath forbidden to slay save for just cause. And she cried out upon him, saying, O hog, tell me the truth of thy case, or I will cut off thy head on the spot. Now when he heard these words, he turned yellow and his teeth chattered. Then, deeming that he might save himself by truth-telling, he replied, O king, thou sayest sooth, but I repent at thy hands henceforth and turn to Allah Almighty. She answered, It were not lawful for me to leave a pest in the way of Muslims, and cried to her guards, Take him and skin him and do with him as last month ye did by his like. They obeyed her commandment, and, when the hashish eater saw the soldiers seize the man, he turned his back upon the dish of rice, saying, 'Tis a sin to present my face to thee. And after they had made an end of eating, they dispersed to the several homes, and Zumarrad returned to her palace and dismissed her attendants. Now when the 4th month came round, they went to the racecourse and made the banquet, according to custom, and the folk sat awaiting leave to begin. Presently Queen Zumarrad entered and, sitting down on her throne, looked at the tables and saw that room for 4 people was left void before the dish of rice, at which she wondered. Now as she was looking around, behold, she saw a man come trotting in at the gate of the horse course, and he stayed not till he stood over the food trays, and, finding no room save before the dish of rice, shook his seat there. She looked at him, and knowing him for the accursed Christian who called himself Rashid al-Din, said in her mind, How blessed is this device of the food, FN number 312, into whose toils this infidel hath fallen. Now the cause of his coming was extraordinary, and it was on this wise. When he returned from his travels, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 323rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the accursed, who had called himself Rashid al-Din, returned from travel, his household informed him that Zumarrad was missing, and with her a pair of saddle bags full of money. On hearing which ill tidings he rent his raiment and buffeted his face and plucked out his beard. Then he dispatched his brother Basim in quest of her to lands adjoining, and, when he was weary of awaiting news of him, he went forth himself to seek for him and for the girl. When his fate led him to the city of Zumarrad, he entered it on the 1st day of the month, and finding the streets deserted and the shops shut and women idling at the windows, he asked them the reason why, and they told him that the king made a banquet on the 1st of each month for the people, all of whom were bound to attend it, nor might any abide in his house or shop that day, and they directed him to the racing plain. So he betook himself thither and found the people crowding about the food, and there was never a place for him save in front of the rice dish now well known. Here then he sat and put forth his hand to eat thereof, whereupon Zumarrad cried out to her guards, saying, Bring me him who sitteth over against the dish of rice. So they knew him by what had before happened, and laid hands on him and brought him before Queen Zumarrad, who said to him, Out on thee! What is thy name and trade, and what bringeth thee to our city? Answered he, O King of the age, my name is Rustam FN number 313, and I have no occupation, for I am a poor dervish. Then said she to her attendants, Bring me table of sand and pen of brass. So they brought her what she sought, as of wont, and she took the pen and made the dots which formed the figure and considered it a while. Then, raising her head to Rashid al-Din, she said, O dog, how darest thou lie to kings? Thy name is Rashid al-Din the Nazarene, thou art outwardly a Muslim, but a Christian at heart, and thine occupation is to lay snares for the slave girls of the Muslims and make them captives. Speak the truth, or I will smite off thy head. He hesitated and stammered, then replied, Thou sayest sooth, O king of the age. Whereupon she commanded to throw him down and give him 100 blows with a stick on each sole and 1,000 stripes with a whip on his body, after which she bade flay him and stuff his skin with herds of the flax and dig a pit without the city, wherein they should burn his corpse and cast on his ashes offland order. They did as she bade them, and she gave the people leave to eat. So they ate, and when they had eaten their fill they went their ways, while Queen Zumaride returned to her palace, saying, I thank Allah for solacing my heart of those who wronged me. Then she praised the Creator of the earth and the heavens and repeated these couplets. They ruled a while and theirs was harsh tyrannic rule, but soon that rule went by as though it never were, if just they had won justice, but they sinned, and so the world collected all its bane for them to bear. So died they, and the case's tongue declares aloud, this is for that so of the world your blaming spare. And when her verse was ended she called to mind her Lord Ali Shah and wept flowing tears, but presently recovered herself and said, Haply Allah, who hath given mine enemies into my hand, will vouchsafe me the speedy return of my beloved, and she begged forgiveness of Allah, be he extolled and exalted. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 324th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen begged forgiveness of Allah, be he extolled and exalted, and said, Haply he will vouchsafe me speedy reunion with my beloved Ali Shah, for he can do what he willeth and to his servants showeth grace, ever mindful of the case. Then she praised Allah and again besought forgiveness of him, submitting herself to the decrees of destiny, assured that each beginning hath his end, and repeating the saying of the poet. Take all things easy, for all worldly things in Allah's hand are ruled by destiny, ne'er shall befall thee aught of things forbidden, nor what is bidden e'er shall fail to thee. And what another saith, roll up thy days FN number 314, and easy shall they roll through life, nor haunt the house of grief and dole, full many a thing, which is all hard to find, next hour shall bring thee to delight thy soul. And what a third saith, FN number 315. Be mild what time through right ta'en with anger and despite and patient, if the falls fortune on thy head. Indeed, the nights are quick and great with child by time, and of all wondrous things are hourly brought to bed. And what a fourth saith, take patience which breeds good, if patience thou can learn, be calm soured, scaping anguish draughts that gripened bran. Know, that if patience with good grace thou dare refuse, with ill-graced patience thou shalt bear what wrote the ben. After which she abode thus another whole month's space, judging the folk and bidding and forbidding by day, and by night weeping and bewailing her separation from her lord Ali Shah. On the first day of the 5th month, she bade them spread the banquet on the race plain, according to custom, and sat down at the head of the tables, whilst the lieges awaited the signal to fall to, leaving the place before the dish of rice vacant. She sat with eyes fixed upon the gate of the horse course, noting all who entered and saying in her soul, O thou who restoredst Joseph to Jacob and didst away the sorrows of Job, FN number 316, vouchsafe of thy might and thy majesty to restore me my Lord Ali Shah, for thou over all things art omnipotent, O Lord of the worlds. O guide of those who go astray. O hearer of those that cry. O answerer of those who pray, answer thou my prayer, O Lord of all creatures. Now hardly had she made an end of her prayer and supplication when behold, she saw entering the gate of the horse plain a young man, in shape like a willow branch, the comeliest of youths and the most accomplished, save that his face was wan and his form wasted by weariness. Now as he entered and came up to the tables, he found no seat vacant save that over against the dish of sweet rice, so he sat down there, and, when Zumaride looked upon him, her heart fluttered and, observing him narrowly, she knew him for her lord Ali Shah, and was like to have cried out for joy, but restrained herself, fearing disgrace before the folk and, albeit her bowels yearned over him and her heart beat wildly, she hid what she felt. Now the cause of his coming thither was on this wise. After he fell asleep upon the bench and Zumaride let herself down to him, and when the courage seized her, he presently awoke and found himself lying with his head bare, so he knew that some one had come upon him and had robbed him of his turband whilst he slept. So he spoke the saying which shall never shame its sayer, and which is, Verily, we are Allah's and to him are we returning. And, going back to the old woman's house, knocked at the door. She came out and he wept before her, till he fell down in a fainting fit. Now when he came to himself, he told her all that had passed, and she blamed him and chid him for his foolish doings, saying, Verily thine affliction and calamity come from thyself. And she gave not over approaching him, till the blood streamed from his nostrils and he again fainted away. When he recovered from his swoon, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 325th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ali Shah recovered from his swoon, he saw the old woman bewailing his griefs and weeping over him, so he complained of his hard lot and repeated these two couplets. How bitter to friends is a parting, and a meeting how sweet to the lover. Allah join all the lovers he parteth, and save me who have loved ne'er recover. FN number 317. The old woman mourned over him and said to him, Sit here, whilst I go in quest of news for thee and return to thee in haste. To hear is to obey, answered he. So she left him on her good errand and was absent till midday, when she returned and said to him, O Ali, I fear me thou must die in thy grief, thou wilt never see thy beloved again save on the bridge Al-Sirat, FN number 318, for the people of the Christian's house, when they arose in the morning, found the window giving on the garden torn from its hinges and Zumaride missing, and with her a pair of saddle bags full of the Christian's money. And when I came thither, I saw the chief of police standing at the door, he and his many, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Now, as Ali Shah heard these words, the light in his sight was changed to the darkness of night, and he despaired of life and made sure of death, nor did he leave weeping, till he lost his senses. When he revived, love and longing were sore upon him, the befell him a grievous sickness, and he kept his house a whole year, during which the old woman ceased not to bring him doctors and ply him with tisines and diet drinks and make him savoury broths till, after the 12-month ended, his life returned to him. Then he recalled what had passed and repeated these couplets. Severance grief nigh most, union done to death, down railing teardrops, heart fire tortureth. Redoubleth bine in one that hath no peace for love and wake and woe he suffereth. O Lord, if there be thing to joy my soul, deign thou bestow it while I breathe my breath. When the second year began, the old woman said to him, O my son, all this thy weeping and wailing will not bring thee back thy mistress. Rise, therefore, gird the loins of resolution and seek for her in the lands, peradventure thou shalt light on some news of her. And she ceased not to exhort and hearten him, till he took courage and she carried him to the hammam. Then she made him drink strong wine and eat white meats, and thus she did with him for a whole month, till he regained strength, and setting out journeyed without ceasing till he arrived at Zumaride's city, where he went to the horse course, and sat down before the dish of sweet rice and put out his hand to eat of it. Now when the folk saw this, they were concerned for him and said to him, O young man, eat not of that dish, for whoso eateth thereof, misfortune befalleth him. Answered he, Leave me to eat of it, and let them do with me what they will, so haply shall I be at rest from this wearying life. Accordingly he ate a first mouthful, and Zumaride was minded to have him brought before her, but then she bethought her that belike he was an hungry, and said to herself, It were proper to let him eat his fill. So he went on eating, whilst the folk looked at him in astonishment, waiting to see what would betide him, and, when he had satisfied himself, Zumaride said to certain of her eunuchry, Go to yonder youth who eateth of the rice, and bring him to me in courteous guise, saying, Answer the summons of the king who would have a word with thee on some slight matter. They replied, We hear and obey, and going straightways up to Ali Shah, said to him, O my lord, be pleased to answer the summons of the king, and let thy heart be at ease. Quoth he, hearkening and obedience, and followed the eunuchs, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 326th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ali Shah rejoined, hearkening and obedience, and followed the eunuchs, whilst the people said to one another, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. I wonder what the king will do with him. And others said, He will do him naught but good, for had he intended to harm him, he had not suffered him to eat his fill. Now when the castratos set him in presence of Zumarrid, he saluted and kissed the earth before her, whilst she returned his salutation and received him with honour. Then she asked him, What may be thy name and trade, and what brought thee to our city? And he answered, O king, my name is Ali Shah, I am of the sons of the merchants of Khorasan, and the cause of my coming hither is to seek for a slave girl whom I have lost, for she was dearer to me than my hearing and my seeing, and indeed my soul cleaveth to her, since I lost her, and such is my tale. So saying he wept, till he swooned away, whereupon she bade them sprinkle rose water on his face, which they did till he revived, when she said, Here with the table of sand and the brass pen. So they brought them, and she took the pen and struck a geomantic scheme which she considered a while, and then cried, Thou hast spoken sooth, Allah will grant thee speedy reunion with her, so be not troubled. Upon this she commanded her head chamberlain to carry him to the bath, and afterwards to clothe him in a handsome suit of royal apparel, and mount him on one of the best of the king's horses, and finally bring him to the palace at the last of the day. So the chamberlain, after saying, I hear and I obey, shook him away, whilst the folk began to say to one another, What maketh the king deal thus courteously with yonder youth? And quoth one, Did I not tell you that he would do him no hurt? For he is fair of aspect, and this I knew, ever since the king suffered him to eat his fill. And each said his say, after which they all dispersed and went their ways. As for Zumarrid, she thought the night would never come, that she might be alone with the beloved of her heart. As soon as it was dark, she withdrew to her sleeping chamber and made her attendants think her overcome with sleep, and it was her wont to suffer none to pass the night with her save those two little eunuchs who waited upon her. After a while, when she had composed herself, she sent for her dear Ali Shah and sat down upon the bed, with candles burning over her head and feet, and hanging lamps of gold lighting up the place like the rising sun. When the people heard of her sending for Ali Shah, they marvelled thereat, and each man thought his thought and said his say, but one of them declared, At all events the king is in love with this young man, and tomorrow he will make him generalissimo of the army. FN number 319. Now when they brought him into her, he kissed the ground between her hands and called down blessings her, and she said in her mind, There is no help for it but that I jest with him a while, before I make myself known to him. FN number 320. Then she asked him, O Ali, say me, hast thou been to the hammam? FN number 321. And he answered, Yes, O my lord. Quoth she, Come, eat of this chicken and meat, and drink of this wine and sherbet of sugar, for thou art weary, and after that come thou hither. I hear and I obey, replied he, and did as she commanded him do. Now when he had made an end of eating and drinking, she said to him, Come up with me on the couch and shampoo FN number 322, my feet. So he fell to rubbing feet and kneading calves, and found them softer than silk. Then said she, Go higher with the massage, and he, Pardon me, O my lord, to the knee but no farther. Whereupon quoth she, Durst thou disobey me? It shall be an ill-omened night for thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 327th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zumarrid cried to her lord, Ali Shah, durst thou disobey me? It shall be an ill-omened night for thee. Nay, but it behoveth thee to do my bidding, and I will make thee my minion and appoint thee one of my emirs. Asked Ali Shah, And in what must I do thy bidding, O king of the age? And she answered, Doff thy trousers and lie down on thy face. Quoth he, That is a thing in my life I never did, and if thou force me thereto, verily I will accuse thee thereof before Allah on resurrection day. Take everything thou hast given me and let me go from thy city. And he wept and lamented, but she said, Doff thy trousers and lie down on thy face, or I will strike off thy head. So he did as she bade him, and she mounted upon his back, and he felt what was softer than silk and smoother than cream, and said in himself, Of a truth, this king is nicer than all the women. Now for a time she abode on his back, then she turned over on the bed, and he said to himself, Praise be Allah! It seemeth his yard is not standing. Then said she, O Ali, it is of the want of my prickle that it standeth not, except they rub it with their hands. So, come, rub it with thy hand, till it be at stand, else will I slay thee. So saying, she lay down on her back, and taking his hand, set it to her parts, and he found these same parts softer than silk, white, plumply rounded, protuberant, resembling for heat the hot room of the bath, or the heart of a lover whom love-longing hath wasted. Quoth Ali in himself, Verily, our king hath a cointy, this is indeed a wonder of wonders. And let's get hold on him. And his yard rose and stood upright to the utmost of its height, which when Zumarrid saw, she burst out laughing, and said to him, O my lord, all this happeneth, and yet thou knowest me not. He asked, And who art thou, O king? And she answered, I am thy slave girl Zumarrid. Now when as he knew this, and was certified that she was indeed his very slave girl, Zumarrid, he kissed her and embraced her, and threw himself upon her as the lion upon the lamb. Then he sheathed his steel rod in her scabbard, and ceased not to play the porter at her door, and the preacher in her pulpit, and the priest FN number 323, at her prayer niche, whilst she with him ceased not from inclination and prostration, and rising up and sitting down, accompanying her ejaculations of praise and of glory to Allah, with passionate movements and wrigglings and claspings of his member FN number 324, and other amorous gestures, till the two little eunuchs heard the noise. So they came, and peeping from behind the curtains saw the king lying on his back, and upon him Ali Shah, thrusting and slashing whilst she puffed and blew and wriggled. Quoth they, Verily, this be no man's wriggle, belike this king is a woman. FN number 325, but they concealed their affair and discovered it to none. And when the morrow came, Zumarrid summoned all the troops and the lords of the realm, and said to them, I am minded to journey to this man's country, so choose you a viceroy, who shall rule over you till I return to you. And they answered, We hear and we obey. Then she applied herself to making ready the wants of the way, to wit provant and provender, monies and rarities for presents, camels and mules and so forth, after which she set out from her city with Ali Shah, and they ceased not faring on, till they arrived at his native place, where he entered its house and gave many gifts to his friends, and alms and largesse to the poor. And Allah vouchsafed him children by her, and they both lived the gladdest and happiest of lives, till there came to them the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies, and the garnerer of graves. And glorified be he the Eternal without cease, and praised be he in every case. And amongst other tales they tell one of the loves of Jubayr bin Umayr and the Lady Buda. It is related that the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, was uneasy FN number 326, one night, and could not sleep, so that he ceased not to toss from side to side for very restlessness, till, Growing weary of this, he called Masrur and said to him, "Ho, Masrur, find me someone who may solace me in this my wakefulness." He answered, "O Prince of true believers, wilt thou walk in the palace garden and divert thyself with the sight of its blooms and gaze upon the stars and constellations and note the beauty of their ordinance and the moon among them rising in sheen over the water?" Quoth the Caliph, "O Masrur, my heart inclineth not to aught of this." Quoth he, "O my lord, there are in thy palace 300 concubines, each of whom hath her separate chamber. Do thou bid all and every retire into her own apartment, and then do thou go thy rounds and amuse thyself with gazing on them without their knowledge." The Caliph replied, "O Masrur, the palace is my palace and the girls are my property, furthermore my soul inclineth not to aught of this." Then Masrur rejoined, "O my lord, summon the doctors of law and religion and the sages of science and poets, and bid them contend before thee in argument and disputation and recite to thee songs and verses and tell thee tales and anecdotes." Replied the Caliph, "My soul inclineth not to aught of this." And Masrur rejoined, "O my lord, bid pretty boys and the wits and the cup companions attend thee and solace thee with witty sallies." "O Masrur," ejaculated the Caliph, "indeed my soul inclineth not to aught of this." Then, "O my lord," cried Masrur, "strike off my head." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 328th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Masrur cried out to the Caliph, "O my lord, strike off my head, haply that will dispel thine unease and do away the restlessness that is upon thee." So Al-Rashid laughed at his saying and said, "See which of the boon companions is at the door." Thereupon he went out and returning, said, "O my lord, he who sits without is Ali bin Mansur of Damascus, the wag. FN number 327, bring him to me," quoth Harun, and Masrur went out and returned with Ibn Mansur, who said, on entering, "Peace be with thee, O Commander of the Faithful." The Caliph returned his salutation and said to him, "O Ibn Mansur, tell us some of thy stories." Said the other, "O Commander of the Faithful, shall I tell thee what I have seen with my eyes or what I have only heard tell?" Replied the Caliph, "If thou have seen aught worth telling, let us hear it, for hearing is not like seeing." Said Ibn Mansur, "O Commander of the Faithful, lend me thine ear and thy heart." And he answered, "O Ibn Mansur, behold, I am listening to thee with mine ears and looking at thee with mine eyes and attending to thee with my heart." So Ibn Mansur began, "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, that I receive a yearly allowance from Muhammad bin Sulaiman al-Hashimi, Sultan of Basora. So I went to him once upon a time, as usual, and found him ready to ride out hunting and birding. I saluted him and he returned my salute, and said, 'O son of Mansur, mount and come with us to the chase.' But I said, 'O my lord, I can no longer ride, so do thou station me in the guest house and give thy chamberlains and lieutenants charge over me.' And he did so and departed for his sport. His people entreated me with the utmost honor and entertained me with the greatest hospitality, but said I to myself, 'By Allah, it is a strange thing that for so long I have been in the habit of coming from Baghdad to Basora, yet know no more of this town than from palace to garden and from garden to palace. When shall I find an occasion like this to view the different parts and quarters of Basora? I will rise forthwith and walk forth alone and divert myself and digest what I have eaten.' Accordingly I donned my richest dress and went out a-walking about Basora. Now it is known to thee, O Commander of the Faithful, that it hath 70 streets, each 70 leagues FN number 328, long, the measure of Iraq, and I lost myself in its by streets and thirst overcame me. Presently, as I went along, O Prince of True Believers, behold, I came to a great door, whereon were 2 rings of brass, FN number 329, with curtains of red brocade drawn before it. and on neither side of the door was a stone bench, and over it was a trellis, covered with a creeping vine that hung down and shaded the doorway. I stood still to gaze upon the place, and presently heard a sorrowful voice, proceeding from a heart which did not rejoice, singing melodiously and chanting these cinquains. My body bides the sad abode of grief and malady, caused by a fawn whose land and home are in a far country. O ye two zephyrs of the world which cause such pain in me, by Allah, Lord of you. To him my heart's desire, go ye and chide him, so perchance ye soften him, I pray. And tell us all his words if he to hear your speech shall deign, and unto him the tidings bear of lovers twixt you twain, and both vouchsafe to render me a service free and fain, and lay my case before him, showing how I e'er complain, and say, what ails thy bounder thrall this wise to drive away? Without a fault committed and without a sin to show, or heart that leans to other wight, or would thy love forego, or treason to our plighted troth, or causing thee a throe? And if he smile, then say it twain in accents soft and low, and thou to him a meeting granted be the kindest way. For he is gone distraught for thee, as well indeed. He might his eyes are wakeful, and he weeps and wails the livelong night. If seem he satisfied by this, why then 'tis well and right. But if he show an angry face, and treat ye with despite, trick him, and naught we know of him, I beg you both to say. Quoth I to myself, verily, if the owner of this voice be fair, she conjoineth beauty of person and eloquence and sweetness of voice. Then I drew near the door, and began raising the curtain little by little, when lo! I beheld a damsel, white as a full moon when it mooneth on its 14th night, with joined eyebrows twain and languorous lids of e'en, breasts like pomegranates twin and dainty, lips like double carnelian, a mouth as it were the seal of Solomon, and teeth ranged in a line that played with the reason of priser and rhymer, even as saith the poet. O pearly mouth of friend, who set those pretty pearls in line, and filled thee full of whitest chamomile and reddest wine, who lent the morning glory in thy smile to shimmer and shine, who with the true be padlocked ere thy lips to seal and sign, who looks on thee at early moon with stress of joy and bliss, goes mad for aye, what then of him who wins a kiss of thine? FN number 330. And as saith another, O pearl-set mouth of friend, pity poor Ruby's cheek, boast not o'er one who owns thee, union and unique. In brief, she comprised all varieties of loveliness, and was a seduction to men and women, nor could the gazer satisfy himself with the sight of her charms, for she was as the poet hath said of her. When comes she, slays she, and when back he turns, she makes all men regard with loving eyes, a very sun, a very moon. But still from hurt and harmful ills her nature flies. Opes Eden's garden when she shows herself, and full moon see we o'er her necklace rise. How as I was looking at her through an opening of the curtain, behold, she turned, and, seeing me standing at the door, said to her handmaid, see who is at the door. So the slave girl came up to me and said, O Sheikh, hast thou no shame, or do impudent airs suit hoary hairs? Quoth I, O my mistress, I confess to the hoary hairs, but as for impudent airs, I think not to be guilty of unmannerliness. Then the mistress broke in, and what can be more unmannerly than to intrude thyself upon a house other than thy house, and gaze on a harem other than thy harem? I pleaded, O my lady, I have an excuse, and when she asked, and what is thine excuse? I answered, I am a stranger and so thirsty that I am well nigh dead of thirst. She rejoined, we accept thine excuse, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 329th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young lady rejoined, we accept thine excuse, and calling one of her slave maids, said to her, O Lutf, FN number 331, give him to drink in the golden tankard. So she brought me a tankard of red gold, set with pearls and gems of price, full of water mingled with virgin musk and covered with a napkin of green silk, and I addressed myself to drink and was long about my drinking, for I stole glances at her the while, till I could prolong my stay no longer. Then I returned the tankard to the girl, but did not offer to go, and she said to me, "O Sheikh, wend thy way." But I said, "O my lady, I am troubled in mind." She asked me for what? And I answered, for the turns of time and the change of things. Replied she, "Well mayst thou be troubled thereat, for time breedeth wonders. But what hast thou seen of the such surprises that thou shouldst muse upon them?" Quoth I was thinking of the whilom owner of this house, for he was my intimate in his lifetime. Asked she, what was his name? And I answered, Muhammad bin Ali the jeweler, and he was a man of great wealth. "Tell me, did he leave any children?" Said she, "Yes, he left a daughter, Buda by name, who inherited all his wealth." Quoth I, "Meseemeth thou art his daughter?" "Yes," answered she, laughing, then added, "O Sheikh, thou best talked long enough, now wend thy ways." Replied I, "Needest must I go, but I see thy charms are changed by being out of health, so tell me thy case, it may be Allah will give thee comfort at my hands." Rejoined she, "O Sheikh, if thou be a man of discretion, I will discover to thee my secret, but first tell me who thou art, that I may know whether thou art worthy of confidence or not, for the poet saith, FN number 332, "None keepeth a secret but a faithful person, with the best of mankind remaineth concealed." I have kept my secret in a house with a lock, whose key is lost and whose door is sealed. Thereto I replied, "O my lady, and thou wouldest know who I am. I am Ali bin Mansour of Damascus, the Wag, cup companion to the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid." Now when she heard my name, she came down from her seat and saluting me, said, "Welcome, O Ibn Mansour. Now will I tell thee my case and entrust thee with my secret. I am a lover separated from her beloved." I answered, "O my lady, thou art fair and shouldest be on love terms with none but the fair. Whom then dost thou love?" Quoth she, "I love Jubayr bin Amir al-Shaybani, Emir of the Banu Shayban, FN number 333, and she described to me a young man than whom there was no prettier fellow in Basora." I asked, "O my lady, have interviews or letters passed between you?" And she answered, "Yes, but our love was tongue love souls, not heart and soul's love, for he kept not his trust nor was he faithful to his troth." Said I, "O my lady, and what was the cause of your separation?" And she replied, "I was sitting one day whilst my handmaid here combed my hair. When she had made an end of combing it, she plaited my dresses, and my beauty and loveliness charmed her, so she bent over me and kissed my cheek." FN number 334. At that moment he came in unawares, and, seeing the girl kiss my cheek, straightways turned away in anger, vowing eternal separation and repeating these two couplets. "If I never share in the thing I love, I abandon my love and live lorn of love. My beloved is worthless if aught she will, save that which her lover doth most approve. And from the time he left me to this present hour, O Ibn Mansour, he hath neither written to me nor answered my letters." Quoth I, "And what purposes thou to do?" Quoth she, "I have a mind to send him a letter by thee. If thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have of me 500 gold pieces, and if not, then 100 for thy trouble in going and coming." I answered, "Do what seemeth good to thee, I hear and I obey thee." Whereupon she called to one of her slave girls, "Bring me ink case and paper," and she wrote thereon these couplets. "Beloved, why this strangeness, why this hate? When shall thy pardon reunite us two? Why dost thou turn from me in severance? Thy face is not the face I am wont to know. Yes, slanderers falsed my words, and thou to them inclining, madest spite and envy grow, and hast believed their tale. The heavens forbid now thou believe it when dost better bow. By thy life tell what hath reached thine ear. Thou know'st what said they, and so justice show. And it be true I spoke the words, my words admit interpreting and change allow. Given that the words of Allah were revealed, folk changed the Torah. FN number 335, and still changing go. What slanders told they of mankind before? Jacob heard Joseph blamed by tongue of foe. Ye, for myself and slanderer, and thee an awful day of reckoning there shall be. Then she sealed the letter and gave it to me, and I took it and carried it to the house of Jubayr bin Umayr, whom I found absent hunting. So I sat down to wait for him, and behold, he returned from the chase, and when I saw him, O Prince of true believers, come riding up, my wit was confounded by his beauty and grace. As soon as he sighted me sitting at the house door, he dismounted and coming up to me embraced me and saluted me, and meseemed I embraced the world and all therein. Then he carried me into his house and, seating me on his own couch, called for food. They brought a table of carlange wood of Khorasan with feet of gold, whereon were all manners of meats, fried and roasted and the like. So I seated myself at the table and examining it with care found these couplets engraved upon it. FN number 336. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 330th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ali son of Mansur continued. So I seated myself at the table of Jubayr bin Umayr al-Shaybani and, examining it with care, found these couplets engraved upon it. On these which once were chicks, your morning glances fix, late dwellers in the mansion of the cup, now nearly eaten up. Let tears bedew the memory of that stew, those partridges, once roast, now lost. The daughters of the grouse in plaintive strain bear mourn, and still bear mourn, and mourn again. The children of the fry, we lately saw half smothered in pillow with buttery mutton fritters smoking by. Alas! My heart, the fish, who filled his dish with flaky form in varying colours spread on the round pastry cake of household bread. Heaven sent us that kebab, for no one could, save heaven he should rob, produce a thing so excellently good, or give us roasted meat with basting oil so savourily replete. But, oh, mine appetite, alas, for thee, who on that firmity so sharp set twist a little while ago, that firmity, which mashed by hands of snow, a light reflection bore, of the bright bracelets that those fair hands wore, again remembrance glads my sense with visions of its excellence. Again I see the cloth enrolled rich worked in many a varied fold. Be patient, oh, my soul, they say fortune rules all that's new and strange, and though she pinches us today, tomorrow brings full rations, and a change. FN number 337. Then said Jubayr, Put forth thy hand to our food and ease our heart by eating of a victual. Answered I, By Allah, I will not eat a mouthful, till thou grant me my desire. He asked, What is thy desire? So I brought out the letter and gave it to him, but, when he had read it and mastered its contents, he tore it in pieces and throwing it on the floor, said to me, O Ibn Mansur, I will grant thee whatever thou askest save thy desire which concerneth the writer of this letter, for I have no answer to her. At this I rose in anger, but he caught hold of my skirts, saying, O Ibn Mansur, I will tell thee what she said to thee, albeit I was not present with you. I asked, And what did she say to me? And he answered, Did not the writer of this letter say to thee, If thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have of me 500 ducats, and if not, 100 for thy pains? Yes, replied I, and he rejoined, Abide with me this day and eat and drink and enjoy thyself and make merry, and thou shalt have thy 500 ducats. So I sat with him and ate and drank and made merry and enjoyed myself and entertained him with talk deep into the night. FN number 338, after which I said to him, O my master, is there no music in thy house? He answered, Verily for many a day we have drunk without music. Then he called out, saying, Ho, Shajarat al-Dar. Whereupon the slave girl answered him from her chamber and came into us, with a lute of Hindu make, wrapped in a silken bag. And she sat down and, laying the lute in her lap, prelude in 21 modes. Then, returning to the first, she sang to a lively measure these couplets. We have ne'er tasted of love's sweet and bitter draught, no difference kens twixt presence bliss and absence stress, and so, who hath declined from love's true road, no difference kens twixt smooth and ruggedness. I ceased not to oppose the votaries of love, till I had tried its sweets and bitters not the less. How many a night my pretty friend conversed with me and sipped I from his lips honey of loveless. Now have I drunk its cup of bitterness, until to bondman and to freedman I have proved me base. How short-aged was the night together we enjoyed, when seemed it daybreak came on nightfall's heel to press. But fate had vowed to disunite us lovers twain, and she too well hath kept her vow, that votaress. Fate so decreed it. None her sentence can withstand, where is the wight who dares oppose his lord's command? Hardly had she finished her verses, when her lord cried out with a great cry and fell down in a fit, whereupon exclaimed the damsel, May Allah not punish thee, O old man. This long time have we drunk without music, for fear the like of this falling sickness befell our lord. But now go thou to yonder chamber and there sleep. So I went to the chamber which he showed me and slept till the morning, when behold, a page brought me a purse of 500 dinars and said to me, This is what my master promised thee, but return thou not to the damsel who sent thee. God let it be as though neither thou nor we had ever heard of this matter. Hearkening and obedience, answered I, and taking the purse, went my way. Still I said to myself, the lady must have expected me since yesterday, and by Allah there is no help but I return to her and tell her what passed between me and him, otherwise she will revile me and revile all who come from my country. So I went to her and found her standing behind the door, and when she saw me she said, O Ibn Mansur, thou hast done nothing for me. I asked, Who told thee of this? And she answered, O Ibn Mansur, yet another thing hath been revealed to me, FN number 339, and it is that, when thou handst him the letter, he tore it in pieces, and throwing it on the floor, said to thee, O Ibn Mansur, I will grant thee whatever thou askest save thy desire which concerneth the writer of this letter, for I have no answer to her missive. Then didst thou rise from beside him in anger, but he laid hold of thy skirts, saying, O son of Mansur, abide with me today, for thou art my guest, and eat and drink and make merry, and thou shalt have thy 500 ducats. So thou didst sit with him, eating and drinking and making merry, and entertainedst him with talk deep into the night, and a slave girl sang such an air and such verses, whereupon he fell down in a fit. So, O Commander of the Faithful, I asked her, west thou then with us? And she answered, O Ibn Mansur, hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? The hearts of lovers have eyes which see the unseen by vulgar men. However, O Ibn Mansur, the night and day shift not upon anything but they bring to it change. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 331st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the lady exclaimed, O Ibn Mansur, the night and the day shift not upon anything but they bring to it change. Then she raised her glance to heaven and said, O my God and my leader and my Lord, like as thou hast afflicted me with love of Jubayr bin Umayr, even so do thou afflict him with love of me, and transfer the passion from my heart to his heart. FN number 340. Then she gave me 100 sequins for my trouble in going and coming, and I took it and returned to the palace, where I found the Sultan come home from the chase. So I got my pension of him and fared back to Baghdad. And when next year came, I repaired to Bassorah, as usual, to seek my pension, and the Sultan paid it to me. But, as I was about to return to Baghdad, I bethought me of the Lady Buddha and said to myself, by Allah, I must needs go to her and see what hath befallen between her and her lover. So I went to her house, and finding the street before her door swept and sprinkled, and eunuchs and servants and pages standing before the entrance, said to myself, most like grief hath broken the lady's heart, and she is dead, and some emir or other hath taken up his abode in her house. So I left it and went unto the house of Jubair, son of Amir Shaybani, where I found the benches of the porch broken down, and ne'er a page at the door, as of wont, and said to myself, haply he too is dead. Then I stood still before the door of his house, and with my eyes running over with tears, bemoaned it in these couplets. O lords of me, who fared but whom my heart e'er followeth, return, and so my festal days with you shall be renewed. I stand before the home of you, bewailing your abode, quiver mine eyelids and my eyes with tears are ever dewed. I ask the house and its remains that seem to weep and wail, where is the man who wont to lavish goods and good? It saith, go, wend thy way, those friends like travellers have fared from springtide camp, and buried lie of earth and worms the food. Allen ere desolate as so we lose their virtues light in length and breadth, but ever be the light in spirit viewed. As I, O Prince of true believers, was thus keening over the folk of the house, FN number 341, behold, out came a black slave therefrom and said to me, hold thy peace, O Sheikh. May thy mother be reft of thee. Why do I see thee bemoaning the house in this wise? Quoth I frequented it of yore, when it belonged to a good friend of mine. Asked the slave, what was his name? And I answered, Jubair bin Amir Shaybani. Rejoined he, and what hath befallen him? Praise be Allah, he is yet here with us in the enjoyment of property and rank and prosperity, except that Allah hath stricken him with love of a damsel called the Lady Buddha, and he is so whelmed by his love of her and his longing for her, that he is like a great rock cumbering the ground. If he hunger, he saith not, give me meat, nor, if he thirst, doth he say, give me drink. Quoth I, ask leave for me to go into him. Said the slave, O my lord, wilt thou go into one who understandeth or to one who understandeth not? And I said, there is no help for it but I see him whatever be the case. Accordingly he went in to ask, and presently returned with permission for me to enter, whereupon I went into Jubair and found him like a rock that cumbereth the ground, understanding neither sign nor speech. And when I spoke to him he answered me not. Then said one of his servants, O my lord, if thou remember aught of verse, repeat it and raise thy voice, and he will be aroused by this and speak with thee. So I versified in these two couplets. Hast quit the love of moons FN number 342, or dost persist? Dost wake, O nights, or close in sleep thine eyes? If I thy tears in torrents flow, then learn eternal thou shalt dwell in paradise. FN number 343. When he heard these verses he opened his eyes and said, Welcome, O son of Mansur. Verily, the jest is become earnest. Quoth I, O my lord, is there aught thou wouldest have me do for thee? Answered he, Yes, I would fain write her a letter and send it to her by thee. If thou bring me back her answer, thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars, and if not, 200 for thy pains. So I said, Do what seemeth good to thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 332nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ibn Mansur continued. So I said, Do what seemeth good to thee. Whereupon he called to one of his slave girls, Bring me ink case and paper, and wrote these couplets. I pray in Allah's name, O princess mine, be light on me, for love hath robbed me of my reason's sight, slaved me this longing and enthralled me love of you, and clad in sickness garb, a poor and abject wight. I won't have this to think small things of love and hold, O princess mine, 'twas silly thing and overslight. But when it showed me swelling surges of its sea, to Allah's hest I bowed and pitied lover's plight. And will you pity show and deign a meeting grant, and will you kill me still forget not Goodrick White? FN number 344. Then he sealed the letter and gave it to me. So I took it and, repairing to Buddha's house, raised the door curtain little by little, as before, and looking in behold, I saw 10 damsels, high-bosomed virgins, like moons, and the Lady Buddha as she were the full moon among the stars, sitting in their midst, or the sun, when it is clear of clouds and mist, nor was there on her any trace of pain or care. And as I looked and marvelled at her case, she turned her glance upon me and, seeing me standing at the door, said to me, Welcome, and welcome and all hail to thee, O Ibn Mansur. Come in. So I entered and saluting her gave her the letter, and she read it, and when she understood it, she said laughingly to me, O Ibn Mansur, the poet lied not when he sang. Indeed I'll bear my love for thee with firmest soul, until from thee to me shall come a messenger. Look, O Ibn Mansur, I will write thee an answer, that he may give thee what he promised thee. And I answered, Allah requite thee with good. So she called out to a handmaid, bring ink-case and paper, and wrote these couplets. How comes it I fulfilled my vow the while that vow broke you? And, seen me lean to equity, iniquity wrought you. 'Twas you initiated wronger stealing, and despite you were the treacher and treason came from only you. I never ceased to cherish mid the sons of men my troth, and keep your honor brightest bright, and swear by name of you until I saw with eyes of me what evil you had done, until I heard with ears of me what foul report spread you. Shall I bring low my proper worth while raising yours so high? By Allah had you me eke had honored you. But now uprooting severance I will fain console my heart, and wring my fingers clean of you forevermore to part. Quoth I, by Allah, O my lady, between him and death there is but the reading of this letter. So I tore it in pieces and said to her, write him other than these lines. I hear and obey, answered she, and wrote the following couplets. Indeed I am consoled now, and sleep without a tear, and all that happened slandering tongues have whispered in mine ear. My heart obeyed my hest, and soon forgot thy memory, and learnt mine eyelids 'twas the best to live in severance sheer. He lied who said that severance is a bitterer thing than gall. It never disappointed me, like wine I find it cheer. I learnt to hate all news of thee, e'en mention of thy name, and turn away and look thereon with loathing pure and mere. Look, I cast thee out of heart and far from vitals mine. Then let the slanderer what this truth and see I am sincere. Quoth I, by Allah, O my lady, when he shall read these verses, his soul will depart his body. Quoth she, O Ibn Mansur, is passion indeed come to such a pass with him that thou sayest this saying? Quoth I, had I said more than this, verily it were but the truth, but mercy is of the nature of the noble. Now when she heard this her eyes brimmed over with tears, and she wrote him a note. I swear by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, there is none in thy chancery could write the like of it, and therein were these couplets. How long shall I thy coyness and thy great aversion see? Thou hast satisfied my censurers and pleased their enmity. I did amiss and wot it not, so deign to tell me now whatso they told thee. Haply 'twas the merest calumny. I wish to welcome thee, dear love, even as welcome I sleep to these eyes and eyelids in the place of sleep to be. And since 'tis thou hast made me drain th and mixed cup of love, if me thou see with wine bemused, heap not thy blame on me. And when she had written the missive, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 333rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Buddha had written the missive, she sealed it and gave it to me, and I said, O my lady, in good sooth this thy letter will make the sick man whole and ease the thirsting soul. Then I took it and went from her, when she called me back and said to me, O son of Mansur, say to him, she will be thy guest this night. At this I joyed with exceeding great joy, and carried the letter to Jubair, whom I found with his eyes fixed intently on the door, expecting the reply, and as soon as I gave him the letter and he opened and read it and understood it, he uttered a great cry and fell down in a fainting fit. When he came to himself, he said to me, O Ibn Mansur, did she indeed write this note with her hand and feel it with her fingers? Answered I, O my lord, do folk write with their feet? And by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I had not done speaking these words, when we heard the tinkle-tinkle of her anklets in the vestibule, and she entered. And seeing her, he sprang to his feet as though nothing pained or ailed him, and embraced her like the letter L embrasseth the letter A, FN number 345, and the infirmity that erst would not depart at once left him. FN number 346. Then he sat down, but she abode standing, and I said to her, O my lady, why dost thou not sit? Said she, O Ibn Mansur, save on a condition that is between us, I will not sit. I asked, and what is that? And she answered, none may know lovers' secrets, and putting her mouth to Jubair's ear whispered to him, whereupon he replied, I hear and I obey. Then he rose and said somewhat in a whisper to one of his slaves, who went out and returned in a little while with the Qazi and 2 witnesses. Thereupon Jubair stood up, and taking a bag containing 100,000 dinars, said, O Qazi, marry me to this young lady and write this sum to her marriage settlement. Quoth the Qazi to her, say thou, I consent to this. I consent to this, quoth she, whereupon he drew up the contract of marriage, and she opened the bag, and, taking out a handful of gold, gave it to the Qazi and the witnesses, and handed the rest to Jubair. Thereupon the Qazi and the witnesses withdrew, and I sat with them, in mirth and merriment, till the most part of the night was past, when I said in my mind, these are lovers, and they have been this long while separated. I will now arise and go sleep in some place afar from them, and leave them to their privacy, one with a there. So I rose, but she caught hold of my skirts, saying, what thinkest thou to do? Nothing but so and so, answered I, upon which she rejoined, sit thee down, and when we would be rid of thee, we will send thee away. So I sat down with them till near daybreak, when she said to me, O Ibn Mansur, go to yonder chamber, for we have finished it for thee, and it is thy sleeping place. Thereupon I rose and went thither, and slept till morning, when a page brought me basin and ewer, and I made the ablution and prayed the dawn prayer. Then I sat down, and presently, behold, Jubair and his beloved came out of the bath in the house, and I saw them both wringing their locks. FN number 347. So I wished them good morning, and gave them joy of their safety and reunion, saying to Jubair, that which began with constraint and conditions hath ended in cordial contentment. He answered, thou sayest well, and indeed thou deservest thy honorarium. And he called his treasurer, and said, bring hither 3,000 dinars. So he brought a purse containing the gold pieces, and Jubair gave it to me, saying, favor us by accepting this. But I replied, I will not accept it till thou tell me the manner of the transfer of love from her to thee, after so huge an aversion. Quoth he, hearkening and obedience. Know that we have a festival called New Year's Day, FN number 348, when all the people fare forth and take boat and go a-pleasuring on the river. So I went out with my comrades, and saw a skiff, wherein were 10 damsels like moons, and amongst them, the lady Budalute in hand. She preluded in 11 modes, then, returning to the first, sang these 2 couplets. Fire is cooler than fires in my breast, rock is softer than heart of my lord, marvel I that he's formed to hold in water soft frame, heart rock hard. Said I to her, repeat the couplets and the air. But she would not, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 334th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jubair continued. So cried I to her, repeat the couplets and the air. but she would not, whereupon I bade the boatmen pelt her with oranges, and they pelted her till we feared her boat would founder. Then she went her way, and this is how the love was transferred from her heart to mine. So I wished them joy of their union, and, taking the purse with its contents, I returned to Baghdad. Now when the Caliph heard Ibn Mansur's story, his heart was lightened, and the restlessness and oppression from which he suffered forsook him. And they also tell the tale of the man of Yemen and his 6 slave girls. The Caliph al-Mamun was sitting one day in his palace, surrounded by his lords of the realm and officers of state, and there were present also before him all his poets and companions, amongst the rest one named Muhammad of Bassorah. Presently the Caliph turned and said to him, "O Muhammad, I wish thee forthwith to tell me something that I have never before heard." He replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, dost thou wish me to tell thee a thing I have heard with my ears, or a thing I have seen with my eyes?" Quoth al-Mamun, "Tell me whichever is the rarer." So Muhammad al-Basri began, "Know, then, O Commander of the Faithful, that there lived once upon a time wealthy man, who was a native of Yemen but he emigrated from his native land and came to this city of Baghdad, whose sojourn so pleased him that he transported hither his family and possessions. Now he had 6 slave girls, like moons one and all, the first white, the second brown, the third fat, the fourth lean, the 5th yellow, and the 6th lamp black, and all 6 were comely of countenance and perfect in accomplishments and skilled in the arts of singing and playing upon musical instruments. Now it so chanced that, one day, he sent for the girls and called for meat and wine, and they ate and drank and were mirthful and made merry. Then he filled the cup and, taking it in his hand, said to the blonde girl, "O new moon face, let us hear somewhat of thy pleasant songs." So she took the lute and tuning it, made music thereon with such sweet melody that the place danced with glee, after which she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. "I have a friend, whose form is fixed within mine eyes, FN number 349, whose name deep buried in my very vitals lies. Whenas remembers him my mind all heart am I, and when on him my gaze is turned I am all eyes. My censor saith, forswear, forget, the love of him, whatso is not to be, how shall's be?" My reply is, quoth I, "O censor mine, go forth from me, avaunt, and make not light of that on humans heavy lies." Hereat their master rejoiced and, drinking off his cup, gave the damsels to drink, after which he said to the berry brown girl, "O brace your light FN number 350, and joy of the sprite, let us hear thy lovely voice, whereby all that hearken are ravished with delight." So she took the lute and thereon made harmony till the place was moved to glee. Then, captivating all hearts with her graceful swaying, she sang these couplets. "I swear by that fair face's life, I love but thee till death us part, no other love but thine I'll see, O full moon, with thy loveliness mantle adore, the loveliest of our earth beneath thy banner be, thou, who surpassest all the fair in pleasantness. May Allah, Lord of worlds, be everywhere with thee." The master rejoiced and drank off his cup and gave the girls to drink, after which he filled again, and, taking the goblet in his hand, signed to the fat girl and bade her sing and play a different motive. So she took the lute and, striking a grief-dispelling measure, sang these couplets. "And thou but deign consent, O wish to heartified, I care not wrath and rage to all mankind betide. And if thou show that fairest face which gives me life, I reck not and dimimshed heads the kings go hide. I seek thy favours only from this versal world, O thou in whom all beauty cloth firm fixed abide." The man rejoiced and, emptying his cup, gave the girls to drink. Then he signed to the thin girl and said to her, "O Houri of paradise, feed thou our ears with sweet words and sounds." So she took the lute, and, tuning it, preluded and sang these 2 couplets. "Say me, on Allah's path FN number 351, has death not dealt to me, turning from me while I to thee turn patiently, say me, is there no judge of love to judge us twain, and do me justice wronged, mine enemy, by thee? Their lord rejoiced and, emptying the cup, gave the girls to drink. Then filling another he signed to the yellow girl and said to her, O son of the day, let us hear some nice verses. So she took the lute and, preluding after the goodliest fashion, sang these couplets. I have a lover, and when drawing him, he draws on me a sword blade glancing grim. Allah avenge some little of his wrongs, who holds my heart yet wreaks so bearing whim. Oft though I say, renounce him, heart, yet heart will to none other turn excepting him. He is my wish and will of all men, but fate's envious hand to me's I grudging him. The master rejoiced and drank and gave the girls to drink. Then he filled the cup and taking it in hand, signed to the black girl, saying, O pupil of the eye, let us have a taste of thy quality, though it be but 2 words. So she took the lute and tuning it and tightening the strings, preluded in various modes, then returned to the first and sang to a lively air these couplets. O ye, mine eyes, let prodigal tears go free, this ecstasy would see my being and be. FN number 352, all ecstasies I dree for sake of friend I fondle, make envy's jealousy, censors forbid me from his rosy cheek, yet hair inclines my heart to rosary, cups of pure wine, time was, went circuiting in joy, what time the lute sang melody, while kept his troth the friend who madded me, yet made me rising star of bliss to see, but with time, turned he not by sin of mine. Then such a turn cannot more bitter be. Upon his cheek the grows and glows arose, nay two, whereof grant Allah one to me. And were prostration FN number 353, by our law allowed to aught but Allah, at his feet I had bowed. Thereupon rose the 6 girls and, kissing the ground before their lord, said to him, Do thou justice between us, O our lord. So he looked at their beauty and loveliness and the contrast of their colors and praised Almighty Allah and glorified him. Then said he, There is none of you but hath learnt the Quran by heart, and mastered the musical art and is versed in the chronicles of yore and the doings of peoples which have gone before. So it is my desire that each one of you rise and, pointing finger at her opposite, praise herself and dispraise her co-concubine, that is to say, let the blonde point to the brunette, the plump to the slenderer and the yellow to the black girl, after which the rivals, each in her turn, shall do the like with the former, and be this illustrated with citations from Holy Writ and somewhat of anecdotes and verse, so as to show forth your fine breeding and elegance of your pleading. And they answered him, We hear and we obey, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 335th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the handmaids answered the man of Al-Yaman, We hear and we obey. Accordingly the blonde rose first and, pointing at the black girl, said to her, Out on thee, blackamoor. It is told by tradition that whiteness saith, I am the shining light, I am the rising moon of the 14th night. My hue is patent and my brow is resplendent, and of my beauty quoth the poet. White girl with softly rounded polished cheeks as if a pearl concealed by beauty's boon, her stature Alif-like, FN number 354, her smile like Mim FN number 355, and o'er her eyes 2 brows that bend like none. FN number 356, tis as her glance were arrow, and her bows ever bent to shoot death dart eft soon, if cheek and shape thou view, the shalt thou find rose, myrtle, basil and narcissus wown. Men wont in gardens plant and set the branch, how many garths thy stature branch cloth own. So my colour is like the hale and healthy day and the newly culled orange spray and the star of sparkling ray, FN number 357, and indeed quoth Almighty Allah, in his precious book, to his prophet Moses, on whom be peace, put thy hand into thy bosom, it shall come forth white, without hurt. FN number 358, and again he saith, But they whose faces shall become white, shall be in the mercy of Allah, therein shall they remain forever. FN number 359, my color is a sign, a miracle, and my loveliness supreme and my beauty a term extreme. It is on the like of me that raiment showeth fair and fine, and to the like of me that hearts incline. Moreover, in whiteness are many excellences, for instance, the snow falleth white from heaven, and it is traditional that the beautifullest of a color is white. The Muslims also glory in white turbans, but I should be tedious, were I to tell all that may be told in praise of white. Little and enough is better than too much of unfilling stuff. So now I will begin with thy dispraise, O black, O colour of ink and blacksmith's dust, thou whose face is like the raven which bringeth about the parting of lovers. Verily, the poet saith in praise of white and blame of black. Saith not that pearls are prized for milky hue, but with a deer on buy coals in load? And while white faces enter paradise, black faces crowd Gehenna's black abode. And indeed it is told in certain histories, related on the authority of devout men, that Noah, on whom be peace, was sleeping one day, with his sons Cham and Shem seated at his head, when a wind sprang up and, lifting his clothes, uncovered his nakedness, whereat Cham looked and laughed and did not cover him, but Shem arose and covered him. Presently, the sire awoke and learning what had been done by his sons, blessed Shem and cursed Cham. So Shem's face was whitened, and from him sprang the prophets and the orthodox caliphs and kings, whilst Cham's face was blackened, and he fled forth to the land of Abyssinia, and of his lineage came the blacks. FN number 360, all people are of one mind in affirming the lack of understanding of the blacks, even as saith the adage, how shall one find a black with a mind? Quoth her master, sit thee down, thou hast given us sufficient and even excess. Thereupon he signed to the negress, who rose and, pointing her finger at the blonde, said, dost thou not know that in the Quran sent down to his prophet and apostle, is transmitted the saying of God the Most High, by the night when it covereth all things with darkness, by the day when it shineth forth. FN number 361, if the night were not the more illustrious, verily Allah had not sworn by it nor had given it precedence of the day. And indeed all men of wit and wisdom accept this. Knowest thou not that black is the ornament of youth, and that, when hoariness descendeth upon the head, delights pass away and the hour of death draweth in sight? Were not black the most illustrious of things, Allah had not set it in the core of the heart. FN number 362, and the pupil of the eye, and how excellent is the saying of the poet. I love not black girls but because they show youth's colour, think to vie and heart cause hue, nor are in error who unlove the white, and hoary hairs and winding sheet is chew. And that said of another. Black FN number 363, girls, not white, are they all worthy love? I see, black girls wear dark brown lips. FN number 364, whites, blotch of leprosy. And of a third. Black girls in acts are white, and 'tis as though like eyes, with purest shine and sheen they show. If I go daft for her, be not amazed. Black by FN number 365, drives melancholic mad we notice as my colour with the noon of night, for all no moon it be, its splendours glow. Moreover, is the foregathering of lovers good but in the night? Let this quality and profit suffice thee. What protecteth lovers from spies and censors like the blackness of night's darkness, and what causeth them to fear discovery like the whiteness of the dawn's brightness? So, how many claims to honour are there not in blackness, and how excellent is the saying of the poet. I visit them, and night black lendeth aid to me seconding love, but dawn white is mine enemy. And that of another. How many a night I've passed with a beloved of me, while gloom with dusky tresses veiled our desires, but when the mornlight showed it caused me sad affright, and I to morning said, who worship light are liars. FN number 366. And saith a third. He came to see me, hiding neath the skirt of night, hasting his steps as wended he in cautious plight. I rose and spread my cheek upon his path like rug, abject, and trailed my skirt to hide it from his sight, but rose the crescent moon and strave its best to show the world our loves like nail slice raying radiant light. FN number 367. Then what Bethel, I need not aught describe, but think thy best, and ask me naught of wrong or right. Meet not thy lover save at night for fear of slander. The sun's a tittle-tattler and the moon's a pounder. And a fifth. I love not white girls blown with fat who puff and pant. The maid for me is young brunette in bombant scant. I'd rather ride a colt that's down upon the day of race, and set my friends upon the elephant. And a sixth. My lover came to me one night, and clipped we both with fond embrace, and lay together till we saw the morning come with swiftest pace. Now I pray Allah and my Lord to reunite us of his grace, and make night last me long as he lies in the arms that tightly lace. Were I to set forth all the praises of blackness, my tale would be tedious, but little and enough is better than too much of unfilling stuff. As for thee, O blonde, thy colour is that of leprosy, and thine embrace is suffocation. FN number 368, and it is of report that hoar frost and icy cold. FN number 369, are injected for the torment of the wicked. Again, of things black and excellent is ink, wherewith is written Allah's word, and were it not for black ambergris and black musk, there would be no perfumes to carry to kings. How many glories I may not mention dwell in blackness, and how well saith the poet. Saith not that musk, the nut-brown musk, e'er claims the highest price, whilst for a load of whitest lie none more than dear armpits. And while white speck upon the eye deforms the loveliest youth, black eyes discharge the sharpest shafts in lashes from their lids. Quoth her master, sit thee down, this much swisseth. So she sat down, and he signed to the fat girl, who rose, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 336th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the man of Al-Yaman, the master of the handmaids, signed to the fat girl who rose and, pointing her finger at the slim girl, bared her calves and wrists and uncovered her stomach, showing its dimples and the plump rondure of her navel. Then she donned a shift of fine stuff, that exposed her whole body, and said, Praised be Allah who created me, for that he beautified my face and made me fat and fair of the fattest and fairest, and likened me to branches laden with fruit, and bestowed upon me abounding beauty and brightness, and praise be he no less, for that he hath given me the precedence and honoured me, when he mentioneth me in his holy book. Quoth the Most High, and he brought a fatted calf. FN number 370, and he hath made me like unto a vergier full of peaches and pomegranates. In very sooth, even as the townsfolk long for fat birds and eat of them, and love not lean birds, so do the sons of Adam desire fat meat and eat of it. How many vauntful attributes are there not in fatness, and how well saith the poet. Farewell thy love, the sea, the Kaffirs. FN number 371, on the move, O man, canst bear to say adieu and leave thy love? 'Tis as her going were to seek her neighbour's tent, the gate of fat fair maid, whom hearts shall all approve. Sawest thou ever one stand before a flesher's stall, but sought of him fat flesh? The wise say, joyance is in three things, eating meat and riding meat and putting meat into meat. FN number 372, as for thee, O thin one, thy calves are like the shanks of sparrows or the bokers of furnaces, and thou art a cruciform plank of a piece of flesh poor and rank. There is naught in thee to gladden the heart, even as saith the poet. With Allah take I refuge from whatever driveth me to bed with one like Fatrasp. FN number 373, or the roughest ropery. In every limb she hath a horn that butteth me whene'er I fain would rest, so morn and eve I wend me wearily. Quoth her master, sit thee down, this much swisseth. So she sat down and he signed to the slender girl, who rose, as she were a willow wand, or a rattan frond or a stalk of sweet basil, and said, Praised be Allah who created me and beautified me and made my embraces the end of all desire and likened me to the branch, whereto all hearts incline. If I rise lightly. If I sit prettily. I am nimble-witted at a jest and merrier than mirth itself. Never heard I one describe his mistress, saying, My beloved is the bigness of an elephant or like a mountain long and broad, but rather, my lady hath a slender waist and a slim shape. FN number 374. Furthermore a little food filleth me and a little water quencheth my thirst. My sport is agile and my habit active, for I am sprightlier than the sparrow and lighter skipping than the starling. My favours are the longing of the lover and the delight of the desirer, for I am goodly of shape, sweet of smile and graceful as the bending willow wand or the rattan cane. FN number 375, or the stalk of the basil plant, nor is there any can compare with me in loveliness, even as saith one of me. Thy shape with willow branch I dare compare, and hold thy figure as my fortunes fair. I wake each morn distraught, and follow thee, and from the rivals I in fear I fare. It is for the like of me that amorists run mad and that those who desire me wax distracted. If my lover would draw me to him, I am drawn to him, and if he would have me incline to him, I incline to him and not against him. But now, as for thee, O fat of body, thine eating is the feeding of an elephant, and neither much nor little filleth thee. When thou list with a man who is lean, he hath no ease of thee, nor can he anyways take his pleasure of thee, for the bigness of thy belly holdeth him off from going in unto thee, and the fatness of thy thighs hindereth him from coming at thy slit. What goodness is there in thy grossness, and what courtesy or pleasantness in thy coarseness? Fat flesh is fit for naught but the flesher, nor is the one point therein that pleadeth for praise. If one joke with thee, thou art angry. If one sport with thee, thou art sulky. If thou sleep, thou snorest. If thou walk, thou lollest out thy tongue. If thou eat, thou art never filled. Thou art heavier than mountains and fouler than corruption and crime. Thou hast in thee nor agility nor benedicite, nor thinkest thou of aught save meat and sleep. When thou pissest thou swishes, if thou turd thou gruntest like a burst in wineskin or an elephant transmogrified. If thou go to the water closet, thou needest one to wash thy gap and pluck out the hairs which overgrow it, and this is the extreme of sluggishness and the sign, outward and visible, of stupidity. FN number 376. In short, there is no good thing about thee, and indeed the poet title of thee. Heavy and swollen like an urine bladder blown, with hips and thighs like mountain propping piles of stone, whene'er as she walks in western hemisphere, her tread makes the far eastern world with weight to moan and groan. Quoth her master, Sit thee down, this Swisseth. So she sat down and he signed to the yellow girl, who rose to her feet and praised Allah Almighty and magnified his name, calling down peace and blessing on Muhammad, the best of his creatures. After which she pointed her finger at the brunette and said to her, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 337th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the yellow girl stood up and praised Almighty Allah and magnified his name, after which she pointed her finger at the brown girl and said to her, I am the one praised in the Quran, and the Compassionate hath described my complexion and its excellence over all other hues in his manifest book, where Allah saith, a yellow, pure yellow, whose colour gladdeneth the beholders. FN number 377. Wherefore my colour is a sign and portent, and my grace is supreme, and my beauty a term extreme, for that my tint is the tint of a decade, and the colour of the planets and moons, and the hue of ripe apples. My fashion is the fashion of the fair, and the dye of saffron outvieth all other dyes, so my semblance is wondrous and my colour marvellous. I am soft of body and of high price, comprising all qualities of beauty. My colour is essentially precious as virgin gold, and how many boasts and glories cloth it not unfold. Of the like of me quoth the poet. The golden yellow is the sheeny sun's, and like gold sequins she delights the sight. Saffron small portion of her glance can show, nay, FN number 378, she outvies the moon when brightest bright. And I shall at once begin in thy dispraise, O berry brown girl. Thy tincture is that of the buffalo, and all souls shudder at thy sight. If thy colour be in any created thing, it is blamed. If it be in food, it is poisoned, for thy hue is the hue of the dung fly, it is a mark of ugliness even in dogs, and among the colours it is one which strikes with amazement and is of the signs of mourning. Never heard I of brown gold or brown pearls or brown gems. If thou enter the privy, thy colour changeth, and when thou comest out, thou addest ugliness to ugliness. Thou art a nondescript, neither black, that thou mayst be recognized, nor white, that thou mayst be described, and in thee there is no good quality, even as saith the poet. The hue of dusty motes is hers, that dull brown hue of hers has mouldy like the dust and mud by Cosset's foot upthrown. FN number 379, I never look upon her brow, e'en for a twinkling's space, but in brown steady fall I and my thoughts take brown a tone. Quoth her master, sit thee down, this much suisseth, so she sat down and he signed to the brunette. Now she was a model of beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, soft of skin, slim of shape, of stature rare, and coal-black hair, with cheeks rosy pink, eyes black-rimmed by nature's hand, face fair, an eloquent tongue, moreover slender-waisted and heavy-hipped. So she rose and said, Praise be to Allah who hath created me neither leper white nor bile yellow nor charcoal black, but hath made my colour to be beloved of men of wit and wisdom. For all the poets six toll-berry brown maids in every tongue and exalt their colour over all other colours. To brown of hue, they say, praise is due, and Allah bless him who singeth. And in brunettes is mystery, couldst thou but read it right, thy sight would never dwell on others, be they red or white. Free-flowing conversation, amorous coquettishness would teach Harriet himself a mightier spell of magic might. And saith another, Give me brunettes, so limber, lissom, lithe of sway, brunettes tall, slender straight like Samar's knit brown lance, FN number 380, languid of eyelids and with silky down on either cheek, who fixing lover's heart work to his life mischance. And yet another, Now, by my life, brown hue hath point of comeliness leaves whiteness nowhere and high o'er the moon takes place, but in of whiteness sought it borrowed self to deck, to'd change its graces and would pale for its disgrace, not with his must FN number 381, I am drunken, but his locks of musk are wine inebriating all of human race. His charms are jealous each of each, and all desire to be the down that creepeth up his lovely face. And again another, Why not incline me to the show of silky down, on cheeks of dark brunette, like bamboo spiring brown? When as high rank in beauty poets sing, they say brown ant like specklet worn by Nineveh in crown. And see I sundry lovers tear out others e'en for the brown mole beneath that jetty pupil shone, then why do censors blame me for one old mole? Allah I pray demolish each molesting clown. FN number 382. My form is all grace and my shape is built on heavy base. Kings desire my colour which all adore, rich and poor. I am pleasant, active, handsome, elegant, soft of skin and prized for price. Eke I am perfect in seemlibe and in breeding and eloquence. My aspect is comely and my tongue witty. My temper is bright and my play a pretty sight. As for thee, thou art like unto a mallow growing about the luke gate, FN number 383, in hue sallow and streaked yellow and made all of sulphur. Aroint thee, O copper worth of jaundiced sorrel, O rust of brass pot, O face of owl in gloom, and fruit of the hell tree's acum, FN number 384, whose bedfellow, for heartbreak is buried in the tomb. And there is no good thing in thee, even as saith the poet of the like of thee. Yellowness, tincturing hath no wise sick sorry, straightens my hapless heart and makes my head sore ache, and thou repent not, soul. I'll punish thee with kissing FN number 385, her lower face that shall mine every grinder break. And when she ended her lines, quoth her master, sit thee down, this much swisseth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 338th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the yellow girl ended her recitation, quoth her master, sit thee down, this much swisseth. Then he made peace between them and clad them all in sumptuous robes of honor and handselled them with precious jewels of land and sea. And never have I seen, O Commander of the Faithful, anywhere nor anywhere, aught fairer than these 6 damsels fair. Now when Al-Mamun heard this story from Muhammad of Bassora, he turned to him and said, O Muhammad, knowest thou the abiding place of these damsels and their master, and canst thou contrive to buy them of him for us? He answered, O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I have heard that their Lord is wrapped up in them and cannot bear to be parted from them. Rejoined the Caliph, take thee 10,000 gold pieces for each girl, that is 60,000 for the whole purchase, and carry the coin to his house and buy them of him. So Muhammad of Bassora took the money and, betaking himself to the man of Al-Yaman, acquainted him with the wish of the Prince of True Believers. He consented to part with them at that price to pleasure the Caliph, and dispatched them to Al-Mamun, who assigned them an elegant abode and therein used to sit with them as cup companions, marvelling at their beauty and loveliness, at their varied colours and at the excellence of their conversation. Thus matters stood for many a day, but, after a while, when their former owner could no longer bear to be parted from them, he sent a letter to the Commander of the Faithful complaining to him of his own ardent love-longing for them and containing, amongst other contents, these couplets. Captured me 6, all bright with youthful blee, then on all 6 be best salams from me. They are my hearing, seeing, very life, my meat, my drink, my joy, my jollity. I'll ne'er forget the favours erst so charmed whose loss hath done my sleep to infamy. Alack, O longsome pining and O tears! Would I had farewelled all humanity, those eyes, with bowed and well-arched eyebrows FN number 386, dight, like bows have struck me with their archery. Now when the letter came to the hands of Al-Mamun, he robed the 6 damsels in rich raiment, and, giving them 60,000 dinars, sent them back to their lord who joyed in them with exceeding joy FN number 387, more especially for the monies they brought him, and abode with them in all the comfort and pleasance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And men also recount the tale of Harun al-Rashid and the damsel and Abu Nawas. The Caliph, Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, being one night exceedingly restless and thoughtful with sad thought, rose from his couch and walked about the byways of his palace, till he came to a chamber, over whose doorway hung a curtain. He raised that curtain and saw, at the upper end of the room, a bedstead whereon lay something black, as it were a man asleep, with a wax taper on his right hand and another on his left, and as the Caliph stood wondering at the sight, behold, he remarked a flagon full of old wine whose mouth was covered by the cap. The Caliph wondered even more at this, saying, how came this black by such wine service? Then, drawing near the bedstead, he found that it was a girl lying asleep there, curtained by her hair, so he uncovered her face and saw that it was like the moon, on the night of his fullness. FN number 388. So the Caliph filled himself a cup of wine and drank it to the roses of her cheeks, and, feeling inclined to enjoy her, kissed a mole on her face, whereupon she started up from sleep, and cried out, O trusted of Allah, FN number 389, what may this be? Replied he, a guest who knocketh at thy door, hoping that thou wilt give him hospitality till the dawn. And she answered, even so. I will serve him with my hearing and my sight. So she brought forward the wine and they drank together, after which she took the lute and tuning the strings, preluded in 1 in 20 modes, then returning to the first, played a lively measure and sang these couplets. The tongue of love from heart bespeaks my sprite, telling I love thee with love infinite. I have an eye bears witness to my pain, and fluttering heart sore hurt by parting plight. I cannot hide the love that harms my life, tears ever roll and growth of thine nice sight. I knew not what love was ere loving thee, but Allah's destiny to all is dight. And when her verses were ended she said, O Commander of the Faithful, I have been wronged. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 339th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel cried, O Commander of the Faithful, I have been wronged. Quoth he, How so, and who hath wronged thee? Quoth she, Thy son bought me a while ago, for 10,000 dirhams, meaning to give me to thee, but thy wife, the daughter of thine uncle, sent him the said price and bade him shut me up from thee in this chamber. Whereupon said the Caliph, Ask a boon of me, and she, I ask thee to lie with me tomorrow night. Replied the Caliph, Inshallah. And leaving her, went away. Now as soon as it was morning, he repaired to his sitting room and called for Abu Nawas, but found him not and sent his chamberlain to ask after him. The chamberlain found him in a tavern, pawned and pledged for a score of 1,000 dirhams, which he had spent on a certain beardless youth, and questioned him of his case. So he told him what had betided him with the Kamali boy and how he had spent upon him 1,000 silver pieces, whereupon quoth the chamberlain, Show him to me, and if he be worth this, thou art excused. He answered, Patience, and thou shalt see him presently. As they were talking together, up came the lad, clad in a white tunic, under which was another of red and under this yet another black. Now when Abu Nawas saw him, he sighed a loud sigh and improvised these couplets. He showed himself in shirt of white, with eyes and eyelids longer digit. Quoth I, Dost pass and greet me not? Though were thy greeting a delight. Blessed he who clothed in rose thy cheeks, creates what wills he by his might. Quoth he, Leave prate, for sure my Lord of works is wondrous infinite, my garments like my face and look, all three are white on white on white. When the beardless one heard these words, he doffed the white tunic and appeared in the red. And when Abu Nawas saw him he redoubled in expressions of admiration and repeated these couplets. He showed in garb an emony red, Uthman friend instituted, quoth I in marvel, through right full moon whose bead shames rose however red, hath thy cheek stained it red, or hast dyed it in blood by lovers bled? Quoth he, Sol gave me this for shirt when hasting down the west to bed, so garb and wine and hue of cheek all three are red on red on red. And when the verses came to an end, the beardless one doffed the red tunic and stood in the black, and, when Abu Nawas saw him, he redoubled in attention to him and versified in these couplets. He came in sable-hued sack and shone in dark men's heart to rack. Quoth I, Dost pass and greet me not? Joying the hateful envious pack. Thy garments like thy locks and like my lot, three blacks on black on black. Seeing this state of things and understanding the case of Abu Nawas and his love-longing, the chamberlain returned to the Caliph and acquainted him therewith, so he bade him pouch 1,000 dirhams and go and take him out of pawn. Thereupon the chamberlain returned to Abu Nawas and, paying his score, carried him to the Caliph, who said, Make me some verses containing the words, O trusted of Allah, what may this be? Answered he, I hear and I obey, O Commander of the Faithful. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 340th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu Nawas answered, I hear and I obey, O Commander of the Faithful. And forthwith he improvised these couplets. Long was my night for sleepless misery, weary of body and of thought ne'er free. I rose and in my palace walked a while, then wandered through the halls of Harmony, till chanced I on a blackness, which I found a white girl hid in hair for napery. Here to her for a moon of brightest sheen, like a willow wand unveiled in pudency, I quaffed a cup to her, then drew I near, and kissed the beauty spot on cheek had she wokest it, and in her sleep's amaze, swayed as the swaying branch in rain we see, then rose and said to me, O trusted one of Allah, O Amin, what may this be? Quoth I, a guest that cometh to thy tents and craves till morn thy hospitality. She answered, gladly, I, my lord, will grace and honour such a guest with ear and eye. Cried the Caliph, Allah strike thee dead. It is as if thou hadst been present with us. FN number 390. Then he took him by the hand and carried him to the damsel, and, when Abu Nawas saw her clad in a dress and veil of blue, he expressed abundant admiration and improvised these couplets. Say to the pretty one in veil of blue, by Allah, O my life, have ruth on dole. For, when the fair entreats her lover foul, sighs rend his bosom and bespeak his soul by charms of thee and whitest cheek I swear thee, pity a heart for love lost all control bent to him, be his stay against stress of love. Nor aught except what saith the ribald fool. Now when he ended his verse, the damsel set wine before the Caliph, and, taking the lute, played a lively measure and sang these couplets. Wilt thou be just to others in thy love, and do an aright, and put me off, and take new friend in lieu? Had lovers Kazi unto whom I might complain of thee, he'd peradventure grant the due I sue. If thou forbid me pass your door, yet I afar will stand, and viewing you oft my salams hew. The Caliph bade her ply Abu Nawas with wine, till he lost his right senses. Thereupon he gave him a full cup, and he drank a draught of it and held the cup in his hand till he slept. Then the Commander of the Faithful bade the girl take the cup from his grasp and hide it, so she took it and set it between her thighs. Moreover he drew his scimitar and, standing at the head of Abu Nawas, pricked him with the point, whereupon he awoke and saw the drawn sword and the Caliph standing over him. At this sight the fumes of the wine fled from his head, and the Caliph said to him, Make me some verses and tell me therein what is become of thy cup, or I will cut off thy head. So he improvised these couplets. My tale, indeed, is tale and leaf. 'Twas yonder fawn who played the thief. She stole my cup of wine, before the sips and sups had dealt relief, and hid it in a certain place, my heart's desire and longing grief. I name it not, for dread of him who hath of it command in chief. Quoth the Caliph, Allah strike thee dead. FN number 391. How knewest thou that we accept what thou say'st? Then he ordered him a dress of honour and 1,000 dinars, and he went away rejoicing. And among tales they tell is one of the man who stole the dish of gold wherein the dog ate. Sometime erst there was a man who had accumulated debts, and his case was straitened upon him, so that he left his people and family and went forth in distraction, and he ceased not wandering on at random till he came after a time to a city tall of walls and firm of foundations. He entered it in a state of despondency and despair, harried by hunger and worn with the weariness of his way. As he passed through one of the main streets, he saw a company of the great going along, so he followed them till they reached a house like to a royal palace. He entered with them, and they stayed not faring forwards till they came in presence of a person seated at the upper end of a saloon, a man of the most dignified and majestic aspect, surrounded by pages and eunuchs, as he were of the sons of the Wazir's. When he saw the visitors, he rose to greet them and received them with honour. But the poor man aforesaid was confounded at his own boldness, when beholding, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 341st night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the poor man aforesaid was confounded at his own boldness, when beholding the goodliness of the place and the crowd of servants and attendants, so drawing back, in perplexity and fear for his life, sat down apart in a place afar off, where none should see him. Now it chanced that whilst he was sitting, behold, in came a man with 4 sporting dogs, whereon were various kinds of raw silk and brocade FN number 392, and wearing round their necks collars of gold with chains of silver, and tied up each dog in a place set privy for him, after which he went out and presently returned with 4 dishes of gold, full of rich meats, which he set severally before the dogs, one for each. Then he went away and left them, whilst the poor man began to eye the food, the stress of hunger, and longed to go up to one of the dogs and eat with him, but fear of them withheld him. Presently, one of the dogs looked at him, and Allah Almighty inspired the dog with a knowledge of his case, so he drew back from the platter and signed to the man, who came and ate till he was filled. Then he would have withdrawn, but the dog again signed to him to take for himself the dish and what food was left in it, and pushed it towards him with his 4 paw. So the man took the dish and leaving the house, went his way, and none followed him. Then he journeyed to another city where he sold the dish, and buying with the price a stock in trade, returned to his own town. There he sold his goods and paid his debts, and he throve and became affluent and rose to perfect prosperity. He abode in his own land, but after some years had passed he said to himself, needs must I repair to the city of the owner of the dish, and carry him a fit and handsome present and pay him the money value of that which his dog bestowed upon me. So he took the price of the dish and a suitable gift, and, setting out, journeyed day and night, till he came to that city. He entered it and sought the place where the man lived, but he found the naught save ruins mouldering in row and croak of grow, and house and home desolate and all conditions in changed state. At this, his heart and soul were troubled, and he repeated the saying of him who saith, void are the private rooms of treasury, as void were hearts of fear and piety, changed is the wadi nor are its gazelles those fawns, nor sand hills those I wont to see. And that of another. In sleep came Suada's FN number 393, shade and wakened me near dawn, when comrades all lay sleeping lay, but waking found I that the shade was fled, and saw air empty and shrine far away. Now when the man saw these mouldering ruins and witnessed what the hand of time had manifestly done with the place, leaving but traces of the substantial things that erewhiles had been, a little reflection made it needless for him to inquire of the case, so he turned away. Presently, seeing a wretched man, in a plight which made him shudder and feel goose-skin, and which would have moved the very rock to rush, he said to him, Ho thou! What have time and fortune done with the lord of this place? Where are his lovely faces, his shining full moons and splendid stars, and what is the cause of the ruin that is come upon his abode, so that nothing save the walls thereof remain? Quoth the other, he is the miserable thou sayest mourning that which hath left him naked. But knowest thou not the words of the apostle, whom Allah bless and keep, wherein is a lesson to him who will learn by it and a warning to whoso will be warned thereby and guided in the right way. Verily it is the way of Allah Almighty to raise up nothing of this world, except he cast it down again. FN number 394. If thou question of the cause of this accident, indeed it is no wonder, considering the chances and changes of fortune. I was the lord of this place, and I builded it and founded it and owned it, and I was the proud possessor of its full moons lucent and its circumstance resplendent and its damsels radiant and its garniture magnificent, but time turned and did away from me wealth and servants and took from me what it had lent, not given, and brought upon me calamities which it held in store hidden. But there must needs be some reason for this thy question, so tell it me and leave wondering. Thereupon, the man who had waxed wealthy being sore concerned, told him the whole story, and added, I have brought thee a present, such as soul's desire, and the price of thy dish of gold which I took, for it was the cause of my affluence after poverty, and of the replenishment of my dwelling place, after desolation, and of the dispersion of my trouble and straitness. But the man shook his head, and weeping and groaning and complaining of his lot answered, Ho thou! Methinks thou art mad, for this is not the way of a man of sense. How should a dog of mine make generous gift to thee of a dish of gold, and I meanly take back the price of what a dog gave? This were indeed a strange thing. Were I in extremest unease and misery, by Allah, I would not accept of thee aught, no, not the worth of an ale paring. So return whence thou camest in health and safety. FN number 395, whereupon the merchant kissed his feet and taking leave of him, returned whence he came, praising him and reciting this couplet. Men and dogs together are all gone by, so peace be with all of them. Dogs and men. And Allah is all-knowing. Again men tell the tale of the Sharper of Alexandria and the Chief of Police. There was once in the coast fortress of Alexandria, a chief of police, Hazim al-Din Hais, the sharp cimeter of the faith. Now one night as he sat in his seat of office, behold, there came in to him a trooper white who said, Know, O my lord the chief, that I entered your city this night and alighted at such a khan and slept till a third part of the night was past when I awoke and found my saddle bags sliced open and a purse of 1,000 gold pieces stolen from them. No sooner had he done speaking than the chief summoned his chief officials and bade them lay hands on all in the khan and clap them in limbo till the morning, and on the morrow he caused bring the rods and whips used in punishment, and, sending for the prisoners, was about to flog them till they confessed in the presence of the owner of the stolen money when, lo! A man broke through the crowd till he came up to the chief of police, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 342nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the chief was about to flog them when lo! A man broke through the crowd till he came up to the chief of police and the trooper and said, Ho! Emir, let these folk go, for they are wrongly accused. It was I who robbed this trooper, and see, here is the purse I stole from his saddle bags. So saying, he pulled out the purse from his sleeve and laid it before Hazim al-Din, who said to the soldier, Take thy money and pouch it, thou now hast no ground of complaint against the people of the Khan. Thereupon these folk and all who were present fell to praising the thief and blessing him, but he said, Ho! Emir, the skill is not in that I came to thee in person and brought thee the purse, the cleverness was in taking it a second time from this trooper. Asked the chief, And how didst thou do to take it, O Sharper? And the robber replied, O Emir, I was standing in the Shroff's FN number 396, bazaar at Cairo, when I saw this soldier receive the gold in change and put it in yonder purse. So I followed him from by street to by street, but found no occasion of stealing it. Then he travelled from Cairo and I followed him from town to town, plotting and planning by the way to rob him, but without avail, till he entered this city and I dogged him to the Khan. I took up my lodging beside him and watched him till he fell asleep and I heard him sleeping, when I went up to him softly, and I slit open his saddle bags with this knife, and took the purse in the way I am now taking it. So saying, he put out his hand and took the purse from before the chief of police and the trooper, both of whom, together with the folk, drew back watching him and thinking he would show them how he took the purse from the saddle bags. But, behold, he suddenly broke into a run and threw himself into a pool of standing water FN number 397, hard by. So the chief of the police shouted to his officers, Stop thief! And many made after him, but before they could doff their clothes and descend the steps, he had made off, and they sought for him, but found him not, for that the by-streets and lanes of Alexandria all communicate. So they came back without bringing the purse, And the chief of police said to the trooper, "Thou hast no demand upon the folk, for thou fondest him who robbed thee and receivedst back thy money, but didst not keep it." So the trooper went away, having lost his money, whilst the folk were delivered from his hands and those of the chief of police, and all this was of the favour of Almighty Allah. FN number 398, and they also tell the tale of Al-Malik al-Nazir and the three chiefs of police. Once upon a time Al-Malik al-Nazir FN number 399, sent for the Wallace or chiefs of police of Cairo, Bulak, and Fostat FN number 400, and said to them, "I desire each of you to recount me the marvellousest thing that hath befallen him during his term of office." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 343rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Al-Malik al-Nazir to the three Wallace, I desire each of you to recount me the marvellousest thing which hath befallen him during his term of office." So they answered, "We hear and we obey." Then said the chief of the police of Cairo, "Know thou, O our lord the Sultan, the most wonderful thing that befell me during my term of office was on this wise," and he began. The story of the chief of police of Cairo. There were in this city two men of good repute fit to bear witness FN number 401, in matters of murder and wounds, but they were both secretly addicted to intrigues with low women and to wine-bibbing and to dissolute doings, nor could I succeed, do what I would, in bringing them to book, and I began to despair of success. So I charged the taverners and confectioners and fruiterers and candle chandlers and the keepers of brothels and bawdy houses to acquaint me of these two good men whenever they should anywhere be engaged in drinking or other debauchery, or together or apart, and ordered that, if they both or if either of them bought at their shops aught for the purpose of wassail and carousel, the vendors should not conceal it from me. And they replied, "We hear and obey." Presently it chanced that one night, a man came to me and said, "O my master, know that the two just men, the two witnesses, are in such a street in such a house, engaged in abominable wickedness." So I disguised myself, I and my body servant, and ceased not judging till I came to the house and knocked at the door, whereupon a slave girl came out and opened to me, saying, "Who art thou?" I entered without answering her and saw the two legal witnesses and the housemaster sitting, and lewd women by their side and before them great plenty of wine. When they saw me, they rose to receive me, and made much of me, seating me in the place of honour and saying to me, "Welcome for an illustrious guest and welcome for a pleasant cup companion." And on this wise they met me without showing a sign of alarm or trouble. Presently, the master of the house arose from amongst us and went out and returned after a while with 300 dinars, when the men said to me, without the least fear, "Know, O our lord the Wali, it is in thy power to do even more than disgrace and punish us, but this would bring thee in return nothing but weariness. So we reck thou wouldest do better to take this much money and protect us. For Almighty Allah is named the Protector and loveth those of his servants who protect their Muslim neighbours, and thou shalt have thy reward in this world and due recompense in the world to come." So I said to myself, I will take the money and protect them this once, but, if ever again I have them in my power, I will take my wreak of them, for, you see, the money had tempted me. Thereupon I took it and went away thinking that no one would know it, but, next day, on a sudden one of the Qazi's messengers came to me and said to me, "O Wali, be good enough to answer the summons of the Qazi who wanteth thee." So I arose and accompanied him, knowing not the meaning of all this, and when I came into the judge's presence, I saw the two witnesses and the master of the house, who had given me the money, sitting by his side. Thereupon this man rose and sued me for 300 dinars, nor was it in my power to deny the debt, for he produced a written obligation and his two companions, the legal witnesses, testified against me that I owed the amount. Their evidence satisfied the Qazi, and he ordered me to pay the sum, nor did I leave the court till they had of me the 300 gold pieces. So I went away, in the utmost wrath and shame, vowing mischief and vengeance against them, and repenting that I had not punished them. Such, then, is the most remarkable event which befell me during my term of office. Thereupon rose the chief of the Bullock police and said, "As for me, O our Lord the Sultan, the most marvelous thing that happened to me, since I became wali, was as follows," and he began. The story of the chief of the Bullock police. I was once in debt to the full amount of 300,000 gold pieces, FN number 402, and, being distressed thereby, I sold all that was behind me and what was before me and all I had in hand, but I could collect no more than 100,000 dinars. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 344th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wali of Bullock continued, so I sold all that was behind and before me, but could collect no more than 100,000 dinars and remained in great perplexity. Now one night, as I sat at home in this state, behold, there came a knocking, so I said to one of my servants, 'See who is at the door.' He went out and returned, wan of face, changed in countenance and with his side muscles quivering, so I asked him, 'What aileth thee?' And he answered, 'There is a man at the door. He is half naked, clad in skins, with sword in hand and knife in girdle, and with him are a company of the same fashion, and he asketh for thee.' So I took my sword and going out to see who these were, behold, I found them as the boy had reported, and said to them, 'What is your business?' They replied, 'Of a truth we be thieves and have done fine work this night, so we appointed the swag to thy use, that thou mayst pay therewith the debts which sadden thee and deliver thee from thy distress.' Quoth I, 'Where is the plunder?' And they brought me a great chest, full of vessels of gold and silver, which when I saw, I rejoiced and said to myself, 'Herewith I will settle all claims upon me, and there will remain as much again.' So I took the money and going inside said in my mind, it were ignoble to let them fare away empty-handed. Whereupon I brought out the 100,000 dinars I had by me and gave it to them, thanking them for their kindness, and they pouched the monies and went their way, under cover of the night so that none might know of them. But when morning dawned I examined the contents of the chest, and found them copper and tin FN number 403, washed with gold worth 500 dirhams at the most, and this was grievous to me, for I had lost what monies I had, and trouble was added to my trouble. Such, then, is the most remarkable event which befell me during my term of office. Then rose the chief of the police of Old Cairo and said, 'O our Lord the Sultan, the most marvelous thing that happened to me, since I became wali, was on this wise,' and he began. The story of the chief of the Old Cairo police. I once hanged 10 thieves each on his own gibbet, and especially charged the guards to watch them and hinder the folk from taking any one of them down. Next morning when I came to look at them, I found 2 bodies hanging from one gallows, and said to the guards, 'Who did this, and where is the 10th gibbet?' But they denied all knowledge of it, and I was about to beat them till they owned the truth, when they said, 'No, O Emir, that we fell asleep last night, and when we awoke, we found that someone had stolen one of the bodies, gibbet and all, so we were alarmed and feared thy wrath. But, behold, up came a peasant fellow driving his ass, whereupon we laid hands on him and killed him and hanged his body upon this gallows, in the stead of the thief who had been stolen.' FN number 404. Now when I heard this, I marveled and asked them, what had he with him? And they answered, he had a pair of saddle bags on the ass. Quoth I, what was in them? Quoth they, we know not. So I said, bring them hither, and when they brought them to me I bade open them, behold, therein was the body of a murdered man, cut in pieces. Now as soon as I saw this, I marveled at the case and said in myself, Glory to God. The cause of the hanging of this peasant was none other but his crime against this murdered man, and thy Lord is not unjust towards his servants. FN number 405, and men also tell the tale of the thief and the shroff. A certain shroff, bearing a bag of gold pieces, once passed by a company of thieves, and one of these sharpers said to the others, I, and I only, have the power to steal yonder purse. So they asked, How wilt thou do it? And he answered, Look ye all, and followed the money changer, till he entered its house, when he threw the bag on a shelf FN number 406, and, being affected with diabetes, went into the chapel of ease to do his want, calling to the slave girl, Bring me an ewer of water. She took the ewer and followed him to the privy, leaving the door open, whereupon the thief entered and, seizing the money bag, made off with it to his companions, to whom he told what had passed. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 345th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the thief took the money bag and made off with it to his companions, to whom he told what had passed. Said they, By Allah, thou hast played a clever trick. 'Tis not every one could do it, but presently the money changer will come out of the privy, and missing the bag of money, he will beat the slave girl and torture her with grievous torture. 'Tis as though thou hast at present done nothing worthy of praise. So, if thou be indeed a sharper, return and save the girl from being beaten and questioned. Quoth he, Inshallah, I will save both girl and purse. Then the prig went back to the shroff's house and found him punishing the girl because of the purse. So he knocked at the door, and the man said, Who is there? Cried the thief, I am the servant of thy neighbor in the exchange. Whereupon he came out to him and said, What is thy business? The thief replied, My master saluteth thee and saith to thee, Surely thou art deranged, and thoroughly so, to cast the like of this bag of money down at the door of thy shop and go away and leave it. Had a stranger hit upon it, he had made off with it, and, except my master had seen it and taken care of it, it had assuredly been lost to thee. So saying, he pulled out the purse and showed it to the shroff, who on seeing it said, That is my very purse, and put out his hand to take it. But the thief said, By Allah, I will not give thee the same, till thou write me a receipt declaring that thou hast received it. For indeed I fear my master will not believe that thou hast recovered the purse, unless I bring him by writing to that effect, and sealed with thy signet seal. The money changer went in to write the paper required, and in the meantime the thief made off with the bag of money, and thus was the slave girl saved her beating. And men also tell a tale of the chief of the Kurs police and the sharper. It is related that Al-Din, chief of police at Kurs, FN number 407, was sitting one night in his house, when behold, a personage of handsome appearance and dignified aspect came to the door, accompanied by a servant bearing a chest upon his head, and, standing the said to one of the Wali's young men, Go in and tell the Emir that I would have audience of him on some privy business. So the servant went in and told his master, who bade admit the visitor. When he entered, the Emir saw him to be a man of handsome semblance and portly presence, so he received him with honor and high distinction, seating him beside himself, and said to him, What is thy wish? Replied the stranger, I am a highwayman and am minded to repent at thy hands and turn to Almighty Allah, but I would have thee help me to this, for that I am in thy district and under thine inspection. Now I have here a chest, wherein are matters worth some 40,000 dinars, and none hath so good a right to it as thou. So do thou take it and give me in exchange 1,000 dinars, of thine own monies lawfully gotten, that I may have a little capital, to aid me in my repentance, FN number 408, and save me from resorting to sin for my subsistence, and with Allah Almighty be thy reward. Speaking thus, he opened the chest and showed the Wali that it was full of trinkets and jewels and bullion and ring gems and pearls, whereat he was amazed and rejoiced with great joy. So he cried out to his treasurer, saying, Bring hither a certain purse containing 1,000 dinars. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 346th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wali cried out to his treasurer, saying, Bring hither a certain purse containing 1,000 dinars, and gave it to the highwayman, who took it and thanking him, went his way under cover of the night. Now when it was the morrow, the Emir sent for the chief of the goldsmiths and showed him the chest and what was therein, but the goldsmith found it nothing but tin and brass, and the jewels and bezel stones and pearls all of glass, whereat the wali was sore chagrined and sent in quest of the highwayman, but none could come at him. And men also tell the tale of Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi and the merchant's sister. The Caliph al-Mamun once said to his uncle Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi, Tell us the most remarkable thing that thou hast ever seen. Answered he, I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful. Know that I rode out one day, a-pleasuring, and my ride brought me to a place where I smelt the reek of food. So my soul longed for it, and I halted, O Prince of True Believers, perplexed and unable either to go on or to go in. Presently, I raised my eyes, and lo! I espied a lattice window and behind it a wrist, than which I never beheld aught lovelier. The sight turned my brain and I forgot the smell of the food and began to plan and plot how I should get access to the house. After a while, I observed a tailor hard by and going up to him, saluted him. He returned my salam and I asked him, Whose house is that? And he answered, It belongeth to a merchant called such an one, son of such an one, who consorteth with none save merchants. As we were talking, behold, up came two men, of comely aspect with intelligent countenances, riding on horseback, and the tailor told me that they were the merchant's most intimate friends and acquainted me with their names. So I urged my beast towards them and said to them, Be I ransom. Abu Fulan FN number 409, awaiteth you, and I rode with them both to the gate, where I entered and they also. Now when the master of the house saw me with them he doubted not that I was their friend, so he welcomed me and seated me in the highest stead. Then they brought the table of food and I said in myself, Allah hath granted me my desire of the food, and now there remain the hand and the wrist. After a while, we removed the carousel to another room, which I found tricked out with all manner of rarities, and the host paid me particular attention, addressing his talk to me, for that he took me to be a guest of his guests, whilst in like manner these two made much of me, taking me for a friend of their friend the house master. Thus I was the object of politest attentions till we had drunk several cups of wine, and there came into us a damsel as she were a willow wand of the utmost beauty and elegance, who took a lute and playing a lively measure, sang these couplets. Is it not strange one house us to contain, and still thou drawest not near, or talk we twain? Only our eyes tell secrets of our souls, and broken hearts by lovers' fiery pain, winks with the eyelids, signs the eyebrow nose, languishing looks and hand saluting fain. When I heard these words my vitals were stirred, O Commander of the Faithful, and I was moved to delight, for her excessive loveliness and the beauty of the verses she sang, and I envied her skill and said, There lacketh somewhat to thee, O damsel. Whereupon she threw the lute from her hand in anger, and cried, Since when are ye wont to bring ill-mannered louts into your assemblies? Then I repented of what I had done, seeing the company vexed with me, and I said in my mind, My hopes are lost by me, and I wetted no way of escaping blame but to call for a lute, saying, I will show you what escaped her in the air she played. Quoth the folk, We hear and obey. So they brought me a lute and I tuned the strings and sang these verses. This is thy friend perplexed for pain and pine, enamored, down whose breast course drops of brine. He hath this hand to the compassionate raised for winning wish, and that on hearts is lean. O thou who seest one love perishing, his death is caused by those hands and ear. FN number 410. Whereupon the damsel sprang up and throwing herself at my feet, kissed them and said, "It is thine to excuse, O my master. By Allah, I knew not thy quality nor heard I ever the like of this performance." And all began extolling me and making much of me, being beyond measure delighted, and at last they besought me to sing again. So I sang a merry air, whereupon they all became drunken with music and wine. Their wits left them and they were carried off to their homes, while I abode alone with the host and the girl. He drank some cups with me and then said, "O my lord, my life hath been lived in vain, for that I have not known the like of thee till the present. Now, by Allah, tell me who thou art, that I may ken who is the cup companion whom Allah hath bestowed on me this night." At first I returned him evasive answers and would not tell him my name, but he conjured me till I told him who I was, whereupon he sprang to his feet, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 347th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ibrahim son of Al-Mahdi continued, now when the housemaster heard my name he sprang to his feet and said, Indeed I wondered that such gifts should belong to any but the like of thee, and fortune hath done me a good turn for which I cannot thank her too much. But, haply, this is a dream, for how could I hope that one of the Caliphate house should visit my humble home and carouse with me this night?" I conjured him to be seated, so he sat down and began to question me as to the cause of my visit in the most courteous terms. So I told him the whole affair, first and last, hiding naught, and said to him, "Now as to the food I have had my will, but of the hand and wrist I have still to win my wish." Quoth he, "Thou shalt have thy desire of the hand and wrist also, Inshallah." Then said he to the slave girl, "Ho, such an one, bid such an one come down." And he called his slave girls down, one by one, and showed them to me, but I saw not my mistress among them, and he said, "O my lord, there is none left save my mother and sister, but, by Allah, I must needs have them also down and show them to thee." So I marveled at his courtesy and large-heartedness and said, "May I be thy sacrifice? Begin with the sister," and he answered, "With joy and goodwill." So she came down and he showed me her hand, and behold, she was the owner of the hand and wrist. Quoth I, "Allah make me thy ransom. This is the damsel whose hand and wrist I saw at the lattice." Then he sent his servants without stay or delay for witnesses, and bringing out 2 myriads FN number 411, of gold pieces, said to the witnesses, "This our lord and master, Ibrahim son of Al-Mahdi, paternal uncle of the commander of the faithful, seeketh in marriage my sister such an one, and I call you to witness that I give her in wedlock to him, and that he hath settled upon her 10,000 dinars." And he said to me, "I give thee my sister in marriage, at the portion aforesaid." "I consent," answered I, "and am herewith content." Whereupon he gave one of the bags to her and the other to the witnesses, and said to me, "O our lord, I desire to adorn a chamber for thee, where thou mayst sleep with thy wife." But I was abashed at his generosity and was ashamed to lie with her in his house, so I said, "Equip her and send her to my place." And by thy being, O Commander of the Faithful, he sent me with her such an equipage that my house, for all its greatness, was too strait to hold it. And I begot on her this boy that standeth in thy presence. Then Al-Mamun marveled at the man's generosity and said, "Gifted of Allah is he. Never heard I of his like." And he bade Ibrahim bin Al-Mahdi bring him to court, that he might see him. He brought him, and the caliph conversed with him, and his wit and good breeding so pleased him that he made him one of his chief officers. And Allah is the giver, the bestower. Men also relate the tale of the woman whose hands were cut off for giving alms to the poor. A certain king once made proclamation to the people of his realm, saying, "If any of you give alms of aught, I will verily and assuredly cut off his hand." Wherefore all the people abstained from alms deed, and none could give anything to anyone. Now it chanced that one day a beggar accosted a certain woman, and indeed hunger was sore upon him, and said to her, "Give me an alms," and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was 348th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that," quoth the beggar to the woman, "give me an alms however small." But she answered him, "How can I give thee aught, when the king cutteth off the hands of all who give alms?" Then he said, "I conjure thee by Allah Almighty, give me an alms." So when he adjured her by the holy name of Allah, she had ruth on him and gave him 2 scones. The king heard of this, whereupon he called her before him and cut off her hands, after which she returned to her house. Now it chanced after a while that the king said to his mother, "I have a mind to take a wife, so do thou marry me to a fair woman." Quoth she, "There is among our female slaves one who is unsurpassed in beauty, but she hath a grievous blemish." The king asked, "What is that?" And his mother answered, "She hath had both her hands cut off." Said he, "Let me see her." So she brought her to him, and he was ravished by her and married her and went in unto her, and begat upon her a son. Now this was the woman who had given 2 scones as an alms to the asker, and whose hands had been cut off therefore, and when the king married her, her fellow wives envied her and wrote to the common husband that she was an unchaste, having just given birth to the boy, so he wrote to his mother, bidding her carry the woman into the desert and leave her there. The old queen obeyed his commandment and abandoned the woman and her son in the desert, whereupon she fell to weeping for that which had befallen her and wailing with exceeding sore wail. As she went along, she came to a river and knelt down to drink, being overcome with excess of thirst, for fatigue of walking and for grief, but, as she bent her head, the child which was at her neck fell into the water. Then she sat weeping bitter tears for her child, and as she wept, behold came up 2 men, who said to her, "What maketh thee weep?" Quoth she, "I had a child at my neck, and he hath fallen into the water." They asked, "Wilt thou that we bring him out to thee?" And she answered, "Yes." So they prayed to Almighty Allah, and the child came forth of the water to her, safe and sound. Then said they, "Wilt thou that Allah restore thee thy hands as they were?" "Yes," replied she, whereupon they prayed to Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and her hands were restored to her, goodlier than before. Then said they, "Knowest thou who we are?" And she replied, "Allah is all-knowing." FN number 412. And they said, "We are thy 2 scones of bread, which thou gayest in alms to the asker and which were the cause of the cutting off of thy hands." FN number 413. So praise thou Allah Almighty for that He hath restored to thee thy hands and thy child. Then she praised Almighty Allah and glorified Him. And men relate a tale of the devout Israelite. There was once a devout man of the children of Israel, FN number 414, whose family span cotton thread, and he used every day to sell the yarn and buy fresh cotton, and with the profit he laid in daily bread for his household. One morning he went out and sold the day's yarn as wont, when there met him one of his brethren, who complained to him of need, so he gave him the price of the thread and returned, empty-handed, to his family, who said to him, "Where is the cotton and the food?" Quoth he, "Such an one met me and complained to me of want, whereupon I gave him the price of the yarn." And they said, "How shall we do? We have nothing to sell." Now they had a cracked drencher FN number 415, and a jar, so he took them to the bazaar but none would buy them of him. However presently, as he stood in a market, there passed by a man with a fish, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 349th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the man took the trencher and jar to the bazaar, but none would buy them of him. However, there presently passed by a man with a fish which was so stinking and so swollen that no one would buy it of him, and he said to the Jew, "Wilt thou sell me thine unsaleable ware for mine?" "Yes," answered the Jew, and, giving him their wooden trencher and jar, took the fish and carried it home to his family, who said, "What shall we do with this fish?" Quoth he, "We will broil it and eat it, till it please Allah to provide bread for us." So they took it and ripping open its belly, found therein a great pearl, and told the head of the household, who said, "See ye if it be pierced, if so, it belongeth to some one of the folk, if not, 'tis a provision of Allah for us." So they examined it and found it unpierced. Now when it was the morrow, the Jew carried it to one of his brethren, which was an expert in jewels, and the man asked, "O such an one, whence hadst thou this pearl?" Whereto the Jew answered, "It was a gift of Almighty Allah to us." And the other said, "It is worth 1,000 dirhams, and I will give thee that, but take it to such an one, for he hath more money and skill than I." So the Jew took it to the jeweller, who said, "It is worth 70,000 dirhams and no more." Then he paid him that sum, and the Jew hired 2 porters to carry the money to his house. As he came to his door, a beggar accosted him, saying, "Give me of that which Allah hath given thee." Quoth the Jew to the asker, "But yesterday we were even as thou, take thee half this money." So he made 2 parts of it, and each took its half. Then said the beggar, "Take back thy money, and Allah bless and prosper thee in it. I am a messenger, FN number 416, whom thy Lord hath sent to try thee." Quoth the Jew, "To Allah be the praise and the thanks," and abode in all delight of life, he and his household, till death. And men recount this story of Abu Hassan al-Zadi and the Khorasan. Quoth Abu Hassan al-Zadi, FN number 417, "I was once in straitened case, and so needy that the grocer, the baker and other tradesmen dunned and importuned me, and my misery became extreme, for I knew of no resource nor what to do. Things being on this wise, there came to me one day certain of my servants, and said to me, At the door is a pilgrim wight, who seeketh admission to thee. Quoth I, Admit him. So he came in, and behold, he was a Khorasani. We exchanged salutations, and he said to me, Tell me, art thou Abu Hassan al-Zadi? And I replied, Yes, what is thy wish? Quoth he, I am a stranger and am minded to make the pilgrimage, but I have with me a great sum of money, which is burdensome to bear, so I wish to deposit these 10,000 dirhams with thee, whilst I make my pilgrimage and return. If the caravan march back and thou see me not, then know that I am dead, in which case the money is a gift from me to thee, but if I come back, it shall be mine. I answered, Be it as thou wilt, and thus please Allah Almighty. So he brought out a leather bag, and I said to the servant, Fetch the scales. And when he brought them, the man weighed out the money and handed it to me, after which he went his way. Then I called the purveyors and paid them my liabilities, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 350th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Abu Hassan al-Zadi, I called the purveyors and paid them my liabilities and spent freely and amply, saying to myself, By the time he returns, Allah will have relieved me with one or other of the bounties he hath by him. However, on the very next day, the servant came in to me and said, Thy friend the Khorasan man is at the door. Admit him, answered I. So he came in and said to me, I had purposed to make the pilgrimage, but news hath reached me of the decease of my father, and I have resolved to return, so give me the monies I deposited with thee yesterday. When I heard this, I was troubled and perplexed beyond measure of perplexity known to man, and wotted not what reply to make him, for, if I denied it, he would put me on my oath, and I should be disgraced in the world to come, whilst, if I told him that I had spent the money, he would make an outcry and dishonour me before men. So I said to him, Allah give thee health. This my house is no stronghold nor site of safe custody for this money. When I received thy leather bag, I sent it to one with whom it now is, so do thou return to us tomorrow and take thy money, inshallah. FN number 418. So he went away and I passed the night in great concern, because of his return to me. Sleep visited me not, nor could I close my eyes. So I rose and bade the boy saddle me the she-mule. Answered he, O my lord, it is yet but the first third of the night, and indeed we have hardly had time to rest. I returned to my bed, but sleep was forbidden to me, and I ceased not to awaken the boy, and he to put me off, till break of day, when he saddled me the mule, and I mounted and rode out, not knowing whither to go. I threw the reins on the mule's shoulders and gave myself up to regrets and melancholy thoughts, whilst she fared on with me to the eastward of Baghdad. Presently, as I went along, behold, I saw a number of people approaching me, and turned aside into another path to avoid them, but seeing that I wore a turban in preacher fashion, FN number 419, they followed me, and hastening up to me, said, Knowest thou the lodging of Abu Hassan al-Zadi? I am he, answered I, and they rejoined, Obey the summons of the commander of the faithful. Then they carried me before Al-Mamun, who said to me, Who art thou? Quoth I, an associate of the Qazi Abu Yusuf and a doctor of the law and traditions. Asked the Caliph, By what surname art thou known? FN number 420, and I answered, Abu Hassan al-Zadi, whereupon quoth he, Expound to me thy case. So I recounted to him my case, and he wept sore and said to me, Out on thee. The apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and assain, would not let me sleep this night, because of thee, for in early darkness FN number 421, he appeared to me and said, Succor Abu Hassan al-Zadi. Whereupon I awoke and, knowing thee not, went to sleep again, but he came to me a second time and said to me, Woe to thee! Succor Abu Hassan al-Zadi. I woke a second time, but knowing thee not I went to sleep again, and he came to me a third time, and still I knew thee not, and went to sleep again. Then he came to me once more and said, Out on thee. Succor Abu Hassan al-Zadi. After that I dared not sleep any more, but watched the rest of the night and aroused my people and sent them on all sides in quest of thee. Then he gave me 1 myriad of dirhams, saying, This is for the Khorasani, and other 10,000, saying, Spend freely of this and amend thy case therewith, and set thine affairs in order. Moreover, he presented me with 30,000 dirhams, saying, Furnish thyself with this, and when the procession day FN number 422 is being kept, come thou to me, that I may invest thee with some office. So I went forth from him with the money and returned home, where I prayed the dawn prayer, and behold, presently came the Khorasani, so I carried him into the house and brought out to him 1 myriad of dirhams, saying, Here is thy money. Quoth he, It is not my very money, how cometh this? So I told him the whole story, and he wept and said, By Allah, hadst thou told me the fact at first, I had not pressed thee, and now, by Allah, I will not accept aught of this money. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 351st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the Khorasani to al-Zadi, By Allah, hadst thou told me the fact at first, I had not pressed thee, and now, by Allah, I will not accept aught of this money, and thou art lawfully quit of it. So saying, he went away, and I set my affairs in order and repaired on the procession day to Al-Mamun's gate, where I found him seated. When he saw me present myself, he called me to him and, bringing forth to me a paper from under his prayer carpet, said to me, This is a patent, conferring on thee the office of Qazi of the Western Division of Al-Medina, the Holy City, from the Bab al-Salam FN number 423, to the furthest limit of the township, and I appoint thee such and such monthly allowances. So fear Allah, to whom be honor and glory, and be mindful of the solicitude of his apostle, whom may he bless and keep, on thine account. Then the folk marveled at the Caliph's words and asked me their meaning. Whereupon I told them the story from beginning to end, and it spread abroad amongst the people. And, quoth he who telleth the tale, Abu Hassan al-Zadi ceased not to be Qazi of Al-Medina, the holy city, till he died in the days of Al-Ma'mun, the mercy of Allah be on him. And among the tales men tell is one of the poor man and his friend in need. There was once a rich man who lost all he had and became destitute, whereupon his wife advised him to ask aid and assistance of one of his intimates. So he betook himself to a certain friend of his and acquainted him with his necessities, and he lent him 500 dinars to trade withal. Now in early life he had been a jeweller, so he took the gold and went to the jewel bazaar, where he opened a shop to buy and sell. Presently, as he sat in his shop, 3 men accosted him and asked for his father, and when he told them that he was deceased, they said, "Say, did he leave issue?" Quoth the jeweller, "He left the slave who is before you." They asked, "And who knoweth thee for his son?" And he answered, "The people of the bazaar." Whereupon they said, "Call them together, that they may testify to us that thou art his very son." So he called them, and they bore witness of this, whereupon the 3 men delivered to him a pair of saddle bags, containing 30,000 dinars, besides jewels and bullion of high value, saying, "This was deposited with us in trust by thy father." Then they went away, and presently there came to him a woman, who sought of him certain of the jewels, worth 500 dinars, which he bought, and paid him 3,000 for them. Upon this he arose and took 500 dinars, and carrying them to his friend who had lent him the money, said to him, "Take the 500 dinars I borrowed of thee, for Allah hath opened to me the gate of prosperity." Quoth the other, "Nay, I gave them to thee outright, from the love of Allah, so do thou keep them. And take this paper, but read it not till thou be at home, and do according to that which is therein." So he took the money and the paper and returned home, where he opened the scroll and found therein inscribed these couplets: "Kinsmen of mine were those 3 men who came to thee, my sire and uncles twin and Salih bin Ali. So what for cash thou coldest, to my mother 'twas thou soldest it, and coin and gems were sent by me. Thus doing I desired not any harm to thee, but in my presence spare thee and thy modesty." And they also recount the story of the ruined man who became rich again through a dream. FN number 424. There lived once in Baghdad a wealthy man and made of money, who lost all his substance and became so destitute that he could earn his living only by hard labor. One night, he lay down to sleep, dejected and heavy-hearted, and saw in a dream a speaker FN number 425, who said to him, "Verily thy fortune is in Cairo, go thither and seek it." So he set out for Cairo, but when he arrived there evening overtook him, and he lay down to sleep in a mosque. Presently, by decree of Allah Almighty, a band of bandits entered the mosque and made their way thence into an adjoining house, but the owners, being aroused by the noise of the thieves, awoke and cried out, whereupon the chief of police came to their aid with his officers. The robbers made off, but the wali entered the mosque and, finding the man from Baghdad asleep there, laid hold of him and beat him with palm rods, so grievous a beating that he was well nigh dead. Then they cast him into jail, where he abode 3 days, after which the chief of police sent for him and asked him, "Whence art thou?" And he answered, "From Baghdad." Quoth the wali, "And what brought thee to Cairo?" And quoth the Baghdadi, "I saw in a dream one who said to me, Thy fortune is in Cairo, go thither to it. But when I came to Cairo, the fortune which he promised me proved to be the palm rods thou so generously gavest to me." The wali laughed till he showed his wisdom teeth and said, "O man of little wit, thrice have I seen in a dream one who said to me, There is in Baghdad a house in such a district and of such a fashion, and its courtyard is laid out garden-wise. At the lower end whereof is a jetting fountain, and under the same a great sum of money lieth buried. Go thither and take it. Yet I went not, but thou, of the briefness of thy wit, hast journeyed from place to place, on the faith of a dream, which was but an idle glimpses of sleep. Then he gave him money, saying, "Help thee back herewith to thine own country." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 352nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wali gave the Baghdad man some silver, saying, 'Help thee back herewith to thine own country,' and he took the money and set out upon his homewards march. Now the house the wali has described was the man's own house in Baghdad, so the wayfarer returned thither and, digging underneath the fountain in his garden, discovered a great treasure. And thus Allah gave him abundant fortune, and a marvelous coincidence occurred. And a story is also current of Caliph al-Mutawakkil and his concubine Mahbuba. There were in the palace of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil al-Allah FN number 426, 4,000 concubines, whereof 2,000 were Greeks and other 2,000 slave-born Arabians FN number 427, and Abyssinians, and Ubayd ibn Tahir FN number 428, had given him 200 white girls and a like number of Abyssinian and native girls. Among these slave-borns was a girl of Basora, hight Mahbuba, the beloved, who was of surpassing beauty and loveliness, elegance and voluptuous grace. Moreover, she played upon the lute and was skilled in singing and making verses and wrote a beautiful hand, so that al-Mutawakkil fell passionately in love with her and could not endure from her a single hour. But when she saw this affection, she presumed upon his favour to use him arrogantly, wherefore he waxed exceeding wroth with her and forsook her, forbidding the people of the palace to speak with her. She abode on this wise some days, but the Caliph still inclined to her, and he arose one morning and said to his courtiers, "I dreamed, last night, that I was reconciled to Mahbuba." They answered, "Would Allah this might be on wake," and as they were talking, behold, in came one of the Caliph's maidservants and whispered him, so he rose from his throne and entered the seraglio, for the whisper had said, "Of a truth we heard singing and lute playing in Mahbuba's chamber, and we knew not what this meant." So he went straight to her apartment, where he heard her playing upon the lute and singing the following verses. "I wander through the palace, but I sight there not a soul to whom I may complain or would change a word with me. It is as though I done so grievous rebel deed wherefrom can no contrition e'er avail to set me free. Have we no intercessor here to plead with King, who came in sleep to me and took me back to grace and amity, but when the break of day arose and showed itself again, then he departing sent me back to dream my privacy." Now when the Caliph heard her voice, he marvelled at the verse and yet more at the strange coincidence of their dreams and entered the chamber. As soon as she perceived him, she hastened to rise and throw herself at his feet, and kissing them, said, "By Allah, O my lord, this hap is what I dreamt last night, and, when I awoke, I made the couplets thou hast heard." Replied al-Mutawakkil, "By Allah, I also dreamt the like." Then they embraced and made friends, and he abode with her 7 days with their nights. Now Mahbuba had written upon her cheek, in musk, the Caliph's name, which was Jafar, and when he saw this, he improvised the following. One wrote upon her cheek with musk, his name was Jafar, my soul for hers who wrote upon her cheek the name I cite. If in her fingers have inscribed one line upon her cheek, full many a line in heart of mine those fingers did indite. O thou, whom Jafar soul of men possesseth for himself, Allah fill Jafar FN number 429, stream full draught, the wine of thy delight. When al-Mutawakkil died, his host of women forgot him, all save Mahbuba, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 353rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when al-Mutawakkil died, his host of women forgot him all save Mahbuba, who ceased not to mourn for him, till she deceased and was buried by his side, the mercy of Allah be on them both." And men also tell the tale of Warden FN number 430, the butcher, His Adventure with the Lady and the Bear. There lived once in Cairo, in the days of the Caliph al-Hakim by Amrillah, a butcher named Burton, who dealt in sheep's flesh, and there came to him every day a lady and gave him a dinar, whose weight was nigh 2.5 Egyptian dinars, saying, "Give me a lamb." So he took the money and gave her the lamb, which she delivered to a porter she had with her, and he put it in his crate and she went away with him to her own place. Next day she came in the forenoon, and this went on for a long time, the butcher gaining a dinar by her every day, till at last he began to be curious about her case and said to himself, "This woman doth of me a decat worth of meat every morning, paying ready money, and never misseth a single day. Verily, this is a strange thing." So he took an occasion of questioning the porter, in her absence, and asked him, "Whither goest thou every day with yonder woman?" And he answered, "I know not what to make of her for surprise, inasmuch as every day, after she hath taken the lamb of thee, she biddeth necessaries of the table, fresh and dried fruits and wax candles a dinar's worth, and taketh of a certain person, which is a Nazarene, 2 flagons of wine, worth another dinar, and then she leadeth me with a hole, and I go with her to the Wazir's gardens, where she blindfoldeth me, so that I cannot see on what part of earth I set my feet, and, taking me by the hand, she leadeth me I know not whither. Presently, she saith, Set down here, and when I have done so, she giveth me an empty crate she hath ready, and, taking my hand, leadeth me back to the Wazir's gardens, the place where she bound my eyes, and there removeth the bandage and giveth me 10 silver bits. Allah be her helper. Quoth Warden, but he redoubled in curiosity about her case. Disquietude increased upon him, and he passed the night in exceeding restlessness. And quoth the butcher, next morning she came to me as of custom, and taking the lamb, for which she paid the dinar, delivered it to the porter and went away. So I gave my shop in charge to a lad and followed her without her seeing me, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 354th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Warden the butcher continued, so I gave my shop in charge to a lad and followed her without her seeing me, nor did I cease to keep her in sight, hiding behind her, till she left Cairo and came to the Wazir's gardens. Then I hid myself whilst she bandaged the porter's eyes, and followed her again from place to place till she came to the mountain FN number 431, and stopped at a spot where there was a great stone. Here she made the porter set down his crate, and I waited whilst she conducted him back to the Wazir's gardens, after which she returned and, taking out the contents of the basket, instantly disappeared. Then I went up to that stone and wrenching it up entered the hole and found behind the stone an open trapdoor of brass and a flight of steps leading downwards. So I descended, little by little, till I came to a long corridor, brilliantly lighted, and followed it, till I made a closed door, as it were the door of a saloon. I looked about the wall sides near the doorway till I discovered a recess, with steps therein, then climbed up and found a little niche with a bull's-eye giving upon a saloon. Thence I looked inside and saw the lady cut off the choicest parts of the lamb and laying them in a saucepan, throw the rest to a great big bear, who ate it all to the last bite. Now when she had made an end of cooking, she ate her fill, after which she set on the fruits and confections and brought out the wine and fell to drinking a cup herself and giving the bear to drink in a basin of gold. And as soon as she was heated with wine, she put off her petticoat trousers and lay down on her back, whereupon the bear rose and came up to her and stroked her, whilst she gave him the best of what belongeth to the sons of Adam till he had made an end, when he sat down and rested. Presently, he sprang upon her and drudged her again, and when he ended he again sat down to rest, and he ceased not so doing till he had fettered her 10 times, and they both fell to the ground in a fainting fit and lay without motion. Then quoth I to myself, Now is my opportunity, and taking a knife I had with me, that would cut bones before flesh, FN number 432, went down to them and found them motionless, not a muscle of them moving for their hard swinking and swiving. So I put my knife to the bear's gullet and pressed upon it, till I finished him by severing his head from his body, and he gave a great snort like thunder, whereat the lady started up in alarm, and, seeing the bear slain and me standing whittle in hand, she shrieked so loud a shriek that I thought the soul had left her body. Then she asked, "O warden, is this how thou requitest me my favours?" And I answered, "O enemy of thine own soul, is there a famine of men, FN number 433, that thou must do this damnable thing?" She made no answer but bent down over the bear, and looked fondly upon him, then finding his head divided from his body, said to me, "O warden, which of the two courses wouldest thou take? Either obey me in what I shall say and be the means of thine own safety." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 355th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the lady, O warden, which of the two courses wouldest thou take? Either obey me in what I shall say and be the means of thine own safety and competency to the end of thy days, or gainsay me and so cause thine own destruction." FN number 434, answered I choose rather to hearken unto thee. Say what thou wilt. Quoth she, "Then slay me, as thou hast slain this bear, and take thy need of this hoard and wend thy ways." Quoth I am better than this bear, so return thou to Allah Almighty and repent, and I will marry thee, and we will live on this treasure the rest of our lives. She rejoined, "O warden, far be it from me. How shall I live after him? By Allah, and thou slay me not, I will assuredly do away thy life. So leave bandying words with me, or thou art a lost man. This is all I have to say to thee, and peace be with thee." Then said I will kill thee, and thou shalt go to the curse of Allah. So saying, I caught her by the hair and cut her throat, and she went to the curse of Allah and of the angels and of all mankind. And after so doing, I examined the place and found the gold and bezel stones and pearls, such as no one king could bring together. So I filled the porter's crate with as much as I could carry and covered it with the clothes I had on me. Then I shouldered it and, going up out of the underground treasure chamber, fared homewards and ceased not faring on, till I came to the gate of Cairo, where behold, I fell in with 10 of the bodyguard of Al-Hakim by Imrillah FN number 435, followed by the prince himself, who said to me, "Ho, warden, at thy service, O king," replied I, when he asked, "Hast thou killed the bear and the lady?" And I answered, "Yes." Quoth he, "Set down the basket from thy head and fear naught, for all the treasure thou hast with thee is thine, and none shall dispute it with thee." So I set down the crate before him, and he uncovered it and looked at it, then said to me, "Tell me the case, albeit know it, as if I had been present with you." So I told him all that had passed, and he said, "Thou hast spoken the truth," adding, "O warden, come now with me to the treasure." So I returned with him to the cavern, where he found the trapdoor closed and said to me, "O warden, lift it, none but thou can open the treasure, for it is enchanted in thy name and nature." FN number 436, said I, "By Allah, I cannot open it." But he said, "Go up to it, trusting in the blessing of Allah." So I called upon the name of Almighty Allah and, advancing to the trapdoor, put my hand to it, whereupon it came up as it had been of the lightest. Then said the Caliph, "Go down and bring hither what is there, for none but one of thy name and semblance and nature hath gone down thither since the place was made, and the slaying of the bear and the woman was appointed to be at thy hand." This was chronicled with me and I was awaiting its fulfillment. FN number 437, accordingly, quoth warden, I went down and brought up all the treasure, whereupon the Caliph sent for beasts of burden and carried it away, after giving me my crate, with what was therein. So I bore it home and opened me a shop, in the market. And, saith he who telleth the tale, this market is still extant and is known as Warden's Market. And I have heard recount another story of the king's daughter and the ape. There was once a sultan's daughter, whose heart was taken with love of a black slave. He obeyed her maidenhead and she became passionately addicted to fettering, so that she could not do without it a single hour, and complained of her case to one of her body women, who told her that no thing poketh and stroketh more abundantly than the baboon. FN $438. Now it so chanced one day, that an ape leader passed under her lattice, with a great ape. So she unveiled her face and looking upon the ape, signed to him with her eyes, whereupon he broke his bonds and chain and climbed up to the princess, who hid him in a place with her, and night and day he abode there, eating and drinking and copulating. Her father heard of this and would have killed her and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 356th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sultan heard of this work he would have slain his daughter, but she smoked his design, and, disguising herself in Mameluke's dress, mounted horse after loading a mule with golden bullion, and precious stuffs past all account, then carrying with her the ape, she fled to Cairo, where she took up her abode in one of the houses without the city and upon the verge of the Suez Desert. Now, every day, she used to buy meat of a young man, a butcher, but she came not to him till afternoon day, and then she was so yellow and disordered in face that he said in his mind, There must indeed hang some mystery by this slave. Accordingly, quoth the butcher, one day when she came to me as usual, I went out after her secretly, and ceased not to follow her from place to place, so as she saw me not, till she came to her lodging on the edge of her waste and entered, and I looked in upon her through a cranny, and saw her as soon as she was at home, kindle a fire and cook the meat, of which she ate enough and served up the rest to a baboon she had by her, and he did the same. Then she put off the slave's habit and donned the richest of women's apparel, and so I knew that she was a lady. After this she set on wine and drank and gave the ape to drink, and he stroked her nigh 60 times without drawing till she swooned away, when he spread over her a silken coverlet and returned to his place. Then I went down in the midst of the place, and the ape, becoming aware of me, would have torn me in pieces, but I made haste to pull out my knife and slit his paunch, and his bowels fell out. The noise aroused the young lady, who awoke terrified and trembling, and, when she saw the ape in this case, she shrieked such a shriek that her soul well nigh fled her body. Then she fell down in a fainting fit, and when she came to herself, she said to me, What moved thee to do thus? Now Allah upon thee, send me after him. But I spoke her fair for a while and pledged myself to stand in the ape's stead in the matter of much poking, till her trouble subsided and I took her to wife. But when I came to perform my promise I proved a failure, and I fell short in this matter and could not endure such hard labor. So I complained of my case and mentioned her exorbitant requirements to a certain old woman who engaged to manage the affair, and said to me, Needs must thou bring me a cooking pot full of virgin vinegar and a pound of the herb belly tree called woundwort. FN number 439. So I brought her what she sought, and she laid the belly tree in the pot with the vinegar and set it on the fire, till it was thoroughly boiled. Then she bade me fetter the girl, and I fettered her till she fainted away, when the old woman took her up, and she unconscious, and set her parts to the mouth of the cooking pot. The steam of the pot entered her slit, and there fell from it somewhat, which I examined, and behold, it was 2 small worms, one black and the other yellow. Quoth the old woman, The black was bred of the strokings of the negro, and the yellow of stroking with the baboon. Now when she recovered from her swoon, she abode with me, in all delight and solace of life, and sought not swiving as before, for Allah had done away from her this appetite, whereat I marvelled, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 357th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man continued, in truth Allah had done away from her this appetite, whereat I marvelled and acquainted her with the case. Thereupon I lived with her, and she took the old woman to be to her in the stead of her mother. And, said he who told me the tale, the old woman and the young man and his wife abode in joy and cheer till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies, and glory be to the ever-living one, who dieth not and in whose hand is dominion of the world visible and invisible. FN number 440, and another tale they tell is that of End of Arabian Nights Volume 4. Arabian Nights, Volume 4 Footnotes. FN number 1. The name is indifferently derived from the red sand about the town or the reeds and mud with which it was originally built. It was founded by the Caliph Omar, when the old capital Madain, Ctesiphon, opposite was held unwholesome, on the west bank of the Euphrates, 4 days' march from Baghdad, and has now disappeared. Al-Safar, the first Abbasid, made it his capital and it became a famous seat of Muslim learning, the Kufi school of Arab grammarians being as renowned as their opponents, the Basri, of Basora. It gave a name to the Kufic characters which are, however, of much older date. FN number 2, Namat equals a blessing, and the word is perpetually occurring in Muslim conversation. Namatullah, as pronounced, is also a favorite PN, and few Anglo-Indians of the mutiny date will forget the scandalous disclosures of Munshi Namatullah, who had been sent to England by Nana Sahib. Num equals prosperity, good fortune, and a P. N. like the Heb. Naomi. FN number 3, that is causing to be prosperous. The name, corrupted by the Turks to Tevfik, is given to either sex, for example Tawfik Pasha of Egypt, to whose unprosperous rule and miserable career the signification certainly does not apply. FN number 4, Lane, 2. 187, alters the 2 to 4 years. FN number 5, that is to Tom, Dick or Harry. The names like John Doe and Richard Roe are used indefinitely in Arab grammar and syntax. I have noted that Amru is written and pronounced Amr, hence Amru, the conqueror of Egypt, when told by an astrologer that Jerusalem would be taken only by a trium litera from Homo, with 3 letters in his name sent for the Caliph Omar, to whom the so-called Holy City at once capitulated. Hence also most probably, the tale of Burton and the Lord Alligator, Cumber, who however did not change from cotton to common more for some time after the successful siege. FN number 6, Benuzu False Kafi, a statesman and soldier of the 7th and 8th centuries, AD. He was governor of Al-Hijaz and Al-Iraq under the 5th and 6th Umayyads, and I have noticed his vigorous rule of the Muslims' Holy Land in my pilgrimage. 3. 194, etc. He pulled down the Kaaba and restored it to the condition in which it now is. Al-Sayuti, p. 219, accuses him of having suborned a man to murder Ibn Omar with a poisoned javelin, and of humiliating the Prophet's companions by sealing them in the necks and hands, that is he tied a thong upon the neck of each and sealed the knot with lead. In Iraq he showed himself equally masterful, but an iron hand was required by the revelationists of Kufa and Basra. He behaved like a good knight in rescuing the Muslim women who called upon his name when taken prisoners by Dahir of Dabul, Tatha insigned. Al-Hajjaj was not the kind of man the Caliph would have chosen for a pander, but the Shias hates him and have given him a lasting bad name. In the East men respect manly measures, not the hysterical, philanthropic pseudo-humanitarianism of our modern government, which is really the cruelest of all. When Zud bin Abihi was sent by Caliph Muawiyah to reform Basora, a den of thieves, he informed the lieges that he intended to rule by the sword and advised all evildoers to quit the city. The people were forbidden, under pain of teeth, to walk the streets after prayers. On the first night 200 suffered, on the second 5 and none afterwards. Compare this with our civilized rule in Egypt, where even bands of brigands, a phenomenon perfectly new and unknown to this century, have started up, where crime has doubled in quantity and quality, and where Christian rule has thoroughly scandalized the Muslim land. FN number 7. The old board's portrait is admirably drawn. All we dwellers in the East have known her well. She is so and so. Her dress and manners are the same amongst the Hindus. See the hypocritical female ascetic in the Katha, p. 287, as amongst the Muslims. Men of the world at once recognize her, and the prudent keep out of her way. She is found in the cities of southern Europe, ever pious, ever prayerful, and she seems to do her work not so much for profit as for pure or impure enjoyment. In the text her task was easy, as she had to do with a pair of innocents. FN number 8, Quran, 25. 70. I give sales version. FN number 9. Easterns, I have observed, have no way of saying thank you. They express it by a blessing or a short prayer. They have a right to your surplus. Daily bread is divided, they say, and, eating yours, they consider it their own. I have discussed this matter in Pilgrimage I. 75-77, in opposition to those who declare that gratitude is unknown to Muslims. FN number 10, Kufa. Kufa, being a modern place, never had a king, but as the Hindu says, Delhi is far, it is a far cry to Lahore. Here we can hardly understand Malik as governor or viceroy. Can it be Sim? With Zum al-Munit? FN number 11. Abd al-Malik has been before mentioned as the sweat of a stone, etc. He died recommending al-Hajjaj to his son, al-Walid, and one of his sayings is still remembered. He who desireth to take a female slave for carnal enjoyment, let him take a native of Barbary. If he need one for the sake of children, let him have a Persian, and whoso desireth one for service, let him take a Greek. Modern say, if you want a brother, in arms, try a Nubian, one to get you wealth, an Abyssinian, and if you want an ass, for labour, a Swahili, or Zanzibar Negroid. FN number 12, probably suggested by the history of Antiochus and Stratomnice, with an addition of Eastern mysteries such as geomancy. FN number 13, Arab. Carrara, the water doctor, has always been an institution in the East, and he has lately revived in Europe, especially at the German baths and in London. FN number 14. Lane makes this phrase "O brother of the Persians" synonymous with "O Persian." I think it means more, a Persian being generally considered too clever by half. FN number 15. The verses deal in untranslatable word plays upon women's names. Naomi, the blessing, Suad or Suad, the happy, which Mr. Redhouse, in Kaab's mantle poem, happily renders Beatrice, and Jamal, a sum or total, the two latter, moreover, being here fictitious. FN number 16, and he, Jacob, turned from them, and said, "Oh how I am grieved for Joseph," and his eyes became white with mourning. Quoth Joseph to his brethren, "Take this in a garment and throw it on my father's face, and he shall recover his sight." So, when the messenger of good tidings came to Jacob, he threw it, the shirt, over his face, and he recovered his eyesight. Quran, 12. 84, 93, 96. The commentators, by way of improvement, assure us that the shirt was that worn by Abraham when thrown into the fire. Quran, chaps. 16. By Nimrod. We know little concerning Jacob's daughters, who named the only bridge spanning the upper Jordan, and who have a curious shrine tomb near Jewish Safe, north of Tiberias, one of the 4 holy cities. The Jews ignore these daughters of Jacob, and travellers neglect them. FN number 17. Easterns, I have remarked, mostly recognize the artistic truth that the animal man is handsomer than woman, and that fair sex is truly only of skin color. The same is the general rule throughout creation. For instance, the stallion compared with the mare, the cock with the hen, while there are sundry exceptions such as the falconidae. FN number 18. The Badawi, who is nothing if not horsey, compares the gait of a woman who walks well, in Europe rarely seen out of Spain, with the slightly swinging walk of a thoroughbred mare, bending her graceful neck and looking from side to side at objects as she passes. FN number 19, Lilai, da, algail, a characteristic idiom. Da equals giving, rich, milk copiously, and the phrase expresses admiration, to Allah be ascribed, or Allah be praised for, his rich eloquence, who said, etc. Some Hebraists would render it, divinely, well, did he speak, who said, etc., holding Allah to express a superlative like Yahjah, in Gen. 4. 1, x. 9. Nimrod was a hunter to the person, or presence, of Yah, that is mighty hunter. FN number 20, Hamza and Abbas were the famous uncles of Muhammad often noticed. Ugail is not known, possibly it may be Agil, a son of the fourth Caliph, Ali. FN number 21, the Eastern Ring is rarely plain, and, its use being that of a signet, it is always in intaglio. The Egyptians invented engraving hieroglyphics on wooden stamps for marking bricks and applied the process to the ring. Moses B. C. 1491, Exot. 28. 9. Took two onyx stones, and graved on them the names of the children of Israel. From this the signet ring was but a step. Herodotus mentions an emerald seal set in gold, that of Polycrates, the work of Theodorus, son of Telecles the Samian, 3. 141. The Egyptians also were perfectly acquainted with working in cameo, anaglyph, and rilvo, as may be seen in the carvo-rilvo of the finest of their hieroglyphs. The Greeks borrowed from them the cameo and applied it to gems, for example griffins in the Marlborough collection, and they bequeathed the art to the Romans. We read in a modern book cameo means an onyx, and the most famous cameo in the world is the onyx containing the apotheosis of Augustus. The ring is given in marriage because it was a seal by which orders were signed, Gen. 38. 18 and Esther 3. 10-12. I may note that the seal ring of Cheops, Khufu, found in the greatest pyramid, was in the possession of my old friend, Dr. Abbott, of Auburn, U.S., and was sold with his collection. It is the oldest ring in the world, and settles the Cheops question. FN number 22. This habit of weeping when friends meet after long parting is customary, I have noted, amongst the American Indians, the Bedouin of the New World. They shed tears thinking of the friends they have lost. Like most primitive people, they are ever ready to weep, as was Aeneas or Shakespeare's saline personage. This would make a man of salt, to ooze his eyes for garden water pots. King Lear, 4. 6. FN number 23. Here poetical justice is not done. In most Arab tales the two adulterous queens would have been put to death. FN number 24. Pronounce Aladdin Bashirmat. FN number 25. Arab. Misr, Vulg. Masr, a close connection of Misraim, the two Misrs, Egypt, Upper and Lower. FN number 26. The Persians still called their consuls Shah Bandar, lit. King of the Bandar or port. FN number 27. Arab. Dukhul, the night of going in, of seeing the bride unveiled for the first time, etc. FN number 28. Arab. Bash or bars, the commonest kind. In India it is called majan, equals a luxury. Generally, it is made of ganja or young leaves, buds, capsules and florets of hemp, c. Saliva, poppy seed and flowers of the thorn apple, dingra, with milk and olga candy, nutmegs, cloves, mace and saffron, all boiled to the consistency of treacle, which hardens when cold. Several recipes are given by Herclots, Glossary S.V. Majun. These electuaries are usually prepared with churras, or gum of hemp, collected by hand or by passing a blanket over the plant in early morning, and it is highly intoxicating. Another intoxicant is sabzi, dried hemp leaves, poppy seed, cucumber seed, black pepper and cardamoms rubbed down in a mortar with a wooden pestle, and made drinkable by adding milk, ice cream, etc. The hashish of Arabia is the Hindustani bhang, usually drunk and made as follows. Take of hemp leaves, well washed, 3 drams black pepper 45 grains and of cloves, nutmeg and mace, which add to the intoxication, each 12 grains. Triturate in 8 ounces of water or the juice of watermelon or cucumber, strain and drink. The Egyptian zabiba is a preparation of hemp florets, opium and honey, much affected by the lower orders, whence the proverb, temper thy sorrow with zabiba. In Al-Hijaz it is mixed with raisins, zabib, and smoked in the water pipe. Burkhardt number 73. Besides these there is, 1. Post poppy seed prepared in various ways but especially in sugared sherbets. 2. Datura, stramonium, seed, the produce of the thorn apple bleached and put into sweetmeats by dishonest confectioners. It is a dangerous intoxicant, producing spectral visions, delirium tremens, etc. And 3. Various preparations of opium, especially the madad, pills made up with toasted betel leaf and smoked. Opium, however, is usually drunk in the shape of guzamba, a pill placed in wet cotton and squeezed in order to strain and clean it of the cow dung and other filth with which it is adulterated. FN number 29, Arab. Sikango, gr. Greek letters, lat. Syncus, a lizard, s. Ophicelis, which, held in the hand, still acts as an aphrodisiac in the East, and which in the Middle Ages was considered a universal medicine. In the Ajouib al-Hind, Les Merveilles de l'Inde, we find a notice of a bald-headed old man who was compelled to know his wife twice a day and twice a night in consequence of having eaten a certain fish. Chaps. XXVI. Of the translation by M. L. Marcel de Vic, from a manuscript of the 10th century, Paris Lee Mayer, 1878, Europeans deride these prescriptions, but Easterns know better. They affect the fancy, that is the brain, and often succeed in temporarily relieving impotence. The recipes for this evil, which is incurable only when it comes from heart affections, are innumerable in the East, and about half of every medical work is devoted to them. Many a quack has made his fortune with a few bottles of tincture of cantharids, and a man who could discover a specific would become a millionaire in India only. The curious reader will consult for specimens the Anangranga Shastra by Koka Pandit, or the Ruju al-Sheikh el-Saber Fikalwati al-Bar, The Return of the Old Man to Youth in Power of Procreation, by Ahmad bin Sulayman, known as Ibn Kamubasha, in 139 chapters lithographed at Cairo. Of these aphrodisiacs I shall have more to say. FN number 30, Aladdin, our old friend Aladdin, equals glory of the faith, a name of which Muhammad, who preferred the simplest, like his own, would have highly disapproved. The most grateful names to Allah are Abdullah, Allah's slave, and Abd al-Rahman, slave of the compassionate. The truest are Al-Harith, the gainer, breadwinner, and Al-Hammam, the griever, and the hatefullest are Al-Hab, witch, and Al-Murrah, bitterness, Abu Murrah being a kunyat by name of the devil. Abu al-Shamat, pronounced Bashamat, equals father of moles, concerning which I have already given details. These names ending in din, faith, began with the Caliph al-Muqtadi by Imri Larin. AH 467 equals 1075, who entitled his wazir Zahir al-Din, backer or defender of the faith, and this gave rise to the practice. It may be observed that the superstition of naming by omens is in no way obsolete. FN number 31, meaning that he appeared intoxicated by the pride of his beauty as though it had been strong wine. FN number 32, that is against the evil eye. FN number 33, meaning that he had been delicately reared. FN number 34, a traditional saying of Muhammad. FN number 35, Sobocaxios Capo Bianco and Coda Verde. Day 4, Introduct. FN number 36, the opening chapter is known as the mother of the book, as opposed to Yasin, the heart of the Quran, the Surat, chapter, of praise, and the Surat of repetition, because twice revealed, or thanksgiving, or laudation, Amasani, and by a host of other names for which see Mr. Rodwell, who, however, should not write Father, p. 25, nor Faitha, 27. The Fatiha, which is to al-Islam much what the Paternoster is to Christendom, consists of 7 verses, in the usual sajwa or rhymed prose, and I have rendered it as follows. In the name of the compassionating, but compassionate. Praise be to Allah who all the worlds made, the compassionating, the compassionate King of the Day of Faith. Thee only do we adore, and of thee only do we crave aid. Guide us to the path which is straight, the path of those for whom thy love is great, not those on whom is hate, nor they that deviate. Amen. O Lord of the world's shrine. My pilgrimage, I. 285, 2. 78 and Passam, will supply instances of its application, how it is recited with open hands to catch the blessing from heaven, and the palms are drawn down the face, Ibid. I. 286, and other details. FN number 37, that is when the evil eye has less effect than upon children. Strangers in Cairo often wonder to see a woman richly dressed leading by the hand a filthy little boy, rarely a girl, in rags, which at home will be changed to cloth of gold. FN number 38, Arab. A cedar flour made consistent by boiling in water with the addition of same clarified butter, and honey, more like pap than custard. FN number 39, Arab. Gaba equals I have explained as a low-lying place where the growth is thickest and consequently animals haunt it during the noon heats. FN number 40, Arab. Akam, one who loads camels and has charge of the luggage. He also corresponds with the modern carriage or camel hirer, pilgrimage I. 339, and hence the word mukr, mukas, which, first used by Labraqui year, AD 1432, is still the only term known to the French. FN number 41, that is I am old and can no longer travel. FN number 42, taken from Al-Asma'i, the romance of Antar, and the episode of the Asafia camels. FN number 43, a mystic of the 12th century AD who founded the Qadiri order, the oldest and chiefest of the 4 universally recognized, to which I have the honor to belong. Test my diploma, pilgrimage, Appendix I. Visitation is still made to his tomb at Baghdad. The Arabs, who have no Haji letter, alter to Gilan the name of his birthplace Gilan, a tract between the Caspian and the Black Seas. FN number 44, the well-known Anglo-Indian Muqaddam, lit. One placed before, or over, others. FN number 45, Quran 13. 14. FN number 46, that is, his chastity. This fashion of objecting to infamous proposals is very characteristic. Ruder races would use their fists. FN number 47, Arab. Rafis equals the Shia, tribe, sect, or Persian schismatics who curse the first 3 caliphs. The name is taken from their own saying in a Rafisnahum equals verily we have rejected them. The feeling between Sunni, the so-called Orthodox, and Shia is much like a Christian love between a Catholic of Cork and a Protestant from the Black North. As Al-Sayuti or any historian will show, this sect became exceedingly powerful under the later Abbasid caliphs, many of whom conformed to it and adopted its practices and innovations, as in the Azan or prayer call, greatly to the scandal of the co-religionists. Even in the present day the hatred between these representatives of Arab monotheism and Persian Qabrism continues unabated. I have given sundry instances in my pilgrimage, for example how the Persians attempt to pollute the tombs of the caliphs they abhor. FN number 48, Arab. Saka, the Indian Bihashti, man from heaven, each party in a caravan has one or more. FN number 49, these karamat or saints' miracles, which spiritualists readily accept, are recorded in vast numbers. Most men have half a dozen to tell, each of his per or patron, including the istidraj or prodigy of chastisement. Abestan, 3. 274. FN number 50, great-granddaughter of the Imam Hassan buried in Cairo and famed for karamat. Her father, governor of Al-Medina, was imprisoned by Al-Mansur and restored to power by Al-Mahdi. She was married to a son of the Imam Jafar al-Sadiq and lived a life of devotion in Cairo, dying in AH 218 equals 824. The corpse of the Imam al-Shafi was carried to her house, now her mosque and mausoleum. It stood in the Darb al-Sabra, which formerly divided Old from New Cairo and is now one of the latter's suburbs. Lane, M. E. Chaps. X. gives her name but little more. The mention of her shows that the writer of the tale or the copyist was a Cain. Abd al-Qadir is world known, not so the Sit. FN number 51, Arab. Farka crab for Carib, a vulgarism. FN number 52, the usual Egyptian reverence. He relates his abomination as if it were a Hades or tradition of the Prophet with a due ascription. FN number 53, a popular name, Dim. Of Zubda cream, fresh butter, creamkin. FN number 54, Arab. Mr. Hall, Mr. Hilimdvulg. Muhalil, equals one who renders lawful. It means a man hired for the purpose who marries pro forma and after wedding, and bedding with actual consummation, at once divorces the woman. He is held the reverse of respectable and no wonder. Hence, probably, Mandevil's story of the islanders who, on the marriage night, make another man to lie by their wives, to have their maidenhead, for which they give great hire and much thanks. And there are certain men in every town that serve for no other thing, and they call them Cadburers, that is to say, the fools of despair, because they believe their occupation is a dangerous one. Burkhardt gives the proverb, number 79, 1,000 lovers rather than one Mr. Hall, the latter being generally some ugly fellow picked up in the streets and disgusting to the wife who must permit his embraces. FN number 55, this is a woman's oath, not used by men. FN number 56, pronounced Yasin, chaps. 36, the heart of the Quran much used for edifying recitation. Some pious Muslims in Egypt repeat it as a wazifa, or religious task, or as masses for the dead, and all educated men know its 83 versets by rote. FN number 57, Arab. Al-Dawd equals the family of David, that is David himself, a popular idiom. The Prophet's recitation of the Mazamir, Psalter, worked miracles. FN number 58, there is a peculiar thickening of the voice in leprosy which at once betrays the hideous disease. FN number 59, these lines have occurred in Night Kixxi. I quote Mr. Payne, in loco, by way of variety. FN number 60, whether Juzam, leprosy, elephantiasis, morbus sacram, etc., is supposed first to show, the swelling would alter the shape. Lane 2. 267, translates her wrist which was bipartite. FN number 61, Arab. Zachariah, Zacharias, a play upon the term Zakah equals the sign of masculinity. Zacharias, mentioned in the Quran as the educator of the Virgin Mary, chaps. 3, and repeatedly referred to, chaps. 19, etc., is a well-known personage amongst Muslims and his church is now the great Cathedral Mosque of Aleppo. FN number 62, Arab. Ark al-Hulawat equals vein of sweetness. FN number 63, Arab. Futu, which may also mean openings, has before occurred. FN number 64, that is 4 times without withdrawing. FN number 65, that is a correspondence of size, concerning which many rules are given in the Anangaranga Shastra which justly declares that discrepancy breeds matrimonial troubles. FN number 66, Arab. Gurab al-Bain equals raven of the waste or the parting, hence the bird of Odin symbolizes separation, which is also called al-Bain. The raven, Gurab equals heb, or ebandlat. Corvus, one of the prehistoric words, is supposed to be seen abroad earlier than any other bird, and it is entitled Abu Zajir, father of omens, because lucky when flying towards the right and VV it is opposed in poetry to the white pigeon, the emblem of union, peace and happiness. The vulgar declare that when Muhammad hid in the cave, the crow kept calling to his pursuers, Ga, Ga, Coven, Coven. Hence the Prophet condemned him to wear eternal mourning and ever to repeat the traitorous words. This is the old tale of Coronis and Apollo, Ovid, Lib. 2, who blacked the raven o'er and bid him prate in his white plumes no more. FN number 67. This use of a Turkish title Effendi being equals our Esquire, and inferior to obey, is a rank anachronism, probably of the copyist. FN number 68. Arab. Sam equals hind. Gibbet melted, skimmed and allowed to cool. FN number 69. Arab. Yahweh, a title of the Almighty, the Mac. Edit. Has O. David. FN number 70. Arab. Miwash Shaka, a complicated stanza of which specimens have occurred. Mr. Payne calls it a ballad, which would be a Kanyat al-Zid. FN number 71. Arab. Behaim, plur. Of Baima equals heb. Behemoth, applied in Egypt especially to cattle. A friend of the Oppenheim house, a name the Arabs cannot pronounce, was known throughout Cairo as Jack al-Behaim, of the cows. FN number 72, Lit. The father of Sidelocks, a nickname of one of the Tiber kings. This Hassanov, the ringlets who wore two long pigtails hanging to his shoulders, was the Rochester Orphan of his age. His name is still famous for brilliant wit, extempore verse and the wildest debauchery. Gerbilot's sketch of his life is very meagre. His poetry has survived to the present day and, unhappily, we shall hear more of Abu Nawas. On the subject of these patronymic slain, Mod. Egypt, chaps. 4. Has a strange remark that Abu Dawd not the father of Adord or Abu Ali the father of Ali, but whose father is, or was, Dawd or Ali. Here, however, he simply confounds Abu equals father of, followed by a genitive, with Abuich, for Abu equals he, whose father. FN number 73, Arab. Summer, applied in slang language to cats and dogs. Hence the witty Egyptians converted Admiral Seymour, Lord Alcester, into Summer. FN number 74. The home student of Arabic may take this letter as a model even in the present day, somewhat be stiff and old-fashioned, but gentlemanly and courteous. FN number 75. Arab. Salim, not Salim, meaning the safe and sound. FN number 76. Arab. Hulawa equals sweetmeat, meaning an entertainment such as men give to their friends after sickness or a journey. It is technically called as above, the sweetmeat of safety. FN number 77, Arab. Salat, which from Allah means mercy, from the angels intercession and pardon, and from mankind blessing. Concerning the specific effects of blessing the Prophet, see Pilgrimage, 2. 70. The formula is often slurred over when a man is in a hurry to speak. An interrupting friend will say bless the Prophet, and he does so by ejaculating Sayyam. FN number 78, Persian, meaning originally a command. It is now applied to a wazirial order as opposed to the irada, the Sultan's order. FN number 79, Arab. Masha Ililit. The crest bearer who has before appeared as hangman. FN number 80, another polite formula for announcing a death. FN number 81, as he died heirless, the property lapsed to the treasury. FN number 82, this shaking the kerchief is a signal to disperse, and the action suggests its meaning. Thus it is used in an opposite sense to throwing the kerchief, a pseudo-oriental practice whose significance is generally understood in Europe. FN number 83, the bodyguard being of two divisions. FN number 84, Arab. Halba, lit. Humpbacked, alluding to the Badawi bier, a pole to which the corpse is slung, lane. It seems to denote the protuberance of the corpse when placed upon the bier which before was flat. The quotation is from Ka'ab's mantle poem, Bird of E. 37, every son of a female, long though his safety may be, is a day born upon a ridged implement, says Mr. Redhouse, explaining the latter as a beer with a ridged lid. Here we differ. The janaza with a lid is not a Badawi article. The wildlings used the simplest stretcher, and I would translate the lines. The son of woman, what so his career one day is born upon the gibbous bier. FN number 85, this is a high honor to any courtier. FN number 86, Katan in Turk, means any lady, mistress, etc., and follows the name, for example Fatima Katan. Habsalam Baziza is supposed to be a fanciful compound, uncouth as the named, the first word consisting of Habseed, grain, and Zulm of Zulm equals seed of tyranny. Can it be a travesty of Absalom, Absalom, father of peace? Lane, 2. 284, and Pain, 3. 286, prefer Habaslam and Hebaslam. FN number 87, or night. A metaphor for rushing into peril. FN number 88, plur. Of Kumkum, cucurbite, gourd-shaped vessel, jar. FN number 89, a popular exaggeration for a very expert thief. FN number 90, Arab. Buckle at Adbum, lit. The low place of blood, where it stagnates, so al-Baka equals Silesia. FN number 91, that common and very unpleasant phrase, full of egotism and self-esteem, I told you so, is even more common in the naive East than in the West. In this case the son's answer is far superior to the mother's question. FN number 92, in order to keep his oath to the letter. FN number 93, tabanuj, literally hemping, drugging with hemp or henbeen, is the equivalent in Arab medicine of our anesthetics. These have been used in surgery throughout the East for centuries before ether and chloroform became the fashion in the civilized West. FN number 94, Arab. Daka, the lower part of the floor, opposed to the liwan or dais. Liwan equals al-awan, Arab. And pers, the whole, including the dais and the sunken parts. FN number 95, that is he would toast it as he would a mistress. FN number 96, this till very late years was the custom in Persia, and Fath Ali Shah never appeared in scarlet without ordering some horrible cruelties. In Darfur wearing a red cashmere turban was a sign of wrath, and sending a blood-red dress to a subject meant that he would be slain. FN number 97, that is, this robbery was committed in the palace by some one belonging to it. References to vinegar are frequent, that of Egypt being famous in those days. Optimum et laudatissimum acetum romanis habebater Egyptum, faxiolati, and possibly it was sweetened. The Jester, tale 17, mentions must and vinegar. In Arab proverbs, one mind by vinegar and another by wine equals each mind goes its own way. Arab. Prof. 628, or, with good and bad, vinegar being spoilt wine. FN number 98, we have not heard the last of the soul-dowsing rod. The latest form of rhabdomancy is an electrical rod invented in the United States. FN number 99, this is the precise verbal always drawn up on such occasions. FN number 100, the sight of running water makes a Persian long for strong drink as the sight of a fine view makes the Turk feel hungry. FN number 101, Arab. Minutes wanted to a peculiarly Egyptian or rather Cain phrase. FN number 102, Al-Danaf equals the distressing sickness, the title would be Ahmed the calamity. Al-Zabak, the quicksilver equals Mercury Ali Hassan Shayuman equals a pestilent fellow. We shall meet all these worthies again and again, see the adventures of Mercury Ali of Cairo. Night Kvi, a sequel to the rogueries of Dawala, Night Kvi. FN number 103, for the sacrifice place of Ishmael, not Isaac, see my pilgrimage, 3. 306. According to all Arab ideas Ishmael, being the eldest son, was the chief of the family after his father. I have noted that this is the old quarrel between Arabs and their cousins the Hebrews. FN number 104. This blackmail was still paid to the Bedouin of Ramla, Alexandria, till the bombardment in 1881. FN number 105. The famous Cissus of Cilicia, now a port village on the Gulf of Scandrone. FN number 106. Arab. Wada equals the Canchiveneris, then used as small change. FN number 107. Arab. Saycart equals a dealer in castaway articles, such as sold metal, damaged goods, the pluck and feet of animals, etc. FN number 108. The popular tale of Burkhart's death in Cairo was that the names of the 3 first caliphs were found written upon his slipper soles and that he was put to death by decree of the ulema. It is the merest nonsense, as the great traveller died of dysentery in the house of my old friend John Thurburn and was buried outside the Bab al-Nazra of Cairo, where his tomb was restored by the late Rogers Bey, Pilgrimage I. 123. FN number 109. Prob. A misspelling for aslan, in Turk. A lion, and in slang a piesta. FN number 110. Arab. Maq'ad, lit. Equals sitting room. FN number 111. Arab. Kamara, still the popular term throughout Egypt for a European hotel. It is not always intended to be insulting, but it is, meaning the place where Franks meet to drink forbidden drinks. FN number 112, a reminiscence of Muhammad, who cleansed the Kaaba of its 360 idols, of which 73 names are given by Fatag, in Latang, etc. pp. 270, 342-57, by touching them with his staff, whereupon all fell to the ground, and the Prophet cried, Quran 17. 84. Truth is come, and falsehood is vanished. Verily, falsehood is a thing that vanisheth, magna est veritas, etc. Amongst the idols are said to have been a statue of Abraham and the horns of the ram sacrificed in lieu of Ishmael, which, if true, would prove conclusively that the Abrahamic legend at Mecca is of ancient date and not a fiction of al-Islam. Hence, possibly, the respect of the Judaizing Tabas of Hawi Island for the Kaaba. Pilgrimage, 3. 295. FN number 113. This was evidently written by Sunni, as the Shias claim to be the only true Muslims. Lane tells an opposite story, 2. 329. It suggests the common question in the south of Europe, are you a Christian or a Protestant? FN number 114. Arab. Anafijir attack. A phrase to be remembered as useful in time of danger. FN number 115. That is no jinni, or slave of the jewel, was the to answer. FN number 116. Arab. Consul, Pron. Gunsel, which here means a well-to-do Frank, and shows the modern date of the tale as it stands. FN number 117, from Little. Capitano. The mention of the canon and other terms in this tale shows that either it was written during the last century or it has been mishandled by copyists. FN number 118, Arab. Minana, a biscuit of flour and clarified butter. FN number 119, Arab. Weber, the 6th part of the Ardab equals 6 to 7 English gallons. FN number 120, he speaks in half jest a la fella, and reminds us of hangman, drive on the cart. FN number 121, Yochanan, whom Jehovah has blessed, Jewish for John, is probably a copy of the Chaldean the Oan of Berosus equals Ea Khan, here the fish. The Greeks made it Joanne, the Arabs Joanna, contracted to Hannah, Christian, and Yabir, Muslim. Prester, priest. John is probably an Khan, the historian prince conquered and slain by Genghis Khan in AD 1202. The modern history of John is very extensive. There may be a full 100 varieties and derivation of the name. Has Miriam the beauty, spiritual, etc., of the BV. FN number 122, primarily being middle-aged, then maid, a patron, servant, etc. Also a tribe of the jinn usually made synonymous with married, evil controls, hostile to men. Modern spiritualists would regard them as polluted souls not yet purged of their malignity. The text insinuates that they were at home amongst Christians and in Genoa. FN number 123, Arab. Sa equals epilepsy, falling sickness, of old always confounded with possession, by evil spirits, or obsession. FN number 124, again the true old charge of falsifying the so-called sacred books. Here the Quran is called Furqan. Sale, sect. 3, would assimilate this to the Hebrew Quran, denoting a section or portion of scripture, but Muslims understand it to be the book which distinguisheth, Faruqa, divided, the true from the false. Thus Caliph Omar was entitled Faruq equals the distinguisher, between right and wrong. Lastly, Furqan, meanings as in sir, an Ethiop. Deliverance, revelation, is applied alike to the Pentateuch and Quran. FN number 125, euphemistic for thou shalt die. FN number 126, lit. From, jugular, vein to vein, Arab. Werid. Our old friend Lucretius again, Tantan religio, etc. FN number 127, as opposed to the Bator outer room. FN number 128, Arab. Darb al-Azfar in the old Jumlia or northern part of Cairo. FN number 129, a noble tribe of Bedouin that migrated from Al-Yaman and settled in Al-Najd. Their chief, who died a few years before Muhammad's birth, was Al-Hatim, the Black Crow, a model of Arab manliness and munificence, and although born in the ignorance he will enter heaven with the Muslims. Hatim was buried on the hill called Owarid. I have already noted this favorite practice of the wilder Arabs and the affecting idea that the dead may still look upon his kith and kin. There is not an Arab book nor, indeed, a book upon Arabia which does not contain the name of Hatim. He is mentioned as unpleasantly often as Aristides. FN number 130, Lord of Cattle Feet. This king's name is unknown, but the Kamus mentions two kings called Zuelkalah, the Greater and the Less. Lanes Sheikh, 2. 333, opined that the man who demanded Hatim's hospitality was one Abul-Khaybari. FN number 131, the camel's throat, I repeat, is not cut as in the case of other animals. The muscles being too strong, it is slaughtered by the na, that is thrusting a knife into the hollow at the commissure of the chest. Pilgrimage 3. 303. FN number 132. Adi became a Muslim and was one of the companions of the Prophet. FN number 133. Arrival in generosity to Hatim. A Persian poet praising his patron's generosity says that it buried that of Hatim and dimmed that of man, Turbalot. He was a high official under the last Umayyad, Marwan al-Himar, the ass, or the century, the duration of Umayyad rule, who was routed and slain in AH 132 equals 750. Man continued to serve under the Abbasids and was a favorite with Al-Mansur. More generous or bountiful than Ka'ab is another saying. A. P. I. 325. Ka'ab ibn Momma was a man who, somewhat like Sir Philip Sidney at Zutphen, gave his own portion of drink while he was dying of thirst to a man who looked wistfully at him, whence the saying give drink to thy brother the Namari. A. P. I. 608. Ka'ab could not mount. So they put garments over him to scare away the wild beasts and left him in the desert to die. Scatterer of blessings, Nasir al-Nam, was a title of King Malik of Al-Yaman, son of Shahibal, eminent for his liberality. He set up the statue in the western desert, inscribed nothing behind me, as a warning to others. FN number 134, lane 2. 352, here introduces, between Knights XXI and CCXC, a tale entitled In the Breath. Edit. 4. 134, The Sleeper and the Waker, that is the sleeper awakened, and he calls it, The Story of Abu al-Hasan the Wag. It is interesting and founded upon historical fact, but it can hardly be introduced here without breaking the sequence of the nights. I regret this the more as Mr. Alexander J. Cottil of New York has most obligingly sent me an addition to the Breslau text, 4. 137, from his miss, but I hope eventually to make use of it. FN number 135, the first girl calls gold tighter, pure, unalloyed metal, the second is jad, gold generally, and the third dibris, virgin or, the Greek letters. This is a law of Arab rhetoric never to repeat the word except for a purpose and, as the language can produce 1,200,000 to 100,000 in English, the copiousness is somewhat painful to readers. FN number 136, Arab. Shakes before noticed. FN number 137, Arab. Kasa equals the curling cucumber. The vegetable is of the cheapest and the poorer classes eat it as kitchen with bread. FN number 138, Arab. Haramhu, a double entendre. Here the Barla'i means his harem, the inviolate part of the house, but afterwards he makes it mean the presence of his honor. FN number 139, Toledo. This tale was probably known to Washington Irving. The land of Roum here means simply Frankland, as we are afterwards told that its name was Andalusia, the old Vandal land, a term still applied by Arabs to the whole of the Iberian Peninsula. FN number 140, Arab. Amaim, plur. Of Imrima, the common word for turband, which I prefer to write in the old unclipped fashion. We got it through the port. Turbanti and the old French tolaban from there, now obsolete, Persian term dolband equals a turband or a sash. FN number 141, 6th Umayyad Caliph, AD 705-716, from Tariq we have Gibraltar equals Jibal al-Darik. FN number 142, Arab. Yemen equals Ionia, applied to ancient Greece as Rome is to the Greco-Roman Empire. FN number 143, Arab. Bahramani, prob. Alluding to the well-known legend of the capture of Samarkand, some north, from the Hindus by Muhammad of Ghazni. In the Ajayib al-Hind, before quoted, the Brahmins are called Abrahama. FN number 144, that is peace be with thee. FN number 145, that is in the palace when the hunt was over. The bluntness and plain speaking of the Badawi, which cause the revelation of the Quranic chapter in apartments, no slicks, have always been favourite themes with Arab tale-tellers as a contrast with citizen suavity and civility. Moreover, the Badawi, besides saying what he thinks, always tells the truth, unless corrupted by commerce with foreigners, and this is a startling contrast with the townsfolk. To ride out of Damascus and have a chat with a Ruwala is much like being suddenly transferred from amongst the trickiest of Mediterranean people to the bluff society of the Scandinavian north. And the reason why the Turk will never govern the Arab in peace is that the former is always trying to finesse and to succeed by falsehood, when the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth is wanted. FN number 146, Quran. 16. 112. FN number 147, a common and expressive way of rewarding the tongue which spoke poetry. The jewels are often pearls. FN number 148, Ibrahim Abu Ishaq bin al-Mahdi, a pretender to the caliphate of well-known wit and a famed musician surnamed from his corpulence Sultanin equals the dragon or, according to others, lane 2. 336. Alton equals the figure. His adventurous history will be found in Ibn Khaldun, Herbalot and Al-Sayuti. FN number 149. The Raga of the Zendavesta, and Rages of the Apocrypha, Dobbit, Judith, etc. The old capital of Media proper, and seat of government of Dalam, now a ruin some miles south of Tehran, which was built out of its remains. Ray was founded by Hoshang, the primeval king who first sawed wood, made doors and dug metal. It is called Ray-e-Almadi because Almadi held his court there. Harun al-Rashid was also born in it, AH 145. It is mentioned by a host of authors and names one of the Maqamat of al-Hariri. FN number 150, human blood being especially impure. FN number 151, Jones, Brown and Robinson. FN number 152, Arab. Come, the Muslim sleeve is mostly, like his trousers, of ample dimensions and easily converted into a kind of carpet bag by depositing small articles in the middle and gathering up the edge in the hand. In this way carried the weight will be less irksome than hanging to the waist. The English of Queen Anne's day had regular sleeve pockets for memoranda, etc., hence the saying, to have in one sleeve. FN number 153, Arab. Cuff worn under the babag, a corruption of the Persian papush equals feet covers, papushes, slippers. Lane M. E. Chaps. I. FN number 154, done in hot weather throughout the city. A dry line for camels being left in mid-street to prevent the awkward beasts slipping. The watering of the Cairo streets of late years has been excessive. They are now lines of mud in summer as well as in winter, and the effluvia from the droppings of animals have, combined with other causes, seriously deteriorated the once charming climate. The only place in Lower Egypt which has preserved the atmosphere of 1850 is Suez. FN number 155, Arab. Hurak, burnt rag, serving as tinder for flint and steel, is a common styptic. FN number 156, of this worthy, something has been said and there will be more in a future page. FN number 157, that is the person entitled to exact the blood white. FN number 158, Al-Mamam was a man of sense with all his fanaticism. One of his sayings is preserved: odious is contentiousness in kings, more odious vexation in judges uncomprehending a case, yet more odious is shallowness of doctors in religions, and most odious are avarice in the rich, idleness in youth, jesting in age, and cowardice in the soldier. FN number 159, the second couplet is not in the Mac. Edit. But Lane's Sheikh has supplied it, too. 339. FN number 160, Adam's loins, the day of Al-Ast, and the Imam, who stands before the people in prayer, have been explained. The 10th Imam here is Al-Maman, the 10th Abbaside, the Umayyads being, as usual, ignored. FN number 161, he sinned only for the pleasure of being pardoned, which is poetical and hardly practical or probable. FN number 162, the carter, sand grouse, always enters into Arab poetry because it is essentially a desert bird, and here the comparison is good because it lays its eggs in the waste far from water, which it must drink morning and evening. Its cry is interpreted man-sakat, salam, silent and safe, but it does not practice that precept, for it is usually betrayed by its piping carter. Hence the proverb, more voracious than the sand grouse, and speak not falsely, for the carter saith sooth, is Comate's saying. It is an emblem of swiftness, when the brigand poet Shanfara boasts, the ash-coloured gutters can drink only my leavings, after hastening all night to slake their thirst in the morning. It is a hyperbole boasting of his speed. Inside it is called the rock pigeon, and it is not unlike a grey partridge when on the wing. FN number 163, Joseph to his brethren, Quran, 1292, when he gives them his inner garment to throw over his father's face. FN number 164, Arab. Hajjam equals a cupper who scarifies forehead and legs, a bleeder, a blood sucker. The slang use of the term is to thrash, lick, wallop. Burkhardt, Prof. 34. FN number 165, the Bresl. Edit. 7. 171-174, entitles this tale, Story of Shaddad bin Ad and the city of Iram the Columned, but it relates chiefly to the building by the king of the first Adites who, being promised a future paradise by prophet, had impiously said that he would lay out one in this world. It also quotes Ka'ab as an authority for declaring that the tale is in the Pentateuch of Moses. Iram was in Al Yaman near Adan, Aradan, a square of 10 parasangs, or leagues each equals 18,000 feet, every way. The walls were of red, baked, brick 500 cubits high and 20 broad, with 4 gates of corresponding grandeur. It contained 300,000 qasr, palaces, each with 1,000 pillars of gold-bound jasper, etc., whence its title. The whole was finished in 500 years, and, when Shaddad prepared to enter it, the cry of wrath from the angel of death slew him and all his many. It is mentioned in the Quran, chaps. X6. 6-7, as I am adorned with lofty buildings, or pillars. But Ibn Khaldun declares that commentators have embroidered the passage, Iram being the name of a powerful clan of the ancient Adites and Imad being a tent pole, hence Iram with the numerous tents or tent poles. Al-Bayzori tells the story of Abdullah ibn Kailaba, Turbalot's Kolba. At Aden I met an Arab who had seen the mysterious city on the borders of Al-Akaf, the waste of deep sands, west of Hadramaut, and probably he had the Mirage or Senric taking its place. Compare with this tale the city of Brass, Night DLXV. FN number 166, the biblical Sheba, named from the great-grandson of Joktan, whence the queen, Bilqis, visited Solomon. It was destroyed by the flood of Marib. FN number 167, the full title of the holy city is Madinat al-Nab, equals the city of the prophet, of old Yasrib, Yathrib, the Ayatripa of the Greeks, pilgrimage, 2. 119. The reader will remember that there are 2 Yasribs, that of less note being near Hujran the Yamama province. FN number 168, Ka'ab of the Scribes, a well-known traditionist and religious poet who died, AH 32, in the Caliphate of Osman. He was a Jew who Islamized, hence his name, Abba, Plur, of Ibr, a Jewish scribe, doctor of science, etc. Jarat el-Sayuti, p. 123. He must not be confounded with another Ka'ab al-Abba, the poet of the first cloak poem or Burda, a noble Arab who was a distant cousin of Muhammad, and whose tomb at Hums, Misr, is a place of pious visitation. According to the best authorities, no Christian being allowed to see them, the cloak given to the Bad by Muhammad is still preserved together with the Kaku or Sanjak Sherif, holy coat or banner, the national oriflamme, at Stamboul in the Upper Seraglio. Pilgrimage, I. 213. Many authors repeat this story of Muawiyah, the Caliph, and Ka'ab of the Burda, but it is an evident anachronism, the poet having been dead 9 years before the ruler's accession, AH 41. FN number 169, Quran, X6. 6-7. FN number 170, Arab. Garalman from Pers, braves, heroes. FN number 171, the deity in the east is as whimsical a despot as any of his shadows or vice-regents. In the text Shaddad is killed for mere jealousy, a base passion utterly unworthy of a godhead, but one to which Allah was greatly addicted. FN number 172, some traditionist, but whether Shai'abi or Shiwabi we cannot decide. FN number 173, the Hazarmaveth of Genesis, X. 26, in southeastern Arabia. Its people are the Adramiti, Mod. Hazrami, of Ptolemy, who places in their land the Arabian Emporium, as Pliny does his Massola. They border upon the Homerite or men of Himyar, often mentioned in the Knights. Hazramaut is still practically unknown to us, despite the excursions of many travelers, and the hard nature of the people. The Swiss of Arabia offers peculiar obstacles to exploration. FN number 174, that is the Prophet had generally identified with Heber. He was commissioned, Quran, chaps. 7, to preach al-Islam to his tribe the Adites who worshipped 4 goddesses, Sakia, the rain giver, Razika, food giver, Hafiza, the savioress, and Salima, who healed sickness. As has been seen, he failed, so it was useless to send him. FN number 175, son of Abraham al-Mawzili, a musician, poet, and favorite with the caliphs Harun al-Rashid and al-Ma'mun. He made his name immortal by being the first who reduced Arab harmony to systematic rules, and he wrote a biography of musicians referred to by al-Hariri in the Seance of Singer. FN number 176. This must not be confounded with a pissing against the wall of Vikings, 14:10, where watering against a wall denotes a man as opposed to a woman. FN number 177, Arab. Zambal or zimbal, a limp basket made of plaited palm leaves and generally 2-handled. It is used for many purposes, from carrying poultry to carrying earth. FN number 178. Here we have again the Syriac back, and back an apostrophe equals well done. It is the Pers Afrin and means all praise be to him. FN number 179, Arab. A Tufayli. So the Arab. Prof. 2. 838, more intrusive than Tufail, Prob. The PN of a notorious sponger. The Bedouin call warish a man who sits down to meat unbidden and to drink wagil, but townsfolk apply the latter to the warish. FN number 180, Arab. Artel equals rotli, pounds, and a pint is a pound all the world round. Except in highly civilized lands where the pint has a curious power of shrinking. FN number 181. One of al-Ma'mun's viziers. The caliph married his daughter whose true name was Burton, but this tale of girls' freak and courtship was invented by a shak, for the splendor of the wedding and the munificence of the minister Seelane, 2. 350-352. FN number 182. I have described this scene, the wretch clinging to the curtain and sighing and crying as if his heart would break. Pilgrimage 3. 216 and 220. The same is done at the place Al-Multazam the attached to Ibid. 156, and various spots called Al-Mustajab, where prayer is granted, Ibid. 162. At Jerusalem the wailing place of the Jews shows queer scenes. The worshippers embrace the wall with a peculiar wriggle crying out in Hebrew, "Oh, build thy house, soon, without delay," etc. FN number 183, that is the wife. The scene in the text was common at Cairo 20 years ago, and no one complained of the stick. See Pilgrimage I, 120. FN number 184, Arab. Udam, plur. Of idam, equals relish, olives, cheese, pickled cucumbers, etc. FN number 185. I have noticed how the left hand is used in the East. In the second couplet we have istinger equals washing the fundament after stool. The lines are highly appropriate for a nightman. Easterns have many foul but most emphatic expressions like those in the text. I have heard a mother say to her brat, "I would eat thy mud. That is how I love thee." FN number 186, Arab. Harak, whence probably Akarak and Karak, large ship, in dictionaries derived from Carus Marinus. FN number 187, Arab. Garcia equals lit. An etui, a cover, and often a saddle cover carried by the groom. FN number 188, Arab. Sharab altifa equals melipio or cider. FN number 189, Arab. Mudwara, which generally means a small round cushion, of the Morocco work well known in England. But one does not strike a cushion for a signal, so we must revert to the original sense of the word something round, as a circular plate of wood or metal, a gong, a bell like that of the Eastern Christians. FN number 190, Arab. Dufan, from the root torf, going round, a storm, a circular gale, a cyclone, a term universally applied in Al-Islam to the deluge, the flood of Noah. The word is purely Arabic, with a quaint likeness to the GR. Greek letters, imply typhon, whirlwind, a giant, typhus, whence typhon applied to the great Egyptian god Set. The Arab word extended to China and was given to the hurricanes which the people call tifu, great winds, a second whimsical resemblance. But Sir John Davis, 383, is hardly correct when he says, the name typhoon, in itself a corruption of the Chinese term, bears a singular, though we must suppose an accidental, resemblance to the Greek letters. FN number 191, plural majestatis acting superlative, not as Lane supposes, 224, a number of full moons, not only one. Eastern tongues abound in instances beginning with Genesis, I. 1, gods, he, created the heaven, etc. It is still preserved in Badawi language, and a wildling greatly to the astonishment of the citizens will address his friend Yarij equals O man. FN number 192, Arab. Hasit equals an invia, in the fourth couplet as Yul, Atl, etc. equals a chida, blamer, elsewhere law equals accuser, censor, slanderer, washi, equals whisperer, informer, rakib equals spying, envious rival, gabbit equals one emulous without envy, and shamit equals a blue, fierce, enemy who rejoices over another's calamities. Arabic literature abounds in allusions to this unpleasant category of damned ill-natured friends, and Spanish and Portuguese letters, including Brazilian, have thoroughly caught the trick. In the Eastern mind the blamer would be aided by the evil eye. FN number 193, another plural for a singular, O my beloved. FN number 194, Arab. Khair equals good news, a euphemistic reply even if the tidings be of the worst. FN number 195, Abbas, from Abs, being austere, and meaning the grim-faced, son of Abd al-Muttalib, uncle to Muhammad and eponym of the Abbasid Caliphs. AD 749 equals 1258. FN number 196, Patel equals the Irish kilt. FN number 197, this had been explained as it was a real title of the time. FN number 198, the phrase is intelligible in all tongues. In Arabic it is opposed to dark as night, black as mud, and a host of unsavory antitheses. FN number 199, Arab. Ada, the popular word, not udia as in nightclubby. Udlita dot equals rude and alud equals the wood is, I have noted, the origin of alut. The span. Lord is larger and deeper than the guitar, and its 7 strings are played upon with the plectrum of the fuller horn. FN number 200, Arab. Daban la'u equals loss, or ruin, to him. Sobad la'u equals away with him, a beat in malim ram, and second la'u equals Allah and mercy be far from him, no hope for him I. FN number 201, Arab. AIA equals Quranic verses, sign, miracle. FN number 202, the mole on cheek calls to prayers for his preservation, and it is black as bile the Abyssinian. Fajr may here mean either morning or departing from grace. FN number 203, that is the young beard, myrtle, can never hope to excel beauties of his cheeks, roses. FN number 204, that is hell and heaven. FN number 205, the first couplet is not in the Mac. Edit. 2. 171, which gives only a single couplet but it is found in the Brez. Edit. Which entitles this tale story of the lying, or false Kazib, Khalifa. Lane 2. 392, of course does not translate it. FN number 206, in the East cloth of frieze that mates with cloth of gold must expect this treatment. Bath Ali Shah's daughters always made their husbands enter the nuptial bed by the foot end. FN number 207, this is always done and for two reasons, the first humanity, that the blow may fall unawares, and, secondly, to prevent the sufferer wincing, which would throw out the headsman. FN number 208, Arab. Maniha, lit. Her meanings, that is her inner woman opposed to the formal seen by everyone. FN number 209, described in My Pilgrimage, 3. 168, 174 and 175. It is the stone upon which the patriarch stood when he built the Kaaba and is said to show the impress of the feet, but unfortunately I could not afford $5 entrance fee. Caliph Omar placed the station where it now is. Before his time it adjoined the Kaaba. The meaning of the text is, be thy court a place of pious visitation, etc. At the station of Abraham prayer is especially blessed and expects to be granted. This is the place where Abraham stood, and whoever entereth therein shall be safe. Quran 2. 119. For the other 15 places where petitions are favorably heard by heaven see Ibid. 3. 211-12. FN number 210, as in the West, so in the East, women answer an unpleasant question by a counter-question. FN number 211, this cry of horror often occurs throughout the nights. In real life it is sure to coalesce a crowd, especially if an infidel, non-Muslim, be its cause. FN number 212, in the East a cunning fellow always makes himself the claimant or complainant. FN number 213, on the Euphrates some 40 miles west of Baghdad the word is written Anbar and pronounced Tamba as usual with the N before B, the case of the Greek double gamma. FN number 214, Syene on the Nile. FN number 215, the tale is in a richer stray-blazing humour, and the requisitions of the Sajja, rhymed prose, in places explain the grotesque combinations. It is difficult to divine why Lane omits it, probably he held a hearty laugh not respectable. FN number 216, a lawyer of the 8th century, one of the chief pupils of the Imam Abu Hanifa, and Qazi of Baghdad under the 3rd, 4th and 5th Abbasids. The tale is told in the quasi-historical Persian work Nigaristan, the Picture Gallery, and is repeated by Richardson, Dis. 7, 13. None seem to have remarked that the distinguished legist, Abu Yusuf, was on this occasion a lawbreaker, the Qazi's duty being to carry out the code not to break it by the tricks of a cunning attorney. In Harun's day, however, some regard was paid to justice, not under his successors, one of whom, Al-Muqtadir Bailah, AH 295 = 907, made the damsel Yamika president of the Diwan al-Muslim, Court of the Wronged, a tribunal which took cognizance of tyranny and oppression in high places. FN number 217, here the writer evidently forgets that Shahrazad is telling the story to the king, as Boccaccio, 2. 7, forgets that Pamphilo is speaking. Such inconsequences are common in Eastern story books, and a goody-goody sentiment is always heartily received as in an English theatre. FN number 218, in the Mac. Edit. 2. 182. Al-Qashiri. Al-Qashiri was governor of the two Iraqs, that is Basora and Kufa, in the reign of Al-Hisham, 10th Umayyad, AD 723-741. FN number 219, Arab. Thakalatake amak. This is not so much a kiss as a playful phrase, like confound the fellow. So Kaitala Kayala, Allah slay thee, and la balak, thou hast no father or mother. These words are even complimentary on occasions, as a good shot or a fine recitation, meaning that the praised far excels the rest of his tribe. FN number 220, Quran, 3. 178. FN number 221, Arab. Al-Nisab equals the minimum sum, about half a crown, for which mutilation of the hand is prescribed by religious law. The punishment was truly barbarous. It chastised a rogue by means which prevented hard honest labour for the rest of his life. FN number 222, to show her grief. FN number 223, Abu Sajjad al-Malik bin Quraib, surnamed al-Asma'i from his grandfather, Flo. AH 122-306, equals 739-830, and wrote amongst a host of compositions the well-known romance of Anta. See and Herbalot the right royal directions given to him by Harun al-Rashid. FN number 224, there are many accounts of his death, but it is generally held that he was first beheaded. The story in the text is also variously told, and the Persian Nigaristan adds some unpleasant comments upon the house of Abbas. The Persians, for reasons which will be explained in the terminal essay, show the greatest sympathy with the Barmecides, and abominate the Abbasids even more than the latter detested the Umayyads. FN number 225, not written, as the European reader would suppose. FN number 226, Arab. Full al-har equals beans like horse beans soaked and boiled as opposed to the full madamas, isp. Of Egypt equals unshelled beans steamed and boiled all night and eaten with linseed oil as kitchen or relish. Lane, M.E., chaps. V. calls them after the debased Cain pronunciation, mudems. A legend says that, before the days of Pharaoh, always he of Moses, the Egyptians lived on pistachios which made them a witty, lively race. But the tyrant remarking that the domestic ass, which eats beans, is degenerate from the wild ass, uprooted the pistachio trees and compelled the lieges to feed on beans, which made them a heavy, gross, cowardly people fit only for burdens. Bedouins deride bean-eaters although they do not loathe the pulse like onions. The principal result of a bean diet is an extraordinary development of flatulence both in stomach and intestines. Hence possibly, Pythagoras, who had studied ceremonial purity in Egypt, forbade the ruse, unless he referred to venery or political business. I was once sitting in the Greek quarter of Cairo dressed as a Muslim when arose a prodigious hubbub of lads and boys, surrounding a couple of fellas. These men had been working in the fields about a mile east of Cairo and, when returning home, one had said to the other, "If thou wilt carry the hose I will break wind once for every step we take." He was as good as his word, and when they were to part he cried, "And now for thy backshish," which consisted of a volley of 50, greatly to the delight of the boys. FN number 227, no porcelain was ever, as far as we can discover, made in Egypt or Syria of the olden day, but, as has been said, there was a regular caravan intercourse with China at Damascus. I dug into the huge rubbish heaps and found quantities of pottery, but no china. The same has lately been done at Klizma, the artificial mound near Suez, and the glass and pottery prove it to have been a Roman work which defended the mouth of the old classical Sweetwater Canal. FN number 228, Arab. Labas Barzalik, conversational philangerum equals there is no harm in it, no objection to it, and, sometimes, it is a matter of course. FN number 229, A white emerald is yet unknown, but this adds only to the oriental extravagance of the picture. I do not think with lane 2. 426, that to be as here can mean bright. Dr. Stingas suggests a clerical error for Kaza, green. FN number 230, Arab. Sharif Plur. Of Sharifa equals crenelles or battlements, mostly trefoil-shaped, ramparts case which a 6-pounder would crumble. FN number 231, pronounce Abu Muzaffar equals father of the conqueror. FN number 232, I have explained the word in my Zanzibar, city, island and coast, volume I. Chaps. There is still a tribe, the Wado, reputed cannibal on the opposite low East African shore. These blacks would hardly be held sons of Adam. Zanj corrupted to Zinj, plus Unuj, is the Persian Zani or Zangi, a black, altered by the Arabs, who ignore the hard G, and, with the suffixion of the Persian Bar, region, as in Malabar, we have Zangbar which the Arabs have converted to Zanzibar. In poetry Merkaz Unuj equals land of the Zang. The term is old, it is the Zinus or Ziniza of Ptolemy and the Zinium of Cosmas Indicoplests, and it shows the influence of Persian navigation in pre-Islamic ages. For further details readers will consult the Lake Regions of Central Africa Volume I. Chaps. 2. FN number 233, Arab. Kawari Plur. Of Carib Prop. A dinghy, a small boat belonging to a ship. Here it refers to the canoe, a Carib word, pop. Dugout and classically monarch style, a boat made of a single tree trunk hollowed by fire and trimmed with axe and adze. Some of these rude craft which, when manned, remind one of the saturnine Caliph Omar's worms floating on a log of wood, measure 60 feet long and more. FN number 234. That is a descendant of Muhammad in general and especially through Hussein Ali's son. Here the text notes that the chief of the bazaar was of this now innumerable stock, who inherit the title through the mother as well as through the father. FN number 235, Arab. Hasab, equals queenity, the honor a man acquires for himself, opposed to nasab, genealogy, honors inherited from ancestry. The Arabic well expresses my old motto, adopted by Chinese cordon, honor, not honors. FN number 236, note the difference between taqaddum, equals standing in presence of, also superiority in excellence, and taqaddum, priority in time. FN number 237, lane 2. 427, gives a pleasant Eastern illustration of the saying. FN number 238, a Quranic fancy, the mountains being the pegs which keep the earth in place. And he hath thrown before the earth, mountains firmly rooted, lest it should move with you. Quran, chaps. 16. The earth when first created was smooth and thereby liable to a circular motion, like the celestial orbs, and, when the angels asked who could stand on so tottering a frame, Allah fixed it the next morning by throwing the mountains in it and pegging them down. A fair prolepsis of the Neptunian theory. FN number 239, easy enough for an Englishman to avoid saying by God, but this common incident in Muslim folklore appeals to the peoples who are constantly using the word Allah, Wallah, Billah, etc. The Quran expressly says, make not Allah the scope, object, lit. Arrow but, of your roads, chaps. 2. 224, yet the command is broken every minute. FN number 240, this must be the ubiquitous Khizr, the green prophet, when Ali appears, as a rule he is on horseback. FN number 241, the name is apparently imaginary, and a little below we find that it was close to Jinland. China was very convenient for this purpose. The medieval Muslims, who settled in considerable numbers at Canton and elsewhere, knew just enough of it to know their own ignorance of the vast empire. Hence the Druzes of the Libanese still hold that part of their nation is in the depths of the celestial empire. FN number 242, I am unwilling to alter the old title to City of Copper as it should be, the pure metal having been technologically used long before the alloy of copper and zinc. But the Moroccan city, Naitlxvi, etc., was of brass, not copper. The Hindus of Upper India have an Iram which they call Hari Chand's city, Colonel Dodd, and I need hardly mention the Fata Morgana, island of St. Borondon, Cape Flyaway, the Flying Dutchman, etc., etc., or the effect of looming. FN number 243, this sword which makes men invisible and which takes place of Siegfried's cap, invisible cloak, and all Fortunatus' cap is common in Muslim folklore. The idea probably arose from the venerable practice of inscribing the blades with sentences, verses and magic figures. FN number 244, Arab. Ukab, in books an eagle, especially black, and P.N. of constellation but in pop usage equals of vulture. In Egypt it is the Neophron Pachnopterus, Jordan, or Wren. Gingenes, Latham, the Dijajat fine of Pharaoh's hen. This bird has been known to kill the Basher sparrowhawk, Jordan I. 60, yet, curious to say, the reviewers of my falconry in the Valley of the Indus questioned the fact, known to so many travellers, that the falcon is also killed by this tiger of the air, despite the latter's feeble bill, pages 35 to 38. I was faring badly at their hands when the late Mr. Burkhart Barker came to the rescue. Falconicide is popularly attributed, not only to the vulture, but also to the crestless hawk-eagle, Nistus bonelli, which the Hindus call Moray Ngha equals peacock slayer. FN number 245, here I translate Nahas equals brass, as the kumkum, cucurbite, is made of mixed metal, not of copper. FN number 246, Mansour al-Nimri, a poet of the time and a protege of Yahya's son, Al-Fazl. FN number 247, this was at least 4 times Mansour's debt. FN number 248, Intendant of the Palace to Harun al-Rashid. The Brez. Edit. 7. 254, begins they tell that there arose full enmity between Jafar Barmecide and a Sahib of Misr, Wazir Governor of Egypt. Lane 2. 429, quotes to this purpose amongst Arab historians Fakhr al-Din. De Sacy's Christomathy Arabi, p. 26, edit. 2. FN number 249, Arab. Armenia, which Egyptians call after their mincing fashion Ermine hen Sermine, Mus Ponticus. Armenia was much more extensive than Armenia, now degraded to a mere province of Turkey, and the term is understood to include the whole of the old Parthian Empire. FN number 250, even now each Pasha governor must keep a wakil in Constantinople to intrigue and bribe for him at headquarters. FN number 251, the symbol of generosity, of unasked liberality, the black hand being that of niggardliness. FN number 252, Arab. Ra equals pure and old wine. Arabs, like our classics, usually drank their wine tempered. So Imr al-Qiz in his Mu'allaq says, bring the well-tempered wine that seems to be saffron tinctured, and, when water mixed, o'erbrims the cup. V. 2. FN number 253, there is nothing that Orientals relish more than these goody-goody preachments, but they read and forget them as readily as Westerns. FN number 254, Lane 2. 435, ill-advisedly writes Shah, as the word is evidently Persian signifying a lion. But this is only in the debased Indian dialect. A Persian, especially a Shirazi, pronounces Shah. And this is how it is written in the Bresl. Edit. 7. 262. Shah is evidently a fancy name, possibly suggested by the dynastic name of the Gurjistan or Georgian princes. FN number 255, again old experience, which has learned at a heavy cost how many a goodly apple is rotten at the core. FN number 256. This couplet has occurred in night 21. I give trans, p. 206, by way of specimen. FN number 257, Arab. Zaka equals merely tasting a thing which may be sweet with a bitter after flavor. FN number 258, this tetrash was in night 30. With a difference. FN number 259, the lines have occurred in night 30. I quote trans, p. 311. FN number 260, this tetrastich is in night 6. I borrow from lane 2. 62. FN number 261, the rude but effective refrigerator of the desert Arab who hangs his water skin to the branch of a tree and allows it to swing in the wind. FN number 262, Arab Cumasia which lane 2. 438, renders of quinary stature. Usually it means 5 spans, but here 5 feet, showing that the girl was young and still growing. The invoice with a slave always notes her height in spans measured from ankle bone to ear, and above 7 she loses value as being full grown. Hence Sudasi, them. Sudasia, is a slave 6 spans high, the shibro full span, 9 inches, not the fit or short span from thumb to index. Fo is the interval between every finger, rata between index and medius, and ata between medius and annularis. FN number 263, moon face now sounds sufficiently absurd to us, but it was not always so. Solomon, Cant. Vi. 10, does not disdain the image fair as the moon, clear as the sun, and those who have seen a moon in the sky of Arabia will thoroughly appreciate it. We find it amongst the Hindus, the Persians, the Afghans, the Turks and all the nations of Europe. We have, finally, the grand example of Spencer. Her spacious forehead, like a clearest moon, etc. FN number 264, blue eyes have a bad name in Arabia as in India. The witch Zaka of Al-Yamama was noted for them, and blue-eyed often means fair-side, alluding to the Greeks and Elamites, mortal enemies to Ishmael. The Arabs say ruddy of mustachio, blue of eye and black of heart. FN number 265, before explained as used with comfort to fill the dead man's mouth. FN number 266, as has been seen, slapping on the neck is equivalent to a boxing ears, but much less barbarous and likely to injure the child. The most insulting blow is that with shoe, sandal or slipper because it brings foot in contact with head. Of this I have spoken before. FN number 267, Arab. Hibble, equals ropes, alluding to the ankle fillet which binds the kufiya kerchief on the Badawi's head. Pilgrimage, I. 346. FN number 268, Arab. Keel, afterwards called Kara Jayaz, equals black eyes, from the celebrated Turkish wazir. The mise-en-scene was like that of Punch, but of transparent cloth, lamplit inside and showing silhouettes worked by hand. Nothing could be more pheasant than Kara Jayaz, who appeared with a phallus longer than himself and made all the consuls general periodically complain of its abuse, while the dialogue, mostly in Turkish, is even more obscene. Most ingenious were Kara Jayaz's little ways of driving on an obstinate donkey and of tackling a huge Anatolian pilgrim. He mounted the neddy's back face to tail, and inserting his left thumb like a clister, hammered it with his right when the donkey started at speed. From the huge pilgrim he used a ladder. These shows now obsolete, used to enliven the Ezbkia gardens every evening and explain Ovid's words. Delicious vidum, Nile Jocose, to as. FN number 269, Muhammad, Mizkat al-Masabihu. 362, says, change the whiteness of your hair but not with anything black. Abu Bakr, who was 2 years and some months older than the Prophet, used tincture of henna and katam. Old Turkish officers justify black dyes because these make them look younger and fiercer. Henna stains white hair orange-red, and the Persians apply after it a paste of indigo leaves. The result is successively leek green, emerald green, bottle green and lastly lamp black. There is a stage in life, the youth of old age, when man uses dyes. Presently he finds that the whole face wants dye, that the contrast between juvenile-coloured hair and ancient skin is ridiculous and that it is time to wear white. FN number 270. This prejudice extends all over the East. The Sanskrit saying is Kvachit Kana Bhavita Sadhus, now and then a monocular is honest. The left eye is the worst, and the popular idea is, I have said, that the damage will come by the injured member. FN number 271. The Arabs say like us, short and thick is never quick, and long and thin has little in. FN number 272. Arab. Azali, some night when his mistress failed him. FN number 273. The fountain in paradise before noticed. FN number 274. Before noticed as the Muslim Saint Peter, as far as the keys go. FN number 275. Arab. Munkazir equals broken, frail, languishing, the only form of the Maldive allowed. Here again we have masculine for feminine. The eyelids show love, desire, but, etc. FN number 276. The river of paradise. FN number 277. See Night 12. The second Kalanos Tale Volume I. 113. FN number 278. Lane 2. 472. Refers for specimens of calligraphy to Herbin's developments, etc. There are many more than 7 styles of writing, as I have shown in Night 13, Volume I. 129. FN number 279. Amongst good Muslims this would be a claim upon Iman. FN number 280. These lines have occurred twice already, and first appear in Night 22. I have borrowed from Mr. Payne, 446. FN number 281, Arab. Ya Nasrani, the address is not intrinsically slighting, but it may easily be made so. I have elsewhere noted that when Julian is said to have exclaimed Visisti Nazarene, he was probably thinking in Eastern phrase Nazata, Ya Nasrani. FN number 282. Thirst is the strongest of all pleas to an Eastern, especially to a Persian who never forgets the sufferings of his Imam, Hussein, at Kerbala. He would hardly withhold it from the murderer of his father. There is also a Hades, thou shalt not refuse water to him who thirsteth in the desert. FN number 283, Arab. Zimmi Witch Lane, 2. 474, aptly translates a tributary. The Quran, chaps. 9. Orders unbelievers to Islamize or to pay tribute by right of subjection, lit. An aid equals out of hand, an expression much debated. The least tribute is 1 dinar per annum, which goes to the poorate. And for this the kafir enjoys protection and almost all the civil rights of Muslims. As it is a question of loaves and fishes, there is much to say on the subject. Loaves and fishes being the main base and foundation of all religious establishments. FN number 284. This tetrastich has before occurred, so I quote Lane 2. 444. FN number 285. In Night 35. The same occurs with a difference. FN number 286. The old rite, I repeat, has lost amongst all but the noblest of Arab tribes the whole of its significance, and the traveller must be careful how he trusts to the phrase Nanimalihin, we are bound together by the salt. FN number 287, Arab. Alama equals alama equals upon what? Wherefore? FN number 288, Arab. Moors, hence the Linnean name Musa, Parad Izyaka, etc. The word is explained by Sale, Quran, chaps. 37. 146, as a small tree or shrub, and he would identify it with Jonah's God. FN number 289, lane 2. 446, bold wolf or empowered fate, reading, with Mac, Casa for Catan, cat. FN number 290, that is the orthodox in the faith. Rashid is a proper name, witness that scourge of Syria, Rashid Pasha. Born in 1830, of the Haji Naziraga family, Darabes of Macedonian Reina, he was educated in Paris where he learned the usual hatred of Europeans. He entered the Egyptian service in 1851, and, presently exchanging it for the Turkish, became in due time Wali, Governor-General, of Syria, which he plundered most shamelessly. Recalled in 1872, he eventually entered the ministry, and on June 15, 1876, he was shot down, with other villains like himself, by gallant Captain Hassan, the Circassian, Yarhamullah. FN number 291, quoted from a piece of verse, of which more presently. FN number 292, this tetrastich has occurred before, Night Xi. I quote lane 2. 449, who quotes Dryden's Spanish friar. There is a pleasure sure in being mad which none but madmen know. FN number 293, lane 2. 449, gives a tradition of the Prophet, whoso is in love, and acteth chastely, and concealeth his passion, and dieth a martyr. Cigar is number 5 hell for Majig bears, Parsis, etc. It is used in the comic Persian curse, Finari wa Cigar al-Jadu Paidar equals lane hell and Cigar his grandfather and his father. FN number 294, Arab. Sifr. I have warned readers that whistling is considered a kind of devilish speech by the Arabs, especially the Bedouin, and that the traveller must avoid it. It savours of idolatry. In the Quran we find, chaps. 8. 35. Their prayer at the house of God, Kaaba, is none other than whistling and hand-clapping, and tradition says that they whistled through their fingers. Besides, many of the jinn have only round holes by way of mouths, and their speech is whistling, a kind of bird language like sibilant English. FN number 295, Arab. Kill wakal equals lit. It was said and he said, a popular phrase for chit-chat, tittle-tattle, brattle and prate, etc. FN number 296, Arab. Hades. Comparing it with the tradition of the Prophet. FN number 297, Arab. Mikasha, the thick part of a midrib of a palm frond soaked for some days in water and beaten out till the fibres separate. It makes an exceedingly hard, although not a lasting broom. FN number 298, Persian, the youth, the brave, Sansk, Juven, and Lat, Juvenus. The Kurd, in tales, is generally a sturdy thief, and in real life is little better. FN number 299, Arab. Yashatir, lit. Oh clever one, in a bad sense. FN number 300, lane 2. 453, has it. That I may dress thy hair, etc. This is bowdlerizing with a witness. FN number 301, the sign of respect when a personage dismounts. Pilgrimage I. 77. FN number 302, so the Hindus speak of the defilement of separation as if it were an impurity. FN number 303, lane I. 605, gives a long and instructive note on these public royal banquets which were expected from the lieges by Muslim subjects. The hanging penalty is, perhaps, a tattle exaggerated, but we find the same excess in the priestly Justa Romanorum. FN number 304, had he eaten it he would have become her guest. Amongst the older Bedouin it was sufficient to spit upon the man, in entreaty, to claim his protection, so the horse thieves when caught were placed in a hole in the ground covered over with matting to prevent this happening. Simile Saladin, Salah al-Din, the chivalrous would not order a cup of water for the robber, Renald de Chatelain, before putting him to death. FN number 305, Arab. Kishk properly kishk equals wheatmeal coarsely ground and eaten with milk or broth. It is de rigueur with the Egyptian Copts on the Friday of Sorrow, Good Friday, and Lane gives the recipe for making it. M.E. Chaps. 26. FN number 306, in those days distinctive of Muslims. FN number 307, the euphemism has before been noticed. The Muslim reader would not like to pronounce the words I am a Nazarene. The same formula occurs a little lower down to save the reciter or reader from saying be my wife divorced, etc. FN number 308, Arab, Hajj, a favorite Egyptianism. We are wrong to write Hajji, which in Eastern would pronounce Hajj. FN number 309, this is Cain Chaff. FN number 310, whose shell fits very tight. FN number 311, his hand was like a raven's because he ate with thumb and 2 fingers and it came up with a rice about it like a camel's hoof in dirty ground. This refers to the proverb, Burkhardt, 756, he comes down a grow claw, small, and comes up a camel hoof, huge and round. FN number 312, Easterns have a superstitious belief in the powers of food. I knew a learned man who never sat down to eat without a ceremonious salam to his meat. FN number 313, Lane, 2. 464, uses the vile Turkish corruption Rustum, which, like its fellow Rustum, would make a Persian shudder. FN number 314, Arab. Darage that is let them slide. Americanize. FN number 315, this tetrastich has occurred before, so I quote Mr. Payne, in loco. FN number 316, Sheikh of Al-Batna and Jabir, therefore Assyrian of the Oran near Damascus and grants and Twizu, Esau. Arab mystics, unlike the vulgar who see only his patience, recognize that inflexible integrity which refuses to utter words of wind and which would not, against his conscience, confess to wrongdoing merely to pacify the Lord who was stronger than himself. The classics taught this noble lesson in the case of Prometheus versus Zeus. Many articles are called after Job, for example Rano Abu Hubeira, Inula Arabica and Angelata, a creeper with which he rubbed himself and got well. The Copts do the same on Job's Wednesday, that is that before Whitsunday os. Job's father is a nickname of the camel, etc., etc. FN number 317, Lane, in loco, renders I am of their number. But Filsac means popularly, driven, to the point of death. FN number 318, lit. Equals pathway, road. Hence the bridge well known as finer than a hair and sharper than a sword, over which all, except Khadijah and a chosen few, must pass on the day of doom, a Persian apparatus bodily annexed by al-Islam. The old bears called it Pulai Chinavar or Chinavat, and the Jews borrowed it from them as they did all their fancies of a future life against which Moses had so gallantly fought. It is said that a bridge over the grisly brook Kedron was called Sirat, the road, and hence the idea, as that of hellfire from Jannah, where children were passed through the fire to Moloch. A doubtful hadith says, the Prophet declared Al-Sirat to be the name of a bridge over hellfire, dividing hell from paradise, pp. 17, 122, Reynolds Strands. Of Al-Sayuti's traditions, etc. In Quran 5, Sirat is simply a path, from Sirata, he swallowed, even as the way devours, makes a lakam or mouthful of, those who travel it. The word was a rig, written with sin but changed for easier articulation to sad, one of the 4 huruf al-mutabakat, the flattened, formed by the broadened tongue in contact with the palate. This sad also by the figure ishmam, equals conversion, turns slightly to as, the intermediate between sin and sad. FN number 319. The rule in Turkey where Khatamites rise to the highest rank, Kast and Honda Bonfami, said a Turkish officer in Egypt, Ilaratit. Hence Alfie, one who costs 1,000, is a well-known cognomen. The Pasha of the Syrian caravan, with which I travelled, had been the slave of a slave, and he was not a solitary instance. Pilgrimage I. 90. FN number 320. The device of the banquet is dainty enough for any old Italian noveler. All that now comes is pure Egyptian polysyllabary speaking to the gallery and being answered by roars of laughter. FN number 321. That is, art thou ceremonially pure and therefore fit for handling by a great man like myself? FN number 322. In past days before Egypt was Frankified, many overlanders used to wash away the traces of travel by a Turkish bath, which mostly ended in the appearance of a rump-wriggling little lad who offered to shampoo them. Many accepted his offices without dreaming of his usual use or masseuse. FN number 323. Arab. Imam. This is, to a Muslim, a most offensive comparison between prayer and cop. FN number 324. Arab. Fisherman high, alluding to a peculiarity highly prized by Egyptians, the use of the constrictive vagine muscles, the sphincter, for which Abyssinian women are famous. The cabeza, equals holder, as she is called, can sit astraddle upon a man and can provoke the venereal orgasm, not by wriggling and moving but by tightening and loosing the male member with the muscles of her privities, milking it as it were. Consequently the Kasanoya set costs treble the money of other concubines. Aranga, p. 127. FN number 325. The little eunuchs had evidently studied the harem. FN number 326, Lane 2. 494, relates from Malamtrazi, that when Gamarweh, governor of Egypt, 9th century, suffered from insomnia, his physician ordered a pool of the quicksilver 50 by 50 cubits, to be laid out in front of his palace, now the Rumeila Square. At the corners of the pool were silver pegs, to which were attached by silvering strong bands of silk, and a bed of skins, inflated with air, being thrown upon the pool and secured by the bands, remained in a continual state of agreeable vacillation. We are not told that the prince